And welcome to continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. We have an action-packed day of coverage upon us. Buzz in the room, a little electricity, as to be expected. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. We're not why everybody's buzzing. It is because the 100K main event short deck, day one, is happening today. But we have so much to catch you up on prior to getting to that point in play. 25K, we crowned a champion yesterday, and of course, we did have day one of the 50K. We'll bring you final table coverage of that here today before we transition over to the main event. And truly a special moment as we reflect back and give you a peek at how it all shaped up. So our 25K final table was ultimately set courtesy of the elimination of Justin Bonomo, who was in the money. Phil Hsu, with 7 left, found himself getting it in with ace-queen. He was always behind once the flop came out. King 10-7. Hsu, of course, did have outs. So often the case in short deck, but binking the queen was not an option, as Danny Tang would shower him in 7th. Hsu would pick up $72,000 for the effort. Then it was Mike Watson, the Canadian, who would spin the wheel with aces against jacks. Kiat Lee in a bad way, of course, until the jack-high flop came down. Top set, leaving Watson in trouble. He did have outs to a chop on the turn.
Big chop.
Wasn't lost on him, but ultimately the board would pair. And an exit for Watson, 91K. Heading out the door with him. 5 were then left. Among them was Isaac Haxton, who faced the all-in of Stephen Chidwick off of his final 1.5 and change. He would defend, was in front of the 10-9. Ace-Ace-8 looked to be a decent board for him, and then the nasty 10 of diamonds. Obviously, outs were still available to Ike, but the river would not go his way, and he would earn 117K for the 5th place finish. Then Kiat with jacks. They worked so well for him before, he decided that he would jam them. Danny Tang was his customer. The ace-queen with a diamond on the monotone flop. Left the jacks vulnerable. The 9 was clean, of course, but you can see all of those outs for Danny. The stuff that Kiat had to fade. The Queen of Hearts rolling right off to pip those pocket jacks and deny Kiat Lee a title. 151K richer for the effort. And then Triton co-founder Richard Young, a podium finish as his ace-queen ran into the ace-king of Stephen Chidwick. Did outflop Stevie on the queen-jack-8 board with top pair. Turn card, a 10, a nasty one. Chidwick would make Broadway, and that would ultimately leave Young drawing to the chop, which he was unable to pick up, but he did pick up 199K and left behind Danny Tang to do battle with Stephen Chidwick. 2 jacks, emphatically calling it off against the 8-9, but just look at that board. King 10-7, open-ended, straight flush draw, then a pair of 8s to go with it. Chidwick unable to improve, though, on the river, and a big handshake to Danny Tang as Chidwick took home $310,000. But the real story, of course, was the title for Danny Tang, who showed so much emotion, earning himself $427,000. And you could see the manner, Randy, in which he pointed up to the sky. There was someone very much on his mind when he did that.
Yeah, like he spoke of, he was good friends of Ivan Lau, and, all the Malaysians, they're very proud of watching him and, play. And, you can tell, like, on the off time, away from the tables, they're always hanging out together, like with Ivan, talking about hands, just having a good time, having meals all the time. And, it meant a lot to him, especially to Danny, because I remember a long time ago, before he was playing this Triton Super High Roller Series, we were playing like 5Ks and 10Ks in Macau. And, he kind of said that he wants to prove to himself that he can be one of those top guns. Triton came along, he started playing them. He couldn't capture that title, right? He was up against Mikita Badziakuski, heads up once, 8-1 chip lead, couldn't even take him down. It means so much to him to get his first title, and I think that he's going to try to win that Player of the Year. It means a lot. Like, this is just the first stepping stone to it.
Yeah, yeah, obviously, Danny, on the younger side of the spectrum, such a bright career ahead of him, and of course now that bright spot in the form of the title in the 25K, his first. Now we turn our attention, of course, to Stephen Chidwick, who finished second in the event, another incredible run for him, but denied a title on 2 separate occasions. Orpin Kisachoglu in the 75K long deck, beating him heads up. Now Danny beating him here, but a healthy haul of points, and I understand you have the latest update. The app doesn't even have this, guys. Randy, where are we sitting in that Ivan Liao Player of the Year standings right now?
So right now, Stephen Chidwick, with those 2 second-place finishes, is sitting on 2,830 points.
Okay.
He is closely, well, I won't say closely, but there's a cluster close to second place. Seth Davies, 1988 points. Jason Kuhn with that win, 1935 points, and Greenwood of 1912 points. Now, you know, you can see those 3 are battling away. They got a lot to kind of make up in terms of catching up to Stevie, because Steven's been a very good performer and plays all these short deck events. But, you know, we also got that Player of the Series that's quite important too.
Oh, right.
Right? Because if you're the best player of the series, you get an additional 100 points. Right now, Kiat Lee is the leader on that one, having cashed 5 of 6 events with some fourth and second place. Well, he's not the leader, because actually it's Jans Ahrens with those that title in second place.
You know, it's so funny. I assumed the same thing you did, that Kiat was going to be the leader just by virtue of the sheer volume of cashes that he had. But Jans, of course, 119 in front of Kiat. I think that came as a surprise to many of us who kept our eye on that situation. Stevie, though, in the conversation as well, Randy.
Of course, Stevie's in the conversation. Stevie plays the short deck events. Jans, he went home already, right? So he's not going to be able to add any more points. But Kiat Lee also in the short deck mix. You know, if Stevie can get a deep run in the main event coming up, and we know the main event's going to have a lot of points, it's a big buy-in, lots of people are going to be playing for it, he could easily capture that title. And if he does that, well, I mean, the chances of everyone else catching up in Cyprus will be pretty tough.
Yeah, Cyprus is, of course, going to be the final festival in terms of points tabulation toward that Ivan Liao Player of the Year award. There was some speculation that the sort of lead that Stevie has going in might be insurmountable, but TBD, of course. Ike Axton suspects that Stevie might need to pick up a few more points here and there. We've seen some white-hot runs, of course. Stevie officially 90 points back right now in that Player of the Year conversation. What, you don't think he could sit out in Cyprus? Well, we know he's not going to sit out.
He's not going to sit out. Okay.
Ever.
Like, he's still going to want to try and capture more titles, get that prize pool. I mean, he's just one of the best tournament players of all time. Like, he's not going to sit out a tournament because, oh, I want to sip on some coffee.
But how gangster would that be if he came to Cyprus and just sat on the couch with a bag of popcorn every day and just watched everybody else play and see whether or not they could catch up to him? Okay, let's then turn our attention. 25K in the books. Player of the Year conversation in the books. The 50K FT. We are there now, but we have not broken the money bubble. As only 7 are going to be paid, we have 10 players. So we're right on the precipice of getting to that final table, Randy. 116,000 going to go to 7th, and first place is going to be worth 695,000. Now, I'm calling it the 50K final 10, but really one could also just call it the Michael Zhang show. Could they not?
Yeah, I mean, Michael Jang, he actually knows how to play no limit hold'em, but exclusively just skipped all that part of the tournament, that part of the series, came out to play short deck, and has been going guns blazing in every single event, has been at the top of the chip counts, and he's one of my favorite players, and he's just really... He's not afraid, really.
No,
he knows how to make big calls. He knows how to put aggressive action. He's going to make you uncomfortable.
It's interesting because there was a moment during yesterday's coverage leading up to this final 10 where Rob Young pulled off what really seemed like a sound bluff. Size-wise, line-wise, everything added up. And interestingly enough, Zhang made the call with a set of jacks on a 4-liner board, and it boiled down to the fact that Zhang said, the fact that I have these 2 jacks blocks the combos that you should have here in order to have the straight. But Rob Young just sat there mesmerized after Zhang went into the tank, used multiple time banks, and came up with the call. And it was a defining moment for me in terms of observing the way everybody out there recognized it separated the way in which he's thinking about the game maybe from the average short deck player.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, you know, we from the booth observed hands with whole cards up,
Right.
it's as if he's able to do so, right? Breaking down the hands because the combos is so important, especially when he removes the 5, 4s, 3s, and 2s from the deck. You know, the hands, the way to think about hands is much different than Ultimate Hold'em. If you make the wrong adjustments, you know, you're probably not going to, you're going to bleed away some EV. But Michael Jang has been studying this game a lot. He can put his tournament background experience into the short deck tournament, right? And just you right now you're seeing it, right? He's got the big stack. He's putting it to work. And
Do you remember the first thing he said after Rob made the call?
what did he say? I forget.
King, queen, which is exactly what Rob had. I mean, if you talk about undressing someone in a spot like that, Mike did it. It really was impressive, and clearly the impressive chip stack of 3.285 coming in to the final 10, a massive lead over Jason Koon. The man who I want to turn our attention to did pick up title number 5. Now sits alone as the most decorated player in Triton history. Could pick up number 6 here, though, in the hunt. Second in chips right now, 1.74. The annies are 20 and 40K for the double annie, so he's deep. 87 annies, as you can take a look here in the Triton Poker Plus app, and that's a peek also at our featured table. What a turnaround for him, by the way. He was dry until he banked that title in the turbo, and now here he is, potentially with another cash. Don't ever count that man out.
You can never count on Jason Koon, okay? Like, Jason Koon is one of the best tournament players of all time. Very good in No Limit Hold'em. Very good in short deck, right? He's got short deck main event titles under his belt. Multiple final tables in the short deck main event. He's one to be reckoned with, especially with a lot of chips. He knows that people can't really call down in high ICM implications. He's going to put the pressure on. He knows to make the right folds. You know, Michael Jang's going to have a tough time fighting him. He's got the chip advantage, but, you know, it's anyone's game at this point.
Let's be fair, though. There's other names out there that need to be recognized, and that of Tan, man previously known as Xuan, as we have been updated, the correct pronunciation of his last name. Quiet so far in this series. In London, did pick up a title in short deck in the 100K. 6th in the 250K, also 2nd in the 1 million Hong Kong short deck event back in Montenegro. These are 3 of the biggest short deck events ever. The man really feels comfortable out there in this specific discipline. One to watch without question. Then, of course, we have Phil Hsu. Randy, no cashes in the no limit side, right? But now here he is, cashing the 25K deep here in the 50. These two guys going to be the dark horses, maybe sleepers?
I mean, you call them sleepers because they didn't perform yet in the No Limit Hold'em, but really they are short deck specialists, especially Tan Xuan. He was widely known as one of the best short deck players of all time, playing the highest stakes possible. So it's no surprise to me from his prior results that he got that second place and third, you know, deep runs in the biggest binds possible. He can pretty much pounce, and a lot of people didn't know who he was when he showed up in Montenegro and Jeju, but they knew immediately that he was very well respected amongst the Asian community, and then a lot of these Western pros that came out took note of how this guy plays, and you know he's still crushing.
Well, listen, notes are always available as we observe some of the best to ever do it out there during all of our coverage, be it long deck or short deck. Tan Xuan coming in, by the way, 4th, 1.34 million in chips in front of him. Phil Hsu, 60 annies, 1.19 running in 5th. So hot on one another's heels are those two. Of course, we cannot overlook Mikita Badziakuski. He had 4 titles and was sharing the most decorated honors with Jason Koon prior to Koon hitting that turbo. Been a rough series for him, though. Just like Koon. Failed to cash. Here he is looking for that first cash of the series. A chance to join Jason in the form of a title here, but looking at a stack, 9th out of 10 players, just 30 annies, I would expect, Randy, that that's a stack that's going to work its way into the middle sooner than later.
Yeah, he's going to definitely need to push the stack in there and try to chip up. And you know he's hungry, right? Because Hugh and Jason Koon were neck to neck. It's always been talked about who's going to get number 5 first. Jason's got there. He's got to play some catch up, but Jason's already on pace for number 6. So hopefully Makita can spin it up, and he knows what to do to get it done. And sometimes you do have drive spells. He'll come out of it.
Yeah. Variance is a tough beast to reckon with, no doubt about it. Okay, we are just about ready to send you down to the feature table. 2 tables still remaining in the 50K short deck, and our feature table is going to include the likes of the gentleman we were just discussing, Tan Schwen alongside Leo Chin, who is the shortest stack in the room. Ike Haxton, then Mikita Badziakuski, and Phil Shu. There's how their chips stack up as you get a look. Courtesy of Poker Stake, as mentioned, Annie's 20K, Button 40K. Every 5 hands is going to cost you 120K off of your stack. So a big day of short deck coverage begins here. We'll take you through to a champ in the 50K and then transition over, hopefully, barring some very protracted festivities here in the 50K, to day 1 coverage of the 100K main, which will be beginning shortly elsewhere in the room.
All right, here we go. Hollywood Haxton.
Now, where did he get the Hollywood Haxton
I don't know
nickname?
where he got
Is
it.
it sarcastically because he's so not that guy? Or was it the pants the other day?
I didn't see the pants, but I like it, though. He's got, like, the most nicknames, I think, of all of the players out there.
Very beloved member of the Triton Super High Roller Series OGs is Haxton, limping in here with the mystery holding. And as we discussed, Randy, that 30 big blind, or 30 Annie, rather, stack, finding its way into the middle. Ace-10 here.
Some dirt. You can wipe it off. Or give it to the dealer to wipe it off.
Yeah, Makita's basically looking for spots to just rip it in and
Phil looking for spots on the back of his cards. Little
smidge.
dirt.
Little takedown for Makita.
Yeah.
And, you know, jamming in is very important in short deck because everyone's putting ante in a lot more in the pot versus no limit hold'em where it's just a big blind ante.
That was queen's minimum. Maybe ace king suit.
I don't believe him. I'm gonna call him what?
You bring your pet. You bring your pet?
Yes.
Let me get that. Cats
call
are
it-
very lucky.
Any
Tiger.
It's a cat.
tiger's a cat.
Do we have a
Maybe
good
one
luck
bluff.
trinket on our hands?
Yeah, we do.
I've never known
said
Mikita
that, man.
to be on the superstitious
Yeah.
side. Maybe he headed into town and found himself a little good luck tiger, it looks like there. White tiger, by the way.
I'm thinking his chances of getting a deep run have increased dramatically.
Leo Chin behind the impending declaration of Ike Haxton with Queen 10.
Yep, this is no question all in for Isaac. This is a game, though, where you're not as far ahead as normal. So we'll see if he's going to be able to hold once these chips go in.
Yeah.
没有 AA 扣不动，KK 我会扣他。
Two jams
The slow peel from Makita.
in front of Bads. What's he shaking his head at?
Oh, Jack 10 suited straight in the muck. Let's run it. No one with a piece that he can
Yes.
continue with.
Collect. From me, you took all. I had the pretty hand for 3-way all in. Jack 10 suited.
Could I have a Vietnamese iced coffee?
Oh, yeah.
Ike going with the brown bowl to start the day. For those that maybe aren't familiar, we have christened the local heavily caffeinated Vietnamese iced coffees as brown bowls. They do give you
I
wings.
thought you are making notes.
Ike shoving king suited.
Good to see Leo having a good time despite being behind here against the ace-king, which turns into top 2, but as such, gives him outs to a gut shot. Needs to improve. 1.2 million chip pot turn, not going to do it. Can Leo Chin get lucky, double and stay alive here in his second ever Triton event at his first ever festival? The answer is no. The 9 of diamonds will bring his run to a close and bring the remainder of the field that much closer to the money bubble, as we now have 9 with 7 paid.
9红心好像。Isaac.
I mean, I noticed the atmosphere is pretty
Are we playing
pretty
hand to
chatty
hand?
despite being so close to the end of this tournament.
I think short deck's generally chattier than long deck,
Yeah.
don't you?
That's true.
Tan Xuan looks younger today than he did during
It's
yesterday's
the
coverage
hat,
somehow.
isn't it? Yeah. The Louis hat. Very colorful.
He's got style. Nice development there for Haxton, by the way, as he moves into second ahead of Jason Kuhn in the overall field, behind Michael Zhang. Probably happy not to have either of those stacks at his table.
Axon did final table at the last short deck event.
All
All right. Phil Chu here. Ace Jack. I'm just saying. Did you notice that he's got the Ace of Hearts t-shirt? He's got the Ace of Hearts in hand.
Always
Randy.
good when you do the shake.
Superstitions are important
Head shake.
in
Well,
short deck.
if that's the case, I do feel compelled to advise Mikita Badziakuski, who has selected the White Tiger as his good luck amulet of choice, that the famous magicians Siegfried and Roy used to have a show with White Tigers. That is, of course, until one of them mauled, I don't know if it was Siegfried or Roy, but jacked him up good. So careful with the White Tiger. They can turn on you. That's all I'm going to say.
You let him know that in case when he loses a pot.
True story. He's got risk tolerance. I don't think he knows it, and he's into it. Meanwhile,
He definitely doesn't know the story. Ace King, Ace King. This is going to be a pretty easy all-in for the stack sizes too.
writing's on the wall, it would seem here. Haxton, newly minted at 2.1.
Yeah, most interesting part is how Isaac Haxton will approach this last two positions. Does he raise small? Does he just jam? Does he limp to induce?
All in.
All in's the play. This is the game where you want to deny
Okay.
equity.
650.
Look, you see Makita didn't snap
Time
yet
to
just
go home.
because of how close we are
Gamble,
to
yes.
the money.
Gotta gamble.
Maybe it's this.
Maybe.
What?
Oh my.
I like it.
Isn't it interesting how Bads was happy to rip Ace 10
That's not
over the
gamble.
top of the Ike
You guys
limp,
do
but
it
in
with
this
these
spot
very
here,
hands.
This must
Yeah.
gamble.
a lot less
Very honest,
comfortable.
just all in, no
That's
trap.
a very good point. He
I mean,
prefers
for me,
not
better
to flash
see
all
this
in
one
if he
than
can.
Jack 10 or something.
Much.
And it's
Even-
going to be a chop, as we might have predicted.
You're happy to see this thing.
Both players picking up a tiny bit of profit from the Annies.
Even got some profit.
Wow.
Congrats.
Great outcome.
One ante for you, Makita.
That's unexpected to see you have ace king in,
I know.
in this spot.
Did you see the way that both Makita and I think alike?
It's gonna be really
Randy?
hard to get away with limping now.
Do you think that means that I might be as good at poker as he is?
Shall we use those winnings from your mixed games and pony it up, drop into the main event? You know, me and Henry will cover the footage if you're willing to put your 100K in there.
I would have to sell on Poker Stake at marked down.
Mark down. Minimize the losses. What's Isaac got on his mind? Queen 7, by no means really a playable hand, but he thought about something.
Queen Jack, much more
No shame
attractive.
in folding. No shame in folding.
Look at Phil Shu trying to discourage Badziakuski from an attack.
It is the last two positions. He's just going to push it in.
Yeah, gamble, gamble.
Pulls back a touch. 10-9. Not going to be the one, I would imagine, for Phil.
Give him a little sweat. What about spike calling Makita just to... No, he's not going to do that. But I mean,
We're not in the money, Randy. We're still out of the money.
Those all go
Two
good
away.
cards you're gonna see on TV.
I'm gonna make sure I see that one.
Phil, as we mentioned at the top of the show, did try his hand at the long deck part of the program, came up empty, and then as soon as he jumped in a short deck event, made
Want
himself
everyone to
final
remember, I
table.
just think-
7th place, 72.5. in pickup in the 25K.
I send it here. Probably pretty good. Maybe ace king.
Ace queen for Isaac Haxton. Let's see how he maneuvers this one. We are playing four-handed at this table with the loss of Leo Chin. You know,
All in.
I might just rip it in. Yeah, I was going to say is put all the pressure in. And if Makita has to tank ace king there pre-flop,
Nope.
imagine what the
No
other
gamble.
people have to wake up with to call an all in. They're 2 from the money right now. Remember, this is a game where you get it all in. You're not that far ahead.
Yeah.
Even if you're dominating
Okay, gamble,
your
gamble.
opponent.
Gamble, gamble. What?
Oh, no.
He's
Only premiums.
Oh.
Free look, ace queen.
Only premiums declared by Ike, the same man who took a minute with Queen 7, if you'll recall, just moments ago.
I'm just watching this third hat brown bull right now.
Oh, look.
เติม不到牌的吗
Under the mask.
好多牌。
Yeah. Take another look at it, Ike. It's stronger than you think.
It's like an entire
好多
can
就
of condensed milk.
不然被他
Had
抢
been successful with only a little milk almost every time. Not today.
Looks like a little higher on the dairy meter with today's concoction.
He's got 80% juice left in that glass. We'll see if he finishes it before the final table starts.
It really is legal amphetamines, if I'm being honest. It doesn't take much.
Discipline.
Should probably be served in an
Right,
even
right.
smaller glass.
Learn from the
Yeah,
best,
shot glass style.
right? I won't see random.
People don't drink espresso out of steins.
I did not have king 10 off.
All right, let's see. Tan
Ew, Oli.
going to limp here against Isaac Haxton. A lot of antes to play for.
But also just that bubble is a reality not lost on either of these players. They want to get on the right side of it, and as such, not necessarily looking to inflate pots or take thin spots.
Marius, what is the count? They are waiting for us.
We're slower. Damn.
10 in the window, spade 10. Haxton liked it as much as Tan did, as Ike ends up with middle pair and an open ender. Well out in front of this bottom pair for Tan. And
You know, this bet coming out right here is just awareness of how capped Isaac Haxton's range is. Isaac Haxton, with the chip advantage pre-flop, is always putting ace-king pre-flop in, ace-queen, even like king-queens, a lot of these hands. So when it comes queen-jack-10, he figures he can apply pressure, you know, maybe take it down for a bet on the flop. We'll see how he navigates the turn. Most definitely doesn't think he's got the best hand, but he's got 2 pair now.
How many
In the
were
lead.
short deck and how many were?
somehow the 7 rolling off and giving Schwen the lead.
Short
It's
deck was
disguised.
a very painful game for me at the Triton.
Oh yeah.
So much in short deck.
Variance too
You
high.
can see Tan going for a bet. Did we bring an overbet in? 300K. He's basically trying to just charge all of those
Yeah.
straight draws out there, pair straight draws. There's a lot of them.
No.
He knows his hand is vulnerable. In short deck, you'll see people size up because of how close the equities are. So straight draws just come in a lot more with 1 card to go. Haxton not getting great price, so he's
Bye-bye.
out.
Bye bye.
Nicely done.
Money, bye-bye.
Without the 7 on the turn, I suspect we might have been dealing with something different, but you never know. As you mentioned, the sort of range capping check back from
Yeah.
the button of Ike, and then maybe able to represent a little more of that texture.
It's really
Tan.
nice to
No,
watch
that's
how
how many
Tan
servers
Xuan's
have
going to navigate versus the
这
Western
个时候他就是
pros.
欺负我们没错嘛。
肯定啊。
Tan, I would say, has played this
熬多
game
2年他
longer
就不
than
敢
all of them.
多2名就
Much more
不知道
experience.
熬一会儿气他。
Phil Chu, King, Queen of Clubs. He's got a lot of antes too. But just gonna rip it in. 1.1 million. Tan's got pocket ace as well. If this is
Gamble.
pretty much the only slam dunk call in the game.
Sofa.
Somehow he says gamble, though, as he flats and invites anybody that might want to take him on
哎呀，
to do so, as Phil with a choice expletive, but far more equity
Little gamble.
you'd have in long deck, but going to need some help here as he plays a 2.28 million chip pot against the aces of Tan Xuan.
Ooh, okay.
Pretty good.
Bad, not so bad.
Top pair and an open
Nine,
ender.
nine, 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 nine.
Xuan's aces
Nine,
blockers
nine, 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 nine,
to
nine,
that
nine.
straight,
Okay.
and yet somehow on the turn, top
Please, come on.
set forms as Shu takes the lead with Broadway.
Okay.
3边
Praying for the board not to pair, which it doesn't, and without a diamond in hand,
ICM shuffle 的
Tan Xuan's aces go down in flames, and he is left with dust,
No one
Randy.
knows. Short deck ICM is very hard.
That's short deck for you. You know,
Or
get
I
it in
just
bad,
Must have an ace every time.
but you're not doing as bad in this game. 26% pre-flop.
Okay.
Could be
No
worse.
Gamble, no future.
True. No gamble, no
1
future.
million. 5.
Sometimes
4,
too much gamble,
No future.
5, 6, 7.
Only gamble,
eight.
no
Too much
future.
gamble, no money.
Nine.
Aces.
Also, one of the lesser delivered
million.
proverbs.
100.
Should I just limp? Just a jam? Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunate spot for
Process.
Tan.
100.
Process jam.
Gonna need a lot of spins to
Cooler.
get back in contention.
Yeah.
Shouldn't
Pretty
gamble.
demoralizing. You can't really
No
ask
gamble.
哇，这次来这里比赛很黑哦，
for something
okay,
better than
okay.
two aces to get
Senzing
most of your
也
chips
可以吧。
into the middle
天
with.
也黑，
I mean, what are you gonna do? Someone jammed all in.
昨天不行。
没几年。
You got the top hand in poker. Call.
As you pointed out, though, even the aces, they're hands that perform very well against that holding in
Let's go.
short deck. As Phil Shu
Short deck is a fun game.
giving us his
My hand got approved by Michael Zhang, so
Michael Zhang says.
post-hand
good job.
feelings.
Yep.
It's definitely a fun game when King
trust
Queen
him.
beats aces.
Yeah, you feel good.
Not so fun on the other side of it, of course, as we can see Xuan 10 antes.
So one ante going in for each fold he makes. He needs to make a move soon.
Yeah, pressure situation.
King 8. First to go.
It's going to be a double ante next hand.
Yeah. I'm not sure about these spots. It doesn't seem strong enough, but well, Tan's going to know more than me. You can see he's kind of pained on what to do here because he realizes he's bleeding down with every hand that he doesn't play. He's out.
Queen 9 now deliberates.
You know, Haxton's thinking about just putting pressure on these two people behind him, especially with Tan sitting on such few chips. Looks like he's going to try to take a flop. The fact that Tan's sitting so few means they're really close to the final table, right? Just assume maybe he busts out. Then we're one from the money.
That is right.
That's right.
Tide is right and into the muck for the Jack 7 suited. Now Phil.
Yeah, actually.
More chips than Haxton as a
Yeah,
result of
Phil
that
got the
exchange.
double. If Phil didn't have this stack, maybe Isaac Haxton goes for a raise instead of a call, as played. Try to take a free one.
Good spot for Haxton, dominating. And hitting top pair in a gutter, up against just the gutter.
A solid flop for him. See if he wants to bet for value against the straight draws, the Jack X's. Or does he play cautious because, well, he's covered me. 2 for the money. No, betting is the way to go.
$75K. Take it down, sir. Shortest stack in the field now is Rob Young, and
Well, I
take that
mean,
back, actually.
10, then
10,
Rob Young.
Then Rob Young, correct. It's like our app hasn't quite fully updated.
Yeah, Rob Young sitting on 425K, 21 antes. 10, 170K, 9 antes. But he's the dealer button now, but double ante. You hear the double.
Tell you what, having been abroad for some time now, and unlike Henry, yet to indulge in any cheeseburgers, hearing the words double as an American, invoking thoughts of In-N-Out
In-N-Out.
Burger.
Oh, I love
You
In-N-Out.
know about
It's my
In-N-Out.
#1 favorite hamburger joint.
So delicious. As Phil Shu looking to snack on Tan Xuan's Queen 10 here with Ace 8.
It's a fair fight. Look at that, 53-46.
Puff, puff. Puff, puff.
Xuan, gotta be thinking, if there's any justice, let me double through. 8 in the window, 10 behind it, along with a king. So advantage Tan. Turn is good for him. Gotta fade the ace or the 8. Here comes the river. It's a queen.
Okay, we're even. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Win one, lose one?
现在
公平的，
每人一把。
没毛病。
How many?
15万，17万。
One.
17万。
公平了，加油！
So a nice little double, as Tan can say Doje instead of
活着就有希望。
Joaquin.
He said
有
Jayo
筹码
at the
就
end.
有
You know what that
希望
means?
I don't.
It's like good luck. You
Okay.
know, like, in other words, spin it up now that you got your double.
All right.
You went with Doja. Okay.
It's interesting. I've never really been able to parse for the situations in which it's appropriate in Cantonese to say thank you using Doje as opposed to Ngoy,
Mm-hmm.
which also I've come to learn on this trip can mean excuse me.
That's true. That is very true. Plot twist.
Yeah.
Tan Xuan speaks Mandarin.
我知道国语. Actually, I don't. Got something brewing here at the outer between Lun Lun and Mike Zhang. Oh, it looks like a nasty beat here on the end, courtesy of a 7. Lun Lun looked like he was dominating in that spot there. One of the short stacks in the room.
Oh, Michael.
Ace King against Ace 7.
Rivered
Spots
it.
like that, when you're lucky and good,
You win.
things feel preordained, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Lun Lun unceremoniously showered. 8-8-7 on the flop. Lun turned the king. And then the improbable 7 on the end. Meanwhile, back here at the feature, Phil Chu finds himself with top pair up against middle pair.
This is a limp pot. You can see that Phil actually limps ace queen to hijack because he's not looking to get all the chips in there. It's not worth the risk of picking up a couple antes
Yeah,
and
Haxton, one of
potentially
the
not making the money.
bigger stacks in the field, Randy. Good point. These guys know the task at hand as we are on the stone money bubble, courtesy of the elimination of Lun Lun.
And Phil's going to play cautious here. The 7 usually doesn't improve anyone, but if it's going to improve a position at the table, it's the dealer button in the check pot. Jack 10. A little bit of showdown value.
I check back as Phil proceeds with caution.
Yeah, scary card on the river. 8 would make a straight.
Yeah, reminder, of course, that the ace does play as a 5 in this situation, much like it plays as a 1, pardon me, in long deck.
A 1.
Yeah, like for a wheel, right?
Yeah. Okay. First time I heard that. I'll go.
First time I've said it, if I'm being honest.
Haxton here, Jack 10. Got the showdown value. Beats Queen 10, King 10, King
Ace.
Queen.
Should always jam.
Ace is good. Phil now taking the lead on Isaac Haxton in chip
He makes
counts.
a weird dynamic.
Speculating as to whether or not it should have been a jam pre. Don't think he's going to mind the outcome regardless.
Sounds like Luca is informing everyone there's 8 remaining.
Is there a way to convince you that there is no any to jam in your spot?
It would be difficult.
Makita trying to negotiate his way out of a Haxton jam with 8 left on the stone money bubble. That's Yakuski, just 645K. Love the diplomacy as you get a look at the chip counts. Stone money bubble here in event number 12, the 50K short deck.
But you know,
Moon.
him making that statement is very telling of how tight he needs to call if he gets jammed on last 2 positions. Phil, though, he covers everyone. He knows all this information.
Yeah, rips a queen 10. Is Schwen going to think this king jack performs well against that broader range of Phil, just given the current landscape?
Look, King Jack is going to perform pretty good against Phil's jam here with 4 remaining. The problem is you can't really risk your chips in this spot. It would be, I would say, ICM suicide right
I don't
now.
think you can call unless
The 2 short stacks are very short.
Don't expect I'm gonna fall.
Looks like a development here on the outer where Rob Young's got himself aces. Mike Zhang giving the short stack of Rob a spin with queen 6. To the flop we go. Jack 9. A gutter for Mike. Can he? Wait a minute, a 6 on the turn here. Can Rob Young hold? No, he can't. The 10. Filling in the straight, and Rob Young marching right out of the room as the money bubble has burst, courtesy of Mike Zhang. Queen 6 against 2 aces, Randy. Short deck.
Short deck, that's all you got to say, really.
That's all you got to say.
2 aces downed. Tan makes the final table in the money, slides right in.
So improbable, but also so pleasing in terms of a development here as we are left with 7 in our short deck. All of them are going to be wearing a big, bright smile to be expected. There it is, officially in the money. 116K locked up by everyone. Pay jump of 24,000 officially. As you get a look at the chip counts for the 4 at the feature, they will be joined by the remaining 3 from the outer, and that will form our final table. Didn't take all too long, and perhaps that is to be expected as we welcome you back inside the broadcast booth here, giving the administrative team of Luca Vivaldi and co. the chance to amalgamate our remaining 7. Of course, as mentioned, all of them in the money, playing for the $695,000 up top, of course, Randy. And I don't know, just in terms of anticipated length of time between the start of the broadcast and bursting the bubble, is that more or less in length than you would have expected?
Extremely less, right? Like, look, when we look at the hands that it took to take out some players here, pocket aces forced to call all in. There's all in front of them. What they're going to fold 2 aces,
Right.
both down. One by king queen suited, one by queen 6 offsuit.
Yeah.
Okay, queen 6 offsuit. That's dirty.
I mean, listen, Rob did not have a lot of chips going into that pot, and Mike, of course, heaps up top, and even more now. Just take a look at the Triton Poker Plus app. If you haven't already downloaded it, do yourselves a favor. It's free of charge, and it is exactly what Randy and I use to keep our bearings from inside the booth, as does Henry. Mike Chang, 5.2,263 antes. You know, we talk a lot, Randy, about the big stack being able to kind of bully everyone in terms of ICM, not just on the bubble, but even when you're at the final table. Same thing, same rules apply in terms of short deck? Is this just a setup for Mike Zhang to take the title?
100% it's a setup for that, right? Like, he has been jamming relentlessly on an outer table. You know, he cracked Loon Loon's hand with ace-7, river into 7 against ace-king. He got in queen 6 against aces. But, you know, you might be thinking, like, well, that's reckless. He's getting in bad, and, you know, like he's just knocking them out. But the thing is, you're not seeing is the hands before they actually call in. He is chipping up relentlessly, doing these all-ins. He's picking up antes, 1 ante from every single player, the double ante from the button. It adds up. Eventually, they call it off. But, you know, he's getting a nice overlay because he's won all those chips prior. Now in prime position, he's just going to continue to do this all-in play against these players, especially these middling stacks of Phil, Isaac, Haxton, and Jason Kuhn. They're pretty comfy there, but they can't call off loose at all. They need to try to ladder up. It's an important part of tournament poker.
Okay, but my question for you is, in terms of discussions about short deck that I've had with those who are more on the long deck side of the spectrum, oftentimes I think developments like the one that we anticipate we're going to see from Mike Zhang, where it's just this pounding all in, find something, call, removes the perception that there is as much quote-unquote proverbial poker being played. And they maybe shy away from the game because of that, but it's still very strategic, is it not?
It's a very technical and strategic game, especially in tournament poker. I think in the beginning in Montenegro and Jeju, people were kind of playing more chip EV, like, oh, do I have the odds to call? Now you've seen over time the changes that's evolved, where people are now making big folds. You can see Makita, he tanked with ace-king in a spot that was, you would think it's a mandatory snap call, no questions asked, but he understands the nuances of how ICM changes his calling range, needs to have a larger risk premium there. And it's actually very fun to watch, and especially how they navigate post-flop. There's a lot of skill in this game, and that's why you see all these Western pros willing to take up this game, knowing there's a lot of value to be had, and despite it seems like there's less poker in the game.
Do you think it's more exciting played as cash versus tournament? I mean, putting aside the idea that massive sums of money are going into any given hand.
In cash, it's very much different. People are playing like 100 ante minimum. There's a lot of post-flop play. Personally, I always like to watch cash more. I find that, you know, people are willing to splash a bit. There's drinks on the side as well. But very different set of skills needed for tournament poker if you want to get the most out of your buy-in. And, you know, it's going to be fun to watch these guys navigate, because a lot of these guys at this final table, like Mike Watson, Buzzy Kuski, Kuhn, Isaac Haxton, Michael Jang, they were before primarily no-limit cash and tournament players. So, you know, I'm
Making the
curious to
transition.
see how they're going to kind of battle. And Phil seems pretty knowledgeable based on what I've been listening
Yeah.
to him with the little chit chat on the side, and Tan of course on the short stack. But they've got different approaches, but it's going to be quite technical.
Yeah, this is, of course, Phil's first ever Triton Festival. Has yet to cash. No, the 25K short deck didn't cash the long deck part of the program. As we look back now at Mikita Badziakuski, we touched on sort of the dry run that he's had. Just look at that. Not very often you say the name Badziakuski and you fail to find a cash at a festival, but a whopping almost 15 million in career Triton earnings across 14 caches. Make it 15 once we get the app updated. Now look there at the seat draw. Randy, we just had it up on the screen. In terms of situations, you don't want to be to the right of Mike Zhang, and that's exactly where Jason Kuhn, who came into the day second in chips, finds himself.
Yeah, that's a tough spot for Jason Kuhn, right? Because he's got the 1.4 million stack. He's going to want to push it all in sometimes, but then he's got the guy who can cover and knock him out before Badziakuski or Tan Xuan maybe going out first, right? So it's pretty much a handcuff spot for Jason Kuhn. He's just going to have to chill, let those other guys hopefully bust out. Zhang's going to have a lot of opportunities to put some money in.
Well, we're going to have to chill and send it down to the floor where our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, is ready to welcome in the final table.
44 entries in event number 12, the 50K short deck ANTE-ONLY here in Triton, Vietnam. We are down to a final table of 7, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to them. In seat number 1, from Belarus, with 605,000, please welcome Mikita Badziakowski.
As mentioned, Mikita on a dry spell. This is his first cash of the festival.
In seat number 2, from China, with 340,000, please welcome Tan Xuan.
One of the more feared cash game players in the world who will take on all comers. Tan has 2 caches thus far here in Vietnam and 1 Triton title.
Seat number 3 with 2.1 million from the US. Please welcome Isaac Axton.
Ike Axton, a household name when it comes to tournament poker. 20 caches and 6.3 million roughly in Triton career earned. 3 caches here in Vietnam.
Seat number 5, 1.3 million from Canada. Please welcome Michael Watson.
You know him as Sir Watts in the online streets. He has himself 2 caches in long deck, 3 make it, and 1 in short deck already here in Vietnam.
In seat number 6 from Hong Kong with 2.3 million, please welcome Phil Chu.
First ever Triton Festival. 7th place finish in the 25K short deck. Looking to better that here today.
Seat number 7 from the US, 1.4 million, please welcome Jason Kuhn.
Oh, you love to see it. Jason Kuhn, an athlete and a competitor on the highest level. Had a dry run and then picked up 2 caches, including a title in the 50K
And last but not
Turbo.
least, our chip leader from the UK with 5.3 million, please welcome Michael Zhang.
Michael Zhang is going to let the chips do the talking. The young man with just 2 caches in his Triton
Right,
career.
players, the button has been drawn to seat number 3. We still have 30 minutes remaining of ante 20,000, button ante 40,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Olympia, shuffle up and deal, please.
This is going to be Mike's 3rd cache, and you can see Phil Chu could double through him and still not end up with as many chips as Mike has now. 263 antes, just massive.
I want to say that Michael Zhang has not relinquished the chip lead since the start of the tournament. I feel like that's a true statement. I don't know if you've been following, but he's just one-way street for chips.
Gonna pass.
Aces first hand. Is this fair?
No. The answer, plain and simply, is no. But ask Tan Xuan how aces do. On the short stack here, courtesy of being dealt them against Phil Chu's King Queen suited.
Note the trap.
Yeah. Expecting maybe to see that 30 blind stack of Mikita Badziakuski or that of Tan Xuan.
The game plan here of 2 aces is that he doesn't expect people to kind of go with their hands by calling, but they will try to attack his limps. And he's going to get snapped off, of course. 2 aces, 10. All in first hand.
第一把
Aces never win.
fuck ace.
You deserve this one, Ken.
And I mean, he deserved to lose with aces as well.
True.
So they,
Not the way the universe works.
25% for 10. Flops. An inside straight draw. Looking
Sure
for a
does.
10.
Yeah. Take the jack of spades.
To the turn, which pairs the board. And now the 10 must come in for Tan Juan. Instead, it's the king. So one hand is all it took for us to go from 7 to 6 here. Tan Xuan adding to his career Triton total earnings of almost 7 million coming into this one. A little over the 100K, courtesy of this 7th place finish. And he is up and over that 7 million barrier. GG, Tan Xuan. Next time.
Next time is later today. Short deck main event.
You know he'll be
incoming.
in there.
Of course he'll be in there.
116K. Got a main event buy-in and a little rebate on this 50K.
So you're saying he's satellited in just now?
Yeah, right, exactly. You never know, though, what the ROI is for these guys because many buy-ins generally
That's a bubble
True.
premium.
in short deck. Danny Tang winning the 25K. 5 buy-ins, he said.
He only won 300K. Sad.
Yeah. That's a sentence you only say at Triton. Only won 300K. Ace queen for Phil Chu here. Choosing to limp up front. Now we know what Mike Zhang had on his mind when he limped the 2 aces. Why the limp with the ace queen from Phil?
Well, quite frankly, it's because he's got the chip leader behind him. Doesn't really want to open raise that invites people to call in position, play big pots out of position. I think it's wise to just kind of limp. If the short stacks want to go up, then maybe you clash with them. Maintain your stack is pretty important. He's second in place. A lot of the EV to be had is watching other players bust at this final table, not necessarily chipping up slowly.
Well, we are watching Mike Watson flop a flush. An incredible hand to have in short deck. Beats the full house.
Michael trying to pounce on his opponents. Little mini bet.
We've seen Mike do a lot of this because he's got the chips with which to do it. And all it does is just create a situation where to continue, you must put more chips into the pot. Otherwise, you fold. It's such a nominal investment relative to what's out there. And he can afford to just try to pick up what might be dead pots.
Yeah, getting good price, of course. I like that Watson just called here on the flop. He might have been tempted to juice up the pot.
So much hand, though, with ace-10 of diamonds, Randy.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, the tournament chip leader betting, let him hang himself, right? He's been blasting away throughout this tournament. I mean, let's see what Michael thinks. He's out. Can Watson find a bet? I mean, it is reasonable that Michael Zhang here has got King X, and he'll be able to get value out of those hands. There's some straight draws out there that Michael might want to check call. We know Michael's hand won't be able to put any more chips in. Well, let's see what Watson thinks. Is there more value to be had by betting? He thinks so.
Zhang's all done with it. Looking spiffy, by the way, is Mike with that shirt. He had a spiffy one on yesterday, too.
Did he? He's trying to outdo Linus.
Short sleeve. No one's going to outdo Linus, Randy. Don't be ridiculous.
Well, Linus is gone, so maybe he's the best now.
Well, join the ranks of those who have earned themselves ridiculous money on PokerStake by taking pieces And some of these deep runs that we've seen, Michael Zhang making all of his backers real proud. PokerStake.com, where you can get in on the action. By backers, I mean the stakers.
He
from
was selling action on
PokerStake.
Poker Stake.
Yeah.
Gosh, free money. Should have known.
You mean if you had known, you would have been throwing a saddle on Mike?
I might have. I might have got my feet wet on Poker Stake. Like, a man who's known for no limit hold'em shows up just for the short deck portion. It means he's done his homework. Well, action on Haxton. Looks like we're starting to get a little bit slow in terms of approaches at this final table. Really, what I think is going through everyone's mind is we've got such a huge lead on Mikita Badziakuski here. Let's not get crazy. Let's play some small pots, splash some chips around a little bit, but not try to get all in confrontation. Can Phil pick up on this and pounce of King Queen? That's the question. You can see he's really thinking about making a big play. It's a lot of antes though, right? Haxton with 100 antes. Would be a bit excessive.
Do you start to assign a range of hands to Phil just based on that posturing there in that moment, that this is going to be on the better part of the deck?
Sure, like it's not the Jack 6 offsuits,
Right,
the ones that you know for sure are checking.
The kind of hand that maybe hits this Ace Queen 9 board reasonably hard.
Of course.
He's got the better version of middle pair.
And that's a very good point. So maybe that's going to dissuade the first two players from taking some action. Haxton, absolutely nothing.
Predictable knuckle there.
What about Watson, though? Mid-pair is pondering that slow check pre-flop. Slow check from Isaac on the flop. Gonna check two. King Queen is best. There's an ace out there.
Well, Phil's just kind of wondering how much of the ace-x is in the range of not just limping, but also then checking this flop.
I think limping is still a large part of the other two players' range, but
ace-x is?
Yes, but not betting a flop, not so much.
Yeah, that's where you begin to maybe remove the likelihood that that's what you're up against. ICAS picked up a gutter on the turn here.
Yeah, those gutters are always pretty disguised.
It pays to be in the gutter in short deck a lot more than it does in long deck, doesn't it?
Back to Phil again. He's got to feel pretty good about King Queen now. Is it worth a bet? Debatable. Looks like they are comfortable checking it down. King Queen. Gonna lock it up as long as they don't fold. Well, Haxton really taking some time, but maybe more for balance. They're just balancing their timing toes right now, Ollie. They're taking a lot of time per street. But we're going to show down to King Queen and take it down. 180.
It's so funny because Mikita Batsikuski was not involved in that pot, and yet I feel like he was very much involved in that pot.
Yeah. It's pretty tense out there. You can feel it. Jason's probably thinking, like, what are you guys doing?
But the tension is understandable. You want to make sure that you don't make any missteps right now. Kind of a delicate part of the program with bads under 30 bigs there, 27 to be exact. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker, our title sponsor here on the Triton Super High Roller Series. Just 545K.
$150.
This is the fun part. Michael raising under the gun. What does Makita do if ace-jack? When there's a raise in front of you, you know the chip leader is going to have to call your jam. Price in, no matter what he's holding. Is ace-jack enough of a hand to go with? It's a tough question because we know Makita doesn't want to have to fade 5 cards. Would rather chip up without showdown. But he knows everyone around him is waiting for him. They're not going to make a move until Makita gets it in. Maybe Makita's also thinking about Michael, who limp pre-flop with 2 aces. Yeah, gonna go for it. Ace-jack. Almost all of it. Watson quickly mucks ace-queen, and Phil Chu's got ace-king suited. This is
Awkward.
No, it's so awkward. Do you know why? It's because Makita left 20K behind. So, what does he? He's going to jam it in. I was going to say there's lots of funny scenarios that can happen. What if Michael J goes all in? Makita folds ace-jack for 20K behind? You know, just you can see how it could be quite interesting. They're going to get it in, though.
Yeah, sweet relief to see Zhang folding, of course. And then even more so to see Makita with ace-jack.
I forgot he had chips.
And might this be the moment that the tension is broken?
Makes it easier for you.
Either way,
Yeah, I mean,
potentially.
You can't pretty much.
Gonna call and check it down with him.
Oh,
Either with a
Decent
bad's
20K.
bust or a bad's double and a deeper stack. King 10-7. Top pair
good strategy.
formed for Phil with the ace-king suited, but
Hit a
bad's
diamond.
backdoor diamonds. The Broadway gutty.
Last 10 of diamonds.
I think it's just gonna be a 9. Oh my god.
That's a sweaty one, Randy.
Queen, diamond. Yeah.
I can't tell you the river though, bro.
No jack.
Yeah, that's too much.
Kind of hard.
Jack is not good.
9, queen,
Oh,
or a
take that one,
diamond
huh?
would all work for bads here.
GG, bro.
Instead, it's the 6 of clubs. And the Belarusian will not level with
Too many
Jason
outs, yeah.
Kuhn, courtesy of a 5th
10
title.
outs you probably hit.
Yeah, you jinxed him, Jason.
Yeah.
The less chips he has.
I didn't. I already knew the outcome. I knew I didn't jinx him. I just wanted to let him know that it was gonna be.
6th place finish here for Makita. 4-time title winner. Adding to his 14.9 million in career Triton earnings and breaking the seal here in Vietnam with his 15th career cash. Leaving behind 5 players who will now play 25K ante poker. 187K guaranteed to the remaining field. 140K goes home with Makita.
Yeah,
They
I'm,
jump up to 242 for 4th.
I'm sure he's a bit disappointed, but nice to get that first cash here in Vietnam. And, you know, he did get squeezed into the money, was nursing the short stack throughout the start of play.
Alright, this has
Got to
already
the
gone
final
better than
table.
yesterday.
10 busted before him. Not the end of the world. Now we got a match, though. Shortest stack sitting on 53 antes, shared between Jason Kuhn and Mike Watson. Then a bit bump up for Isaac Haxton, 78 antes. Phil, comfortable, 3.1. Chip leader on chip leader here.
I'm 0%
Michael got
VPIP.
queen 10.
Yeah,
Strong.
And
typical.
Michael's on a level.
0.
Let's put pressure on these players.
It's true. Sounds like you played the bubble great.
Yeah.
I think the king jack here, whatever he decides, is going to be very telling on how he's going to approach this final table with the big chip leader behind him. Him folding here is basically saying that I understand you can put my stack at risk throughout this tournament. I'm going to stay out of your way without the goods.
Second in chips, I mean, it would be what we call ICM suicide to get yourself
100%.
into a collision against Mike Zhang. He wants to pick on everybody else out there, ranging currently from the 77 antes of Ike Haxton down to 52 for Watson and 52 for Kuhn, who are both level, by the way, in that pay jump that we touched on from 5th at 187K up to 4th 242K. Not at all meaningless. It is more than the 50K buy-in, 55 to be exact.
See how Watson approaches this one. Jack 9 suited, very limpable. Looking for some cheap flops. Ace Jack. Yeah, it looks like comfortable just trying to get some cheap flops in there. I think Jason Kuhn likely to do quite similar. Oh, let me see. Maybe he's thinking about pushing up sometimes.
1,270,000.
He sure is.
How many chips did he put in there?
1.27 million, leaving himself 25K back. Preserves, not a jam.
Yeah, I've seen this kind of play with these suited aces. You know, they unblock the hands that will limp fold, and ace X is obviously is important.
Interestingly, the ace-9 suited in particular, I've seen a good deal of this from, and it reminds me of what the solvers feel about the ace-5 suited
Yeah.
in long deck, Randy, because of course the 5 interacting with the 9 can form a straight using 2 cards, has a good bit of range.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're definitely onto something, Ollie. And, you know, you need to find opportunities to maintain your stack and chip up. No, it's not like Jason's going to take that with 100% frequency there. And the thing is, like, Phil and Watson can't really call that jam without, like, the nuttiest premiums possible. They don't want to put themselves at risk. It's very technical, and we're going to see more of these types of hands coming up. Michael keeping an eye on the stack sizes of opponents, which dictates how he wants to maneuver. Pounce. Like here. Let's see how Watson reacts if ace-queen suited. Snap.
Yeah, he knows that something's got to give, and also that Zhang is going to be leaning with a reasonably broad variety of holdings that the ace-queen suited he expects performs well against, but it's short deck, and the 10-jack suited is 46%, just 7% back of Watson. Now a different proposition altogether as Mike Bink's top pair.
I'll take a king.
King.
Watson asks for a king and gets one, and
I'm gonna
now
take raise too. Well, I'm gonna stop now.
10 queen or an ace would all
Gotta
work
keep the
for him.
river a secret.
What is it? Ace queen 10, right?
9 spades.
And the queen comes in.
1.2,
2.56 million will ultimately work its way in front of Mike Watson, and that is a decent chunk. It's going to be gobbled out of Mike Zhang's tokens.
Yeah, that's a very key pot for Michael Watson. He's very comfy now, sitting way far ahead of Jason Kuhn. And above Isaac Haxton as well. And, you know, he called for the king. Got it. Let the
Yeah.
river do its thing. Queen ball.
Short deck.
You can see, like, he actually snap called that ace queen, like, no question. He
Yeah,
knew
yeah.
where he was at
Yeah.
relative to the Michael Jang jam.
Shortest stack out of 5 remaining. Just 9 antes back of Jason Kuhn, but recognizing that you want to pick a spot. You know Zhang is going to be putting pressure.
Yeah, he didn't want to see Jack 10. He was hoping to see a
Right.
weaker inferior ace or a queen domination.
Phil Shu, by the way, likes to see that as well, as the man second in chips kind of loosens the handcuffs off of him if he can draw to near level with Mike Zhang.
Yeah, good point. It's kind of like a win-win situation for Phil. It's like, oh, I get a pay jump, or, you know, maybe I can overtake the lead, and then Michael Jang
Yeah.
is going to have to be quiet.
Yeah. So now Kuhn, the short stack, sub 60 antes, as Mike limps in. King 6 suited for Ike.
And you can't just define Michael's hand because he's limping, right? We saw him limp 2 aces earlier. Watson sitting on ace king, 100 antes. Look, it wouldn't surprise me if he just pushes all the chips in there. It may seem excessive, but really, you're not looking to clash. You want to chip up. See what sizing he goes for. Does he go for smaller? Just going to jam it.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, you know, Michael would have called a limp call to raise, but wouldn't be calling the jam there. Denied that equity. Very important in this game.
Especially that jam is so much meatier now that many of those Zhang bucks were passed along to Watson. Very nice development for the Canadian. Note the field to start. Out of the 7 players, we had 4 from the western side of the player pool, 3 from the eastern. Actually, take that back.
Which
it was
3?
5 and 2.
I was like, which 3? Which country are you putting in the Eastern
You know
besides
what's
China
crazy?
and Hong Kong?
You know what's crazy? I'll tell you exactly what happened there.
Tell me.
I looked at Mike Zhang, and then I put him into the eastern side of the player pool, even though he plays under the Union Jack.
Excuse me.
Understandable. I know, you're disappointed.
I'm disappointed in you. I'm disappointed. Clearly from the UK. Have you heard his accent?
Yeah.
It's very noticeable.
Well, we run into the same dilemma with you, Randy. We never know where to stick you. You got a U.S. passport, you live in Australia, and yet you don't look like domestic product. Here we are now with Watson limping the 10-8 suited, luxuries that are now afforded him, courtesy of the 3rd place stack. See the snowball effect of the limp, often in short deck.
Love watching how Jason navigates these tournaments. The master. Multiple short deck titles. Man, I want to look at that profile real quick. So he got the title right in the 50K no limit in Vietnam.
Phil Shu got the trips in this 3-way affair. Go on, though, Randy.
He won the 150K Madrid short deck, 1 bullet.
Okay.
For lot. And he also first place in a no limit hold'em in Jeju. First place in the short deck main event in Jeju. And also first place in the short deck main event once again, Montenegro. So he's good. Confirmed.
Confirmed, yeah. Like there was ever any doubt, right?
Yeah, I had to make sure the Giant Poker Plus app was, you know, keep him in check.
You skeptic.
Let's see this one. Watson inside straight draw.
Interesting, the flat on the button from Jay Kuhn with Queen Jack.
Yeah. Very notable. I think it's along the lines of 9x shouldn't be in the other player's range so much. And that he was like, well, Phil's probably just taking a stab at it. It'll check to me. I'll fire away, win this pot. I'll tell you, though, that check by Phil is is sneaky.
Yeah.
With tripped nines.
Note though that the gutter.
Good
Somebody
discipline there.
did have the. Well, I guess it wouldn't be a gutter. 7-8 would have been just an open ender, as it were. But hearts fill in, and now 4 to a straight on board as the sneaky check on the turn now might be an uncomfortable check on the river. Watson.
Look, Watson doesn't think the 8 is good, but he knows he can't represent a 7 from a hijack limp, so he's just out of there. Jason, I think he had a plan to kind of try to take this away against one opponent. Didn't really expect 2 opponents to come along on the flop. So there is a chance he'll just shut down.
Scare me, Mike.
Yeah. Scared me, Mike. You hear that?
9.
Well, Phil, the man with the real hand there.
It's actually good that Mike came along. Jason
No, I
Kuhn
just
would have
want the
lost more
screen here.
chips.
Yeah.
You can look at the payouts. on
Okay.
your phone.
Okay, sure. Sure, I just want to look at the
You
clock
can't
as
just see
well.
the clock right there, Michael?
Yeah, I can see it now. I think, yeah, I feel like, did I just get moved there? I think, okay, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Thank you. You won that pot? You have King 9, yes? You won.
Looks like Haxton paid a visit to the Aura Ring store. You know about these things?
No, is this? But
Monitor
I
your
guess you're-
biometrics.
Is this ring on his finger?
Yeah.
The black one?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know about this.
I left mine at home.
Oh, you have one.
Yeah.
Are you
It just
recommending
doesn't
it?
tell me anything good.
Okay,
It's like,
so
oh, you didn't move enough. Oh, you didn't sleep good. Yeah, okay.
that doesn't sound like a good investment to me.
This one's a bit dirty.
Well,
Yeah,
if
there's a
you're
couple
willing
of
to
them that
take
I've
the
noticed
information
some
and
kinda
act
greasy
upon
spots
it,
on.
Yeah, one of mine was a little smudged as well.
strikes
Just
me
get
as
a
a
new
great
deck.
one.
New deck.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
definitely.
you.
Just
Got it.
that point.
We'll
get a
new deck.
For a stubborn, brittle old dog like myself, good
You're
luck,
not, You're
Aura
not
Ring,
too old, okay, Ollie?
getting me to break my habits.
You'll be old in one
I'm
more year.
old.
In 1 more year, you'll be old.
And immature. There's a
Immature,
difference.
guaranteed.
Okay. 9-7. Jason Kuhn limps against Zhang.
Yeah, this is actually interesting because Jason is limping into the chip leader. It's always scary, like, oh man, is he going to raise? But he can't raise with 100% frequency, so I've got to be able to limp and get this through.
How about the joint on a 10-8-6 board where Zhang has got top 2? This is a beautiful development for Jason.
Yeah, very great spot.
No.
He goes for a check. This is just bad for Michael Zhang here. He's also not expecting 9-7 offsuit from Jason Kuhn.
All right. Where's 30-60?
Michael gonna go for some value. It's a meaty bet, 120K.
Into 175.
Jason's aware that Michael playing any 2 cards, right? It's a dealer button check. This is the board that it smashes the dealer button. Also the board the dealer button likes to try to represent.
Right.
1-2-5-5.
Is it the genuine article on this occasion, or
All
is
the
it
chips
something
going in.
out of line?
All in.
Can't get away.
Yeah, a jam. And a beautiful situation developing for Jason Kuhn here as he plays for a 2.76 million chip pot.
Nicely done from Jason. He went for the all-in, check raise all-in rather than check raise small. Try to make his hand look like a draw.
Turn card does pick up hearts for Zhang. Now a sweat for Jason Kuhn, whose final table hangs in the balance and running hearts, giving Mike Zhang the flush. And
Brutal.
that is a demoralizing development for Jason Kuhn, who gets showered. Was the short stack going into that hand? Pressure was on him, but again, the Michael Zhang show as he reaches over and helps himself to the remains of Jason Kuhn's stack. Well, There won't be a 6th title for Jason Kuhn, but there will be another 187K being added to his career Triton total. A whopping 16.8 million coming into this one. He knocks on the door of 17 million total. His 27th cash, 3rd here in Vietnam, but we're down to just 4 players, Randy. And at 71 antes, the short stack duties, if we can call them that, are being inherited by Ike Haxton.
Yeah.
Running hearts. You know how hard it is to make a flush in short deck?
It is very hard. I mean, GG to Jason Kuhn. Like, it's so fun to watch how he navigates that spot. He got all his money in good, flopping the straight. What's he going to do? As good as it gets.
Oh, we're deep. Oh,
Just
I mean, yeah.
move on to the next tournament. Short deck main event incoming for him. I mean, as it's going now, it's going pretty quick. They were pretty deep, average stack. Somehow, we're down to 4.
And somehow we've got not one but 2 ace-kings. Not to mention the Jack-10 suited of Mike Watson. We know that this hand likes to get chips in. He's lit the fuse here with a limp. Mike makes it 2 1/4.
Yeah, trying to pounce on his opponent. Hacks in with a pretty easy jam here of ace-king. Gonna run it once again, I imagine. All suits will be live if they do get the ace-kings in there for 4 flush.
I don't know if they have a state-sponsored lottery in Vietnam, but if they do, I would highly advise Mike Zhang to maybe purchase a few tickets. And if he isn't interested, I would appreciate if he would send me his picks. I'd be happy to purchase. Win 5 or 10 trillion dong.
Trillion. How much is a trillion?
I don't know, man. Not that much. Ike Haxton, 1.78 million jam. Snap call.
No, give me my cards back.
And you
I'll take
hear
rainbow.
Watson. When 2 ace-kings are out there
Versus
blocking
black.
one another.
Jack-10's the favorite.
Oh, yeah.
No sweat.
Black, black, black.
96% of the time. Wow, it would have been trip 10s for
Nice.
Watson. Was going to say 96% of the time.
Okay, it was so hard to make
These
a
guys
flush.
are going to chop in.
Quads.
Lots it would have been
Make a 4 card.
for Watson is.
Oh, I make extra. I
As
throw you
of the
10K.
flop. It was 100% chop. Carve up the
Doesn't seem fair
3-6.
that I folded quads at all.
No, that doesn't seem fair.
Just go all in, he calls, and then maybe I just say, let's go.
Then what do you say? The next?
30 minutes.
Okay.
I don't know about you, but that sort of short deck culture of calling all in, where you take a stack and just slam it out there.
Oh, yes.
I'm into that.
Yeah, they
It
do that a
reminds
lot.
me-
We get a new deck.
Back before they have
Yeah, I didn't.
electronic
No worries.
Uh,
We're too
RNG
busy stacking
at
chips.
A little bit thing
the Pai Gow tables
Yes.
in Vegas, there used to be a dice cup.
Heard that a lot from
And
Maybe
the little
it's
metal lid on it, you know, it was like a
Oh, yeah.
boggle or something like and they would,
Boggle.
when you banked, they would pass the dice cup over to you.
Mm-hmm.
And it was my favorite part of banking. Never mind that you kind of mitigate the edge with, you know, copy. But you get to pick up the dice cup. And
I heard
I
you're
mean, I
into,
saw
like,
some
dice
exotic
shaking.
dice shaking going on
Yeah, I
in
just
Pai
wanted
Gow,
to
man.
see,
There was so much
Taki and Qigong.
superstition.
And
Oh, Qigong.
Fantastic.
Qigong, Neigong, all of that stuff.
Oh, okay.
I just-
I miss those
How
days.
does that work?
It's very.
I mean, not financially.
It's hard to say,
Financially,
but I
they
don't
miss
really
you.
know.
Yeah, they really do.
You open the body, you open the channels, right? So
Yeah.
Western medicine calls it blood. We
Yeah.
call it qi. And you make sure that the blood circulates, and you use your intention in mind to move the energy around your body. But you first have to have an open body. It's like if you don't have an open foot, you can't kick a football, can you? You have to open the channels so energy can go there.
Wow, that's interesting.
And yeah, it just feels good. It makes sense because it realigns your skeleton around, we call it zhongdian, yeah, around zhongdian. So you do all the stretches around, and I feel great from it. So as long as I feel good from something, I'll continue.
Long as you feel good from something, you continue. That was the one part of that
You understood.
philosophical exchange that Zhang offered us that I can get behind. Can't say that my chi is particularly open.
His name is Michael Chi Zhang.
Ace King 9.
I'm serious. It really is.
Ace Queen. I know. I'm just laughing because I'm thinking about maybe all of the mistakes that I've been making to this point. Maybe I need to get behind the Michael Zhang school of life. It's working for him so far here in this 50K short deck, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's in a good place. Playing great. Playing aggressive.
A lot of
Cards falling his way.
Meditation?
Yeah, it's similar. It's like you're letting go of the difficulties and the thoughts that arise, but it's not the same as meditation, but it can feel similar. Where it's like, I don't know, you're pushing your limits.
Okay.
Like, let's say you run 5 kilometers every day. It's like whatever you can run, you run a little bit more. It's just like pushing the limits of your brain. Well, that's what I know so far. I only started like 2 months ago, so I don't really know. Yeah.
I see. Interesting.
Well, Mike, if you wouldn't mind passing the Cliff's
take a look
notes.
into that. Seems.
Yeah, fine. I can recommend
My
you a
way.
good teacher or online course as well, because
Oh, cool.
it's very 99% of it is all fake. So better get a good teacher.
Oh, all fake.
Yeah, we all want to know what it's like when you have like a shit teacher at school, what it does to your education.
Yeah, for sure.
So he's saying, if I'm willing to put 95% of my bankroll into a tournament, I should be putting the other 5% in, just a little bit more. Withdrawing, taking loans out, maybe 105%. You gotta push it a little bit more. Is what he's saying, to the limits.
I appreciate your interpretation, Randy, but I do feel compelled to step in and advise that I'm not certain that's what Mike meant. Try it out. Just don't come to me for a loan when it doesn't work out, is all I'm saying. Pair of jacks against the gutter.
See, middling hands here. Straight draws. Check through. You often see this when there's these little gut shots, people trying to hit them. Let's see if Michael Watson wants to value bet this in hijack. Knows he needs to protect against 9x and 10x. So he's got the bottom pair. The little straight draw is important. Still can beat some hands. He just cut out extra chips though. Okay, he's gonna make a call.
Another 150 into the middle.
Hit it.
Doubling the size of the pot and delivering the straight to Mike Zhang, who continues to run white hot here in the late stages and even the middle and early stages of this 50K short deck.
For Watson here, like, it's one of those spots where just please check it behind.
Yeah. Tend to agree with you.
You know, Michael's got such an aggressive image that, you know, he can probably get away with value betting this straight and still get looked up by worse. You know, of course, he could be up against like king, queen, ace, queen. Gonna go for some value, half the pot. Sure, full houses are in play. Very, very tough for King Jack to make a call here. He is against a dealer button, so That is more hands that he can pick off, but
3 to
sometimes you got to
1.
give yourself
Do you have
your opponent
black
credit.
poker in
Second
any way?
pair, king kicker.
Relatable or no?
Yeah, it's relatable to anything that you do. It's like,
So like opening your
good.
mind?
yeah, just relax. It clears your mind. So let's say you just think of random shit, right? You're playing poker and you're like, I'd like mango, right? You just get random thoughts.
Keep
Oh, I'm
clearing
all over
it.
this.
Yeah,
I
keep-
think of
keep
random
clearing
stuff
it.
all the time.
More chill. What do you say, Ike?
I said I do like mango.
Exactly. But you know when you're just playing poker and you're thinking about a spot, it's like, I like mango, and it just comes. And we don't notice them.
I didn't realize that I was so spiritually enlightened, both by virtue of my affinity for mango and my
Saying
affinity
Ike?
for thinking about random things while in the booth.
Just under, I believe.
Was there any more to it, or?
You know, we might need to take up these lessons because I think our commentary will improve tenfold after.
Sorry, Randy, I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking about how much I like guava. And I mean that.
Do you really? You don't strike me as a guava kind of guy. Don't like dragon fruit. You think it's bland.
I know it's bland, and so does everyone else who's ever eaten it. Let's not do this again, Randy.
Chat's like, oh no, please.
Queen 9 as Zhang picks up the gut shot. Haxton with a pair of 10s.
Seems like Michael's been involved in all the pots lately.
Yeah, high V-pip at present.
You know, he's willing to just get in there and chip up slowly. $100K. It's a sizable bet. It's not comfortable here with mid pair. You know, 7 kicker. Just trying to think. There's a lot of bad cards, of course, right? Queen, Jack, King. Can Isaac maneuver here with mid pair? And it's not a small bet on the flop. 2/3 pot. Now let's see how Isaac wants to respond here. I wouldn't fault him if he just outright folded the flop.
But does he expect Mike to be limping ace-X?
Yeah, I would say is a decent part of... I think Michael's got a very wide range for limping, actually.
5.
And a balanced one at that?
Hold on, look at this.
Yeah, perhaps Ike disagrees with our assessments.
265.
5 more.
Interesting play from Isaac Haxton. I guess he must think that he's just getting stabbed at and they're just going to outright fold a lot. Maybe you're right, Ollie. Maybe it's that he thinks that the cutoff has a lot of incentive to just rip it in, right? It is the last 2 positions pre-flop, so excuse me, because yeah, ace-X would definitely be raising high frequency. It's getting awkward now that Michael Zhang has called the flop. Good card though, 8.
It's one of those spots where I think Ike would have much preferred for Zhang to have just put his hand into the muck,
Of course.
but
Yeah.
now here he is. I think the 8s belong to Haxton more so. You touched on the fact that Zhang with that big stack is going to be the wider range. You think there's some 8x in his...
I think the 8x is quite low in both people's ranges to have bet and also have raising the flop. Having said that, though, Isaac Haxton did raise mid-pair, so clearly that's not exactly true. But perceived-wise, I would say 8x is not a large part of either player's range, and they both know that, hence the passive action on the turn. Michael just got queen high. He's wondering right now, okay, what did Isaac Haxton raise the flop with and check the turn? Did he really raise me with just ace-X given our stack size situation? He probably actually doesn't expect Isaac to raise a 10 a lot. He might be thinking, Isaac raised the, I don't know, like a king X, is that possible? Hard to say. It's just really fun to watch how these two experts navigate this because there's a lot going on in his hand.
The king does fill in that queen jack double gutter stuff,
Yeah.
which is relevant. Of course, Mike blocks it with the queen of clubs. Nevertheless, unimproved, he is going to check again.
Yeah, Michael's just given up. Also, he actually does beat some hands that would raise the flop and check turn, which is the weaker straight draws. 9-7, Jack 9.
high.
And
So a lot of information learned here from both players.
When you say queen high and your man says 10, you start to understand you're dealing with somebody who isn't going to be run over.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, especially making a stance there of 10-7 with a sizable stack too. Definitely sets a statement.
I threw one. Yeah.
But that's going to move Isaac Haxton closer to Mike Watson's stack. They're separated by just under 200,000 in chips. Really got a nice match going on. And with them playing almost 100 antes a person minimum, we're going to see a lot of post-flop, and I think that's going to create a lot of interesting hands, just like the one we just saw. See Michael willing to take it post-flop with the dealer button once again.
King Jack 9, yielding Watson's button a gutter and backdoor hearts. That 10 would be a problem if it rolled off for Zhang. Unaware, however, stabs 50K.
Yeah, once again, he thinks that the dealer button is just so wide. Have a lot of folds in their range. As of right now, Michael's playing these pots with the range advantage. Him limping first, dealer button checking. Dealer button would never check the premiums. Gets looked up on the flop. We got high card on high card action.
$250K in the middle. Mike gonna slow down.
Yeah, very hard to bet on the 9. 9x actually is not expected to bet the flop. Might be a decent spot for Watson to start betting. But it's tricky because you also know that King X is not going to fold to 1 bet on the turn, so you might have to put in extra chips on the river. Start with a sizable bet here. Uncapping his range by betting. Simple.
9X not expected to call the flop, perhaps, as well, but just for 50K and with position, the opportunity to maybe represent some stuff on the river.
Yeah,
It's
9x,
in there, huh?
9x is definitely in Watson's range, right? Because he can have 10-9, Queen-9, decent straight draw, pair hands. But not for Michael Zhang to bet the flop. I would say it's very low frequency.
So a nice pickup there for Watson as the stacks dilute. 30 and 60K. Ante double ante now. Fairly tight, the gap between Watson and Haxton. As you see the payouts and the chip counts, brought to you by Poker Stake, official staking partner of the Triton Tour. Pretty one.
Well, he's been
Perhaps.
limping lately,
240?
but time to bump it up.
Now 9s for Haxton.
It's a tricky hand to play, actually.
These lower pairs just don't perform very well. You could be up against the bigger pair, first issue, and then when you're up against presumably the 2 overs, you're really just hoping for a set and then hoping to hold on.
Yeah. The pocket pairs can't really maneuver post-flop without a set. It's always overcards. You just lose so often. Watson's gonna call one here in position. Note 2 9s are gone. Phil gets a close action of ace 10 suited. Nice spot for him. Does note the just call from Watson. That's the type of stack that's not really looking to slow play big hand. Ace 10 out.
Wow.
Discipline.
2.4 to
Very
start, Mike.
disciplined.
Total.
I think 2.5, but yeah.
Perhaps not as much discipline on display from Watson, though, who is willing to tussle with Mike Zhang, and now he's got a gut shot against ace high. Queen of Hearts interacting nicely with Zhang.
Yeah, the Queen X flops actually, I would imagine, favors the flat calling range a bit more. Hands that are good enough to take a flop but not good enough to get it all in. Say like Queen Jack suited, King Queen, these types of holdings. So let's see how
213.
Michael reacts here. He's going to start with bet. Ace King, important in the sense that it does block some Queen X's like the Ace Queen and King Queen that would flat. Inside straight draw, no backdoor diamond.
$230K. Mike suspects that the gutter is always good here, I would imagine.
Yeah, most certainly. Especially because, you know, full houses on the flop would probably just check like
Oh,
hits it.
on the topic of gutters, welcome 10 of diamonds to Mike Watson's world as he makes the queen high straight. Now, Zhang does have the gutter to Broadway in turn, so not drawing dead, but drawing lean with over $1 million in the middle, a reality that is courtesy of his choice to raise pre and then barrel post. Fork in the road here
330.
on the turn, and he is still betting.
Yeah, he's got a game plan for multiple barrels in this flop with that flop bet. Good spot for Michael. Ace King blocking hands that can continue like Ace Queen and King Queen most likely comes to his mind. For now, Watson with the inside straight. Hitting the straight. It's a small bet that he's faced against, but is a paired board. I don't think he's looking to get all the chips in, but he would happily put in more. I feel like call is the play, but you know, maybe he comes in with a raise sometimes. Knowing that his hand's vulnerable. There's a lot of funny cards that can drop off, right? Broadway could hit a straight, bigger straight, board pairing, queen, 10. That's not what he wants to see with
Yeah,
two eights out there.
The reality in short deck, in particular when we hold straights, is that so many cards create discomfort for us on future streets. So how does one react to this bet sizing from Mike Zhang? Do we flat and then perhaps provide the opportunity for the uncomfortable card to roll off and then Mike to barrel once more and leave us guessing? Or do we try to ask the question here and now with the raise off of 2.1 million?
Yeah, he's got us a lot of stack to play for. It's actually quite awkward.
900,000.
Looks like he's just going to try and charge those hands right now.
Yeah, it comes with 900K.
I mean, he's willing to commit at this point. For
Does
Mark-
strike me as the statement being made off of 2.1.
Yeah, for sure. Ace King, though, I mean, what does he beat? Some kind of King Jack that floated to flop. Probably unlikely to even have called. You gotta be pretty ambitious trying to find some hands you beat here. Let's see. He is going to use some time. Might be asking.
Let's take
Okay.
flex.
Now,
We'll find.
the reason behind coming with 900, even though you're willing to get the rest of it all in the face of a shove, presumably, is because by making it 900, you can keep some worse hands in that wouldn't be able to call if you jammed all in.
That's a good point. With Jack 9 but straight, we're a heavy favorite even against, like, you know, pocket ace, kings and aces, right? We want those hands to put in more chips with very low equity. we want to charge and get more, put ourselves in a better position for the rest of the tournament. Jamming all in really only gets called by better. Don't think he thinks that Michael would continue with top pair, top kicker, or like an overpair to the board for all 2.2 million on the turn.
And the 900 is enough as Mike puts the ace-king into the muck. Zhang, that is. Watson putting Zhang bucks into his stack yet again, as he has been the one guy that seems to have gotten the best of Mike Zhang here at this final table. And with that, Randy, we've got the
Yeah, we'll
tightest
wait for
gap between Mike Zhang's chip
Yeah,
lead
we wait.
and second place, which currently belongs to Mike Watson.
Where'd he go? Toilet?
Yeah.
Oh,
He's here.
Just 40 annies separate
he can
them.
go. We won't do it tomorrow.
155 for Zhang, 115 for Watson, 98 annies for Phil Shu, and then
Thank you.
Paxton,
Thank
fourth
you,
of
thank you.
four with
That's so nice.
78. 242K. Already locked up for fourth place. The pay jump is a 78K chip up
Okay, open
to
look for a
third.
second.
Icy one.
Ladder up,
Did you go
rather.
raise full?
Yeah, ladder.
He raised and I fold, yeah.
Action on Phil, ace 10. He folded this last time closing action, but it was a raise pot, so very different situation.
300?
You can see the different navigations of ace 10, right? It's when he can be the aggressor, willing to put the chips in.
On the button, he folded to a raise and a call
Thanks for
with ace 10
waiting for me.
suited. But here, different proposition. Well, Phil Chu is already improved upon his 7th place finish at the 25K short deck, where he picked up 72,500. Did not cash despite playing 3 long deck events, including the 100K main. And here, with the chance at a title at his first ever Triton Festival. Standing between him and that title, of course, the likes of this man, Mike Zhang, been chip leader for the bulk of this event, maybe even the whole run.
See Haxon of ace 6 offsuit. Happy to take some flops.
King, Queen, 7, all clubs. Zhang has the lone flush draw.
In these limp pots so far, Zhang has been just putting some stabs against the wide range of the button. This time he won't. Haxon just has absolute air.
Mulling it over in position. Turn brings us 6. Pairs Haxon. He was already in front with ace high. Zhang picking up the open ender.
A lot of outs. Gonna check again. Haxton with the pair. I mean, the pair of sixes doesn't really mean anything. The lowest pair possible.
180.
Oh, man. It means enough for Ike Haxton with a second check in front of him to barrel 180, though I'm not sure whether or not
This is more like a
without the six he
semi-bluff.
bets, yeah.
Yeah, this is not a value bet. I mean, maybe it's a little bit value bet if he thinks like he's up against some straight draws. Picking up that open-ended makes this 8-9 a lot more playable. Makes the call here. Blanks out the queen is a very interesting card. This is the type of card that improves Michael Jang more than Isaac Haxton. Not going to expect Isaac Haxton to come with a meaty bet on the turn with just a pair of queens. So there is some universes out there where Michael might lead on this queen.
None of the draws get there.
Yeah, but I can see like a queen X check calling turn to play pot control, hitting it, starting to... I mean, you can see he's thinking about it. He might be wondering, well, Haxton had a king. How would he play it? Would he pick off a bet? Do I need to go sizable to get those hands to fold?
It's got no showdown value.
Yeah, playing the nut low, literally. Gives up,
Yeah.
thinks he's going to get looked up.
Check.
Not low.
I can give you that much.
Haxton getting the best of Michael Zhang in these
Man,
You know,
cut off
it's
V
sick
buttons.
finding those thin value bets and raises.
yeah.
I'm just putting a lot of money in with really bad hands and then
Watson.
turning down winners.
Not lost on him, the
Yeah.
tens and then the ace
Ike,
six
I'm
here.
watching you. Don't do that shit to me. Uh-oh.
Feels like Ike's had his number, but Watson has kind of taken some bites out of him as well. The one guy that I don't think has
30% on the turn.
Yeah.
helped himself
Not good.
to Zhang Bucks is Phil Chu.
Somehow your best hand doesn't have that much equity. When your best
Pocket jacks
hand
now.
isn't really the best hand.
Yes. Mike limps again, and there's a couple of queens waiting for him on the button for Mike Watson.
This hand could get pretty interesting. We are playing 110 antes. I'm sure Watson's going to be raising the two queens. I wonder how Michael Jang is going to respond to it. Depends on how wide he thinks Watson would pounce with two limps in front of him.
330.
I've seen people kind of go nuts with two jacks, but I think calling is the standard here.
Start the hand with like 3.3? 3.3 or so.
Yeah.
The hand's very playable. Decent pocket pair, post flop. We'll see. Would be a big misstep if he does push in two jacks. So call is the way to go.
See what develops here. Watson's queens under rep, turning into set over set on the ace-queen jack board. This is trouble for Zhang. Note, just checks it.
Yeah, this is a huge pot, potentially incoming, depending on how the flop goes. Turn cards.
Watson follows up with 200K.
Yeah, small bet. Trying to entice Michael to come along.
Downsizing from the
735.
330K pre, and here comes Mike. Big one brewing.
Look, Watson only loses to King 10.
No aces.
No aces. Aces would have came back over the top pre-flop. Watson hasn't been shy in putting in chips post-flop. Your opponent is willing to commit a lot of chips now. If he's up against 2 jacks, now's the time to get it in before scare cards drop off. Way ahead of ace jack and ace queen. Let's see how Watson wants to maneuver here. Looks like he's reaching for calling chips here. This is going to provide opportunities for Michael to get away from the, well, not get away, but maybe slow things down.
Well, let's see. This turn is going to be of real consequence. And it's an ace. Both players making a full house. However, aces full is a hand that could be on each one of these guys' minds as played.
Yeah, this is actually a
Action
pretty
killer?
bad. It's a bad card for Michael because of the ace queens that he did beat on the flop. I'm pretty sure that Michael doesn't think Watson has King 10 a lot in his range to even open to 330 pre-flop. But then again, Michael Zhang beats Ace King still, which may play in this manner. Might need some protection against 2 hearts. Flushes beat full houses. It's an interesting spot here. All in, this is bad news for Michael.
Call.
Does call nevertheless, and Zhang is going to be shown queens full. 1 out.
Good.
Grimace on his face, understandable. Are you surprised to see him jam there?
It's hard to say. I mean, he wants to just charge the maximum against like ace king type hands, flush draws, so I can see where he's coming from. He might have also thought that 2 queens might just push it on the flop. Feels pretty comfortable. 2 jacks. He's not feeling too good about this one, of course. It's a lot of chips that went over to Watson. Well played from Watson, though.
Well, Mike has gotten the better,
2,285,000.
Watson that is, of Zhang on a 3rd occasion in a meaningful manner. And as a result, he now sits atop the leaderboard.
I think it's safe to say that the dynamics is going to shift here with that pot.
Unfamiliar territory for Mike Zhang as he sits at the bottom of the leaderboard. Randy and I sit on the finest in seating, courtesy of the good people over at Secret Lab, who bring you the Titan Evo, as well as the Titan, or no, the Triton X Secret Lab chair. That's the one we're in. Grab yourself some high-stakes game-winning comfort by paying a visit to the good people over at Secret Lab. It's Ace King pays a visit to Ike Haxton.
Haxton jam incoming. Doesn't want any funny business behind him.
Okay, we have 100,000 starting stack, 3 bullets. Starting with the first level, 2,500 bullets, 1,000.
So Michael has 31 antes now, or 30 antes, after paying this last hand. It's very clear that he's the one that's going to need to make a move soon. Should handcuff Haxton and Phil tremendously. They're just going to jam good hands and stay out of the way.
Who could have possibly imagined this development, Randy? It took set over set to get us there, and it felt like maybe the ace
3, I guess.
I think
could have provided a different outcome
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
than
Around 3.
He
Watson doubling through.
He must have felt that, you know, Ace King was still a large part of Watson's range. Wanted to kind of just take down what's in the middle, charge those hands. For now, we'll have to move on and just try to spin this 30 antes up, not out. Jack 10 suited. Just keep the pot small is the game plan for Phil right now.
Both Phil and Ike thrilled with the development of Mike Zhang's stack demise as it puts him in that hazardous 30 ante territory where perhaps he would be the next person out the door. TBD though on the Queen H6 board where two players have themselves gut shots. Top two though for Zhang.
You know, Watson's got the chip advantage, so he actually doesn't mind splashing around a bit more, trying to take down what's in the middle. So that's why he's betting this double gutter. Phil, inside straight draw to the nut straight. Getting a pretty good price on his hand with position. As good as it gets for someone who's down to 30 antes.
Yeah.
Top two, a bet and a call in front of you. No flush draws out there.
I think we know where this one might be headed.
Yeah, would love to see him put in more chips now, especially with two opponents. He knows he still needs to protect from those hands. Can get looked up by worse.
All in.
Yeah, this is the right play.
Yep.
Count please. 860.
Watson wants a count though.
7, 8, 6, 60.
He's got the double gutter.
Double gutter to clean straights. No flushes would get there too on hitting those cards.
Yep.
A little bit of a problem that Phil's behind him in case Phil's walking up the hand. He would be putting more chips than he would like. A little bit tricky.
All in.
Just gonna go for it.
Yeah.
Push out Phil.
Dispensing the Jack 10 behind him and taking his chances against Mike Zhang, who is looking to claw back part of his fallen army in that set over set collision. Gotta fade. 8 outs twice. Does have kill cards. That's not one of them. The only killing is to the remainder of Mike Zhang's stack as it stands now. The straight for Watson, the river though, a queen. And Zhang fills up to stay alive.
860.
That is a dangerous man to leave in the tournament. 2.1 million for Michael.
It's a short deck run out.
That was a short deck run out.
Definitely not celebrating on the turn yet. Not even close.
Definitely not unconfident on the turn either. Okay, back to rebuild. Let's go.
I feel like you play enough short deck
They're
and
numb
you
to it
really
all.
haunt your soul. It's like everybody that's been in the short deck streets has seen a ghost or two. A little bit of a frustrating one there for Watson, who binked the nuts and then was unable to hold. Zhang now 69 antes deep.
Yeah, not too bad, actually. He's not that far behind Isaac Haxton. 69 has got a lot of room to kind of maneuver. Game's back on.
That it is.
10-7 offsuit. Not much of a hand.
Hello. Can I get
But
waitress,
look at
please?
this. Pouncing. Chip leader. Doing chip leader things.
Yeah, going to work on Ike Haxton's cutoff limp.
Yeah, he knows that Isaac Haxton shouldn't be splashing around, especially post-flop and dwindling. 9-6 suited. Short suited, but really the sixes are such bad hands in short deck.
And of course, we talked about ICM, not something that short deck is immune to.
Oh, of course not. ICM is a very big part of the short deck tournament final tables. It mainly dictates a lot of the choices these players are making with pre-flop action.
Yeah, Ike, mindful of that shorter stack of Mike Zhang out there. 15 antes separating them. Here he is with 2 sevens now.
I put 25 there, right?
Yeah, let's see if Isaac tries to get another free flop here of 2 sevens. I'll tell you, like, small pocket pairs like this are always never raising. Like, raising is just the wrong play with it. And I'm not even surprised he just lays them down. Just preserve that one ante. It's also hard to kind of, even if you hit a set, it's not like you guarantee get a full double up. A lot of times
not
it's
at all.
just a little bit of chips. Oh, Watson. A little trappy here, ace jack suited. Cutoff versus button.
Yeah, Phil eyeballing him there, trying to figure out what he's up to, as he might not be anticipating Watson to give him free flops. On this occasion, the 2 8s don't improve as they look up at 2 overs, one of which has hit Mike Watson for the best hand.
Yeah, middling pair looks like he's gonna bet it out. This hand's over. Phil would need to be very ambitious to want to come along with 2 8s here. He's out.
Just thinking about how much he likes mango before he folds, courtesy of the Mike Zhang School of Philosophy.
A lot of people from Hong Kong like mango, to be fair.
A lot of people not from Hong Kong like mango, Randy.
Oh, okay.
A
Sorry.
lot of people love
Sorry for generalizing.
mango. Fresh mango, dried mango, sweetened and unsweetened.
Refrigerated mango. Is that a thing?
No. Refrigerated mango?
I don't know. You're just
I've actually
naming
had
off these
frozen
different ways
mango.
to have mango.
Mango pops.
Mango smoothie.
Mango smoothie, also excellent. At this point, people might be questioning whether or not
It's going to start with Mike jamming.
we actually know what's going on out there right now. It is indeed the Event 12 50K short deck final table here. Pleased to have you with us from wherever you might be streaming, whether it's Twitch, YouTube, or the Triton Poker Plus app. Randy and I indeed know what the matter at hand is, as do these 4 players. On the hunt for a Triton title in 695K with 242K secured.
All in.
There's one.
Mike Watson
That's the first step.
has his sights set.
That's aggressive there.
Yeah, leave
Queen
it
9
to you
suited.
guys, bro.
How much is your stack? Is it 6?
Pure
Or
ICM
less.
pressure right now. This jam.
Now more.
Oh, is it more? My bad.
Yeah, I like the way Watson
No, now
plays.
it's
It
more. Okay,
strikes
it
me
was
as a little
multiple,
bit
I think.
fearless.
By a little.
You know, willing to splash around, make stances. Really one of the OGs of poker, right? Like, he's been playing tournament poker for so long.
Sir Watts Online,
Yeah.
transitioning to the live arena, 3.3 million plus in career Triton earnings, 14 cashes, 4 already here in Vietnam.
He dates back to Montenegro and Jeju, I'm pretty sure.
Macau 2017, where he
Whoa.
went 2 for 2.
Nice.
Came up empty in Jeju in 2019, did Watson. But since then, he has cashed in every single festival that he has attended. Phil Chu has cashed and is looking for better than that. Here at his first ever festival, the Jack 10 suited.
Damn.
Takes it down for him.
Do you only come to like Triton ones, or do you...
Just whatever I feel like I want to play.
Okay, fair
But
enough.
mainly Tritons. If it's around Asia, because it's close to Thailand.
Okay, you're staying in Thailand these days.
It's a good answer. I play whenever I feel like playing.
It's kind of boss, actually.
You just like it there, or is there a reason why you're in Thailand? Out of
Yeah, I like it. Good coconuts. That's enough for me.
Fair enough.
Boss stack respect. Being enjoyed by Watson. Another one of these guys that just has a kind of a zen-like vibe to him. Mild amounts of emotion shown from time to time, but overall just out there seeking to execute to the best of his ability and come what may.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. Small amounts of emotion.
I mean, you're well served to be cut from that cloth out here in the super high roller circuits.
925,000.
2 jacks pushing half the stack in there.
Committing sort of declaration. No
Yeah.
PTSD, by the way, from the exact hand that cost him the bulk of his stack. Oh, what have we on delivery here?
Thank you.
What do we got? Coconut?
Well, it's paper cup.
Okay, it could be hard to fit a coconut in a paper cup.
Pretty sure we're not looking at coconut.
It's not brown bowl. What do you think? Green tea?
Look like it there.
It's steaming.
Yeah, hot green tea.
Half is the classic mistake.
Strangely, I almost think that Zhang poured a bit of it out into his hand and then rubbed it. Did you hear that? Is there some weird superstitious things
Did he really?
going on out? I swear that's what it looked and sounded like,
It's
but
boiling
it was really
hot.
hot. Yeah, exactly. It was just might scald.
Hold on.
.7 jam from Phil Shu. The quietest stack here at the FT.
But I noticed that, yeah, he's not getting involved in these confrontations, but he's maintained the stack pretty well. Sitting on 3 million chips still.
All in.
Wow, Watson is relentless. 10-7. He's got a different approach with this chip lead. Just more jamming in pre-flop. Let them just keep folding to me.
I mean,
Right.
granted, the lead that was being enjoyed by Zhang was
A little bit smaller.
with 7 left, a little bit smaller than the one that Watson has right now. But it certainly does seem like Sir Watts is approaching the matter a bit more aggressively than
Yeah.
Mike Zhang. Here at
Yeah.
the FT, at least, because Mike Zhang definitely had shown aggressive tendencies
Yeah,
en route to the FT.
Mike Zhang was definitely very involved at this FT as a chip leader too, but just more in terms of happily playing post flop, trying to use that to his advantage. Phil looks down at 2 nines, is like, do I want to waste an ante here? Am I going to get jammed on by Watson again?
Ike, you have 2 million.
10-9 offsuit, 1-9 in Michael's hand. A wardrobe change.
Just a layer. Can get a little chilly out there. Nothing chilly about a couple of queens, though. Especially not in this spot.
I feel like the words all in are about to come in soon. Oh my, okay, never mind, sorry. Overcall, 2 queens? Next level trap? Or is this more of a pot control situation? I'm curious to see how he navigates this one.
I mean, obviously from an ICM standpoint, with that tight third, fourth Haxton Zhang set up, maybe Ike wants to keep it a
he
little
feels
cleaner.
the upside is not worth risking all the chips. He might have been also a little bit suspicious of Phil taking a little bit of time and calling with 2 nines pre-flop. Was like, am I getting trapped by like some aces, kings, and ace king that's going to run it?
Yeah, Phil's had low VPIP.
Mm-hmm.
And here he is with a gut shot on the Jack 8-7 board.
By the way, the guy who's out of the party would have flopped it. 10-9 offsuit.
Yeah. Watson top pair awaits Haxton's decision.
Value town. Queen Jack is often the best hand here on the flop. 8-7 type cards are more in his dealer button positioning. Not too worried about those cards. Of course, he does have kicker issues. Nice laydown there of Queen Jack. That is some discipline. That's very high level there.
I'll tell you what, he's just trying to think to himself, where does this hand go from here on that board texture? And maybe slightly mindful of the limp by Phil.
Yeah, that was... Maybe he also recognizes that Haxton might want to pot control some hands. Well,
look at
hold
this
on. Like,
from
forget
Phil
those thoughts.
Chu.
It's check raising.
Yeah. Putting the 2 nines to work as a bluff, given the blocker properties to the 9-10.
It looks extra strong when there's no flush draws out there too, so they can't just put you on a flush draw. Meanwhile, Michael Zhang on his side is like, this is so a bluff. I've got the joint. Folded it pre-flop. This is actually so hard for Isaac Haxton to navigate here with 2 queens and overpair.
But I mean, if it were kings or aces,
it's the same hand.
Except
less vulnerable.
Would Phil, not for Haxton,
for Phil.
If Phil had kings or aces, would he limp and then play the hand this way on this board texture? I suspect not.
I suspect not too.
So then what is he representing with this check raise? Is the 9-10 ever just limping up front like that?
Sometimes. Some is suited, I can see. I mean, that's just really nicely played. He's got this really like rock solid image to Phil, so when he makes his play, they're just like, just take it.
Yeah.
Whether you got it or not. And Haxton was, is he going to call the flop, hit a queen, and he still might get stacked by 10-9. That would be unfortunate. It's so hard to hit a 2-outer.
Same kind of issue, by the way, that Mike Watson had in terms of Queen Jack or 2 queens. Where do we go from here with this hand on this board?
What's really cool about that hand is that the hand I expected to never win the pot ended up scooping it on the flop, right? You like maybe would expect some maneuvering on the turn and river to take it down. Yeah, it's all about, I guess, interpreting how your opponents are perceiving raises on
All in.
certain situations. Watson just going to work again pre-flop. And that was a really cool hand. I really like that one. A7 offsuit for Watson. Let's see if this is in the range of hands he's willing to push all of it in.
All in.
Yes, it is. It's going to be the all-in show now, Ali.
Sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure about that. The last, 4 or 5 hands is Watson going all-in pre-flop. I didn't say all-in and call. I just said all-in and fold.
All right.
See the difference?
Look at the size of that stack there in front of Watson. Good for 167 antes, 6.6 million. A better than 2-1 lead over second place Phil Shu, who has quietly worked his way into an over 3 million deep stack and some distance between he and Ike Haxton. A lack of distance, though, between Haxton and Zhang. Now, Watson, 2 9s.
I would think this hand is too weak to rip it in.
320.
So he's actually still going to raise, but quite sizable.
320.
The main focus you can see here is that Watson is just going to raise relentlessly pre-flop. And when you're seeing these 3 quick folds consistently, it's going to validate this strategy. Feel comfortable going with it.
More deference being shown to that big stack of Watson. Pay jump again between 4th and 3rd. 78K.
Yeah, and with that raise, he just picked up, what, 6 antes? 1 from each player, or 5 antes, excuse me. 1 from each player, double on the button. He's chipped up a lot.
Yeah. Starting to run away with this one. As we learned, though, from Mike Zhang, you get dealt a cooler little setup spot against the likes of Phil Chu, and it can all unravel quickly.
So how does Haxton approach this spot? 45 antes. Last 2 positions. Chip leader covers you right behind you. Suited ace. We've seen people be aggressive, these ace 8, ace 9 suiteds. Chip EVs wise, this is could easily be a jam. He's all in. Can Watson find a caller of ace 10 and take out Haxton? Snap.
Indeed. Might there be a crackle and a pop behind that snap? Haxton certainly hopes not for his purposes.
Gonna be a chop.
As Watson
You're gonna hit an
has
8,
him covered.
then it's gonna chop.
And a good bit of the equity.
That's a lot of
Look
fun.
at
You're gonna
this
hit it.
wet
It's hard to
board
chop
here.
this.
6, 8,
Oh,
9.
it's
Watson.
Find
Heart
No, it's
draw.
not even queen jack
Gut
out.
shot.
You're just dead
The
on.
10. All
even
working
ace-9 doesn't
Can you even
work.
come
in
ace
his
9?
favor.
No, there's just 0 way to draw.
Turn doesn't help. Haxton's
need a board
8s are
for it.
hanging on. 3.6 million in the middle.
Even 2 hearts in board pair.
Most boards
Can he
do.
fade the river? Yes, he can, as it comes running jacks. And
4 5 1 7 5 5 something like that.
You
It's gonna
guys are
be-
persistent.
let's call it a quarter of Watson's stack, roughly.
He picked up more outs every card. He was a 50-50 going into the river card.
How wild is that?
That is insane.
Short deck. With that pot, Haxton now moves into second place, rather, as I will move away from the booth and yield to Henry Kilbane to take us home here at the final table. Enjoy the rest of the run, Randy.
On it. Newfound chips here. What's up, Henry?
How you doing, Mr. Lou?
I mean, it's been fast, right? Like, it's one of those
The
spots
F's
where
is
we
5.
expect it to take a long time, and people just
looks
clash
to
down to
be
4
right.
immediately from 10 from the start of the day.
Do fill me in. I'm looking. No Jason Kuhn, no Rob Young, no
Yeah.
Mikita Badziakowski.
Jason got in the flop straight, 9-7 against top 2 of Michael Jang. Runner flush and out.
Runner
Runner flush. Yeah,
Wow.
top 2.
That's almost unheard of.
Michael had a clear, commanding chip lead against these 4 and lost multiple pots, all-ins against Mike Watson. Watson has been putting his chips to work against these players. Just all-in pre-flop. Once again, gets it done. Although he did lose that last pot. But every time he takes down the antes by jamming, he gets 5, right? 1 from each player.
Yeah,
2
I'm
from the button.
just looking now at a set v set situation, Zhang against Sir Watts for
Yeah,
a sizable pot.
yeah, tournament-defining moment for both players.
So here we are, Randy, event number 12. 50k short deck. Have you had the notepad out,
The notepad.
studying from some of the world's greatest short deck players?
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of ICM going on here, right? A lot of these guys have primarily came from a no-limit tournament background, able to apply these concepts here, and you're going to see, like, Watson just applying
All in.
it, like, right here, Jack-8 suited. By
Right.
no means a hand you're looking to get called by, but
Right.
you know that the calling ranges of your opponents have shrunk so much when we got these price jumps, when
Look-
they're close in stacks.
Looking at a 78,000 ladder right now between 4th and 3rd, and obviously 695 up top. A lot to fight for out there. How about it then? Regardless of who wins here, we're going to have ourselves a new Triton champion. We've spoken several times throughout the week, or about throughout the series rather, of Michael Watson, Ike Haxton, 2 of the biggest names in poker without a Triton trophy. Ike with 20 cashes, Randy. No title.
All in.
Watson is just relentless. A7 offsuit again. He just knows these guys can't really continue unless they got the goods, and 2 queens might be enough. But note the equities. Watson still has 38%.
He does.
This is not no limit hold'em. And that's why Haxton is pained here, because he's actually sitting on 3.4 million in second place.
More than 2x what Zhang has, who's currently in 4th.
He doesn't want to get it all in before the other 2 players. This is a massive win if he can get 2 queens to fold. This makes jamming these hands go way up in value pre-flop.
Ike massaging his head. Maybe a cluster headache coming on with the calculations that he's having to run through this spot. It's not often that you see Ike pained by a decision. The cards do find the mark.
Shows the ace. The ace is just validating that you're supposed to fold that, even if you did have 2 queens.
Show me that one I fold faster.
Would be very tempting if it was allowed.
Queen?
I think queen. I think he folds jacks quicker.
Yeah.
There you
I
go,
feel like
Phil
I think
Chu
he folds jacks quicker. Queen.
and Zhang with the read on the situation.
Yeah. I feel like
It's the only hand you can have.
Think that's
Unless
good.
he's Hollywooding like ace jack off. Dominate ace6.
Well, he is known as
Makes
Hollywood
chips.
Haxton.
Makes chips.
There was no Hollywooding over that decision. That was a genuine tank.
three-way all in.
775,000.
Two-way. One way.
You can write ace jack. Just got ace jack.
Chu rooting for the 3-way all in there. Didn't come.
Yeah, that's pretty much never happening. Would need like aces, aces, and the guy original jammer not to have aces. Hollywood Haxton, ace-7 offsuit.
2.8.
3.8?
2.8, I think.
This is grim. You have the only person that can send you packing
Well,
on your left.
When you see that, that's why you lay down to a7. It's a very different scenario. Whereas if Watson had the chips, he's pushing it in.
So cut off the button. 8's enough of a hand to just jam.
It doesn't have blockers, 2 hands that can call your jam.
320.
And also, if you do get it in pre-flop, you're in very bad shape. So, de-risk by raising smaller. Of course, that does invite some calls from time to time in position. Queen 9.
Just leaning, Randy, into the other players. This spot, Randy, can you maybe just give us a bit of insight as to how these 3 handcuff stacks feel? I mean, this is about as helpless as it gets, right?
Yeah, they're in a jail cell with inside another jail cell, Inception style.
Yeah. No keys.
No keys. Occasionally, like, a key shows up, and that's when the short stack's like, yeah, let me take that. Let me try it. Oh, no, I got to spin it up and run it. 60-40. Slight favorite at best. It's tough. And Watson's been jamming hands like this. 9-7 suited.
All in.
So what's open jamming? The 9-7 suited. Zhang. Ace-10, shortest stack by quite some margin with 40 antes.
This hand just doesn't crush a jamming range enough. So while it's a best occasionally, he's going to be up against hands that have high equity. King, queen, queen, jacks.
This
better
damned
aces.
game, Randy.
It's a tough game.
This damned game.
You need to know how to play tournament poker to get the most value out of this ICM situation that's in front of us.
Everyone currently guaranteed 242,000 for their efforts so far. Champion's going to be walking away with 695k. Second place finish will be walking away with a casual $500,000. Third, be going home with 320,000. Gonna have ourselves a new Triton champion, regardless of who closes this one out.
$1.3 million.
Effective jam from Zhang. King 6 gonna hit the mark, and Zhang's chipping up slowly but surely. Still a lot of work to do after losing that boat v boat situation against Sir Watts. As Randy called it, the tournament defining moment so far from today. As Zhang was on a clear path to victory before running into top of range. Uh-oh. Queens for Chu.
Good spot to just open rip it. He's sitting in third place. Wants to pick up those antes.
Zhang gonna get out of the way. He's jamming into the chip leader.
Ace
He's
king.
woken up with ace king.
Gonna get a count, but I think Watson's gonna run it. He does not want to hear, I have to call.
Just gonna get official confirmation from the dealer. Note the equities, Randy. I mean,
Ace king a slight favorite.
that is music to Ike Haxton's and Michael Zhang's ears. Chip leader tangling with Phil Chu here in this all-in situation. Oh, queen in the window.
Okay.
That is a strong start for Phil Chu. 92% of the equity with
Very
two
hard to
cards to
lose.
come.
You see what I see?
Hang on a minute.
Inside straight draw?
No way. The 9-6 run out. Michael Watson was drawing to running straight cards only
Good game, good game.
to eliminate
Let's
Phil
swing
Chu, who flopped top set.
with you. Let's swing with you.
Just the brutality of short deck variants on display in that hand alone. If that doesn't summarize the swings that you can experience. Phil Chu bowing out in fourth. First ever Triton series. Couple of cashes in the short deck events so far. Coming up short with his fourth place run. Heading home, Randy, with 242,000 for his efforts. But a fine display from Phil Chu in the short deck events here. Ran a bit dry in the Hold'em streets, but now two cashes, both in the 25K and now the 50K. And with that, Sir Watts coming into three-handed play with an overwhelming chip lead now.
Yeah, you know, he's been leaning on his opponents ever since he got that chip lead, doubling up with the two queens against two jacks. Really, I don't expect anything to change from him. He knows that Michael Zhang and Isaac Haxton are going to want to try to outlast each other. I think he's just going to keep putting pressure on until someone eventually gets it in.
Well, three-handed play. Michael Watson looking for his first title, as are Ike Haxton and Michael Zhang. We're heading into a scheduled break, so don't go too far. So when we come back, three-handed will become two, and then we'll crown a champion in event number 12. We'll see you guys on the flip side of this break.
Knowing where to start when learning to play poker can be incredibly confusing. Well, we have the solution for you. Our free 5-day course will teach you everything you need to know in 5 days to start making your first winnings at micro to mid stakes. No excuses, for free, check it out.
Go from 7 to 6 here. Tan Xuan adding to his career.
150?
This is the fun part. Michael raising under the gun. What does Makita do if ace jack? When there's a raise in front of you, you know the chip leader is going to have to call your jam. Price in, no matter what he's holding. Is ace jack enough of a hand to go with? It's a tough question because we know Makita doesn't want to have to fade 5 cards. Would rather chip up without showdown value, without showdown. But he knows everyone around him is waiting for him. They're not going to make a move until Makita gets it in. Maybe Makita's also thinking about Michael, who limp pre-flop with 2 aces. Yeah, gonna go for it. Ace jack. Almost all of it. Watson quickly mucks ace queen, and Phil Chu's got ace king suited. This is
Awkward.
no, it's so awkward. Do you know why? It's because Makita left 20k behind. So what does he? He's gonna jam it in. I was gonna say there's lots of funny scenarios that can happen. What if Michael J goes all in? Makita folds ace jack for 20k behind. You know, just
Oh, that makes it easy.
you can see how it could be quite interesting. They're gonna get it in though.
Yeah, sweet relief to see Zhang
Oh, shit.
folding, of course.
He's
And
folding
then
back.
even
My
more
bad.
so to see
I forgot
Makita
three
with ace
aces if
jack.
you want.
I forgot he had chips.
And might this be the moment that the tension is broken?
Makes it easier for you.
I was gonna
Either
call.
way,
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
potentially.
you can't pretty much.
Gonna call and check it down with him.
Oh,
Either with a
Decent
bad's
20K.
bust or a bad's double and a deeper stack. King 10-7. Top pair
good strategy.
formed for Phil with the ace-king suited, but
Hit a
bad's
diamond.
backdoor diamonds. The Broadway gutty.
Last turn of diamonds.
I think it's just gonna be a 9. Oh my god.
That's a sweaty one, Randy.
Queen, diamond. Yeah.
I can't tell you the river though, bro.
No jack.
Yeah, that's too much.
Kind of hard.
Jack is not good.
9, queen,
Oh,
or a
take it, doesn't work,
diamond
huh?
would all work for bads here.
GG, bro.
Instead, it's the 6 of clubs. And the Belarusian will not level with
Too many
Jason
outs, yeah.
Kuhn, courtesy of a 5th
10
title.
outs you probably hit.
Yeah, you jinxed him, Jason.
Yeah.
The less chips he has.
I didn't. I already knew.
The nuttiest premiums possible. They don't want to put themselves at risk. It's very technical, and we're going to see more of these types of hands coming up. Michael keeping an eye on the stack sizes of opponents, which dictates how he wants to maneuver. Pounce. Like here. Let's see how Watson reacts if ace queen suited. Snap.
Yeah, he knows that something's got to give. And also that Zhang is going to be leaning with a reasonably broad variety of holdings that the ace-queen suited he expects performs well against. But it's short deck. And the 10-jack suited is 46%, just 7% back of Watson. Now a different proposition altogether as Mike binks top pair.
I'll take a king.
King.
Watson asks for a king and gets one. And
I'm gonna take
now
breeze too. Well, I'm gonna stop now.
10 queen or an ace would all
Gotta
work
keep the
for him.
river a secret.
What is it? Ace queen 10, right?
9 spades.
And the queen comes in.
1.2,
2.56 million will ultimately work its way in front of Mike Watson. And that is a biometrics.
Is this ring on his finger?
Yeah.
The black one?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know about this.
I left mine at home.
Oh, you have one.
Yeah.
Are you
It just
recommending
doesn't
it?
tell me anything good.
Okay,
It's like,
so
oh, you didn't move enough. Oh, you didn't sleep good. Yeah, okay.
that doesn't sound like a good investment to me.
This one's a bit dirty.
Well,
Yeah,
if
there's a
you're
couple
willing
of
to
them
take
I've
the
noticed are
information
like
and
kinda
act
greasy
upon
spots
it,
on them.
Yeah, one of mine was a little smudged as well.
strikes
Just
me
get
as
a
a
new
great
deck.
one.
New deck. Yeah, don't
Not you.
just
Got it.
no point.
Go get a new deck.
For a stubborn, brittle old dog like myself. Good
You're
luck,
not, You're
Aura
not
Ring,
too old, okay, Ollie?
getting me to break my habits.
You'll be old in one
I'm
more year.
old.
In 1 more year, you'll be old.
And immature. There's a
Immature,
difference.
guaranteed.
Okay. 9-7. Jason Kuhn limps against Zhang.
Yeah, this is actually interesting because Jason is limping into the chip leader. It's always scary, like, oh man, is he going to raise? But he can't raise with 100% frequency, so I've got to be able to limp and get this through.
How about the joint on a 10-8-6 board where Zhang has got top 2? This is a beautiful development for Jason.
Yeah, very great spot.
No.
He goes for a check.
Well, Well, a warm welcome back to the broadcast booth here at the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino. Quick switch around, shuffle around in the...
Whatever your seat.
But we're back. We're back. We are three-handed in event number 12. Talking of shuffle arounds, we're now three-handed, and the dealer is moments away from shuffling the deck and pitching some cards. Michael Watson, overwhelming chip leader, Randy, on the flip end of winning that set v set situation against Michael Zhang, has just played the role of table captain, of chip leader, incredibly well. So we take a quick look at the payouts as well. So 320,000 for third, 500k for second, and 695 going to the eventual champion. Looking at the stack depths, Randy, anything that comes to mind? I mean, so Watts can really just lean into Ike, if I'm not mistaken, right?
100% he's going to lean into him. You know, he's got a huge chip stack advantage against the other two people. Michael Zhang's only sitting on 33 antes.
Right.
So he's got that stack that's going to be jam or fold, and he will get called pretty light given he's pretty short. Right now, Haxton needs to just wait and see if Michael Zhang is going to get it in and hopefully bust. And, you know, if he happens to double, then play from there. But right now, it's going to be Watson just jamming in and trying to maneuver and chip up.
Now, all three of these players looking for their first title, so a little bit more than just money on the line here. Ike Haxton, 20 cashes, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, coming into this event with no title. So Watts as well. Michael Zhang coming out specifically for the short deck event. So all of these guys not only playing for the 695 up top, but a part, or to become part of Triton history with a Triton trophy. As we throw it down to the main stage, three-handed play here in event number 12. Michael Watson leading Ike Haxton and Michael Zhang. Some short deck action coming up. And how about that? 161 antes for Sir Watts, 64 for Ike Haxton. And as Randy alluded to, Michael Zhang going to look to spin the wheel sooner rather than later. Don't forget, in short deck, every hand you have to put in an ante, unlike Hold'em where you only put in money once you're in the blinds. 320k guaranteed for these final three. Payouts brought to you by GG Poker. Michael Zhang, by the way, action available over on pokerstake.com for the main event. Once again, for those of you that have been sweating along, we saw Michael Soizer, Daniel Smilkovic coming second and third, I believe, in the main event. They had action up for grabs over on pokerstake.com.
If you are on the fence on Michael Zhang, now that you've seen how he performs here in the 50K, you're going to feel more comfortable putting some some dollars in.
So what's with the open jam? Going to see a lot of that until either Ike or Zhang pick up a hand. So who have we got, ladies and gentlemen? Is Sir Watts going to close it out with this overwhelming chip lead? Is Michael Zhang going to spin it back up?
I mean, Mike Watson's been playing tournament poker for so long, right? I remember that name, Sir Watts, ever since I started playing. Queen 10. Look, he's been ripping it in. I don't really see why he would stop now. Let's see.
He's jamming into two players, and there you have it.
This is just going to be, I go all in, I'm going to chip up, eventually you'll call me, but by the time you call me, I'm going to be sitting close to 10 million in chips, you know? Like, this is just an ICM masterclass right now in short deck.
I haven't so far.
Every time.
I've been using them very cautiously.
Gets to just pick up the 200k dead money out there. Here's his button. First to act, Michael Zhang. Shorter stack, ace-9. Is that enough of a hand, Randy?
For about 30 antes, I think this is going to highly probable he puts in the chip. So he might leave some, like, half his stack in first, just in case the other two want to clash. Let's see. He actually went for a normal raise size here. Something that's would invite some button calls. 2 8s though. Wouldn't be getting a good price in terms of set mining. hard to play post flop. Don't think he thinks he's got fold equity for reshoving because people don't tend to raise fold off of these stacks.
Also, that kind of lead that he has where he can just open jam a lot of spots. If he double jang up, that becomes a bit dicier.
Looks like he's still going to take a flop here. May expect to get a little bit more free cards on the flop too, given that Michael Jang's not going to want to c-bet fold too often off that stack.
Well, there are certain flops where these two hands could collide, and this is one of them. Zhang with the gut shot, as well as the over to the board. So Watts with only one over to his pocket eights, 1.2 million behind, 700,000 out there.
Yeah, Michael looking for an 8, but 2 8s in Watson's hand. Unlikely to come. Just jamming all in. Now this puts maximum pressure on 8, right? Because Watson probably would have called a small bet. But against this bet, yeah, he could be up against Queen X.
Well, with that pickup, Zhang up to almost 2 million. Closing the gap on Ike Haxton. Still, mountain to climb. The man that got Rob Young to say, "You're too good," deemed the impossible call late last night.
Yeah,
Those
I saw
of you that
that
missed
one.
it, I mean, that was
The
that
set
was
on a
epic.
4-liner. It's pretty hard to call on a 4-liner for a sizable bet.
It was so epic because we also got some insight into Michael Zhang's thought process, something that you don't necessarily get to see that often, and he was kind of talking out loud, talking us through the way he was thinking about the hand, and then to come to the correct decision. And not only that, he actually read out Rob's hand before making the call. It was just an epic hand of poker. Zhang displaying why he's one of the best short deck players in the world. Ike Haxton with a really grim spot.
Yeah, I mean, grim in the sense that, of course, he's got the guy who can cover him behind him, but we'll be pushing all the chips in here, or most of them, maybe half the stack.
Difference between second and third, 180,000. 3.6 buy-ins. He is just going to open jam. Really putting the pressure on Sir Watts. Oh my.
King. Yeah, well, I mean, at this point, Ace King is too good here, three-handed. Can you imagine? He's like, oh gosh, why did you call me? He's hoping he's up against Ace Queen right now. I mean, Ace King, sorry. He doesn't want to be up against Ace Queen. This is actually a better scenario to chop, guaranteed chop.
Would require 4 spades or 4 diamonds
Yeah.
for someone to win the pot outright. And it's not going to happen. Queen, Jack, 7, rainbow. Chop it up, gentlemen. Was a fun sweat for Zhang for a few moments.
I believe it.
An unlikely situation. He just he just went for those chips. Okay.
Imagine you're just Zhang there, sat on 1.8 million. Ike jams. So what's called you like?
Yeah, yes.
108K, boys.
Right, he just wants them to not have the same exact hand, and
Right.
it's good. I mean, we've seen some brutal beats.
Oh,
right?
dude.
Jang's jammed Queen 6 offsuit into aces, cracks aces.
We just saw Phil Chu flop top set on a Queen 8-7 board.
Runner.
Against Ace King, I mean. Just brutal variance in short deck. So what's getting out of the way?
Yeah, let's see how he goes here. Cut off V button, 30 so antes. Jack 9 offsuit is, you know, it's an okay hand. Take a flop isn't what his game plan is. Haxton ace blocker. Important. I think that he thinks that Michael would jam a lot of ace X's. Small blind versus Not small blind. Cutoff versus button. A6 actually doesn't play well post flop. There is a case for pushing chips in here.
That's exactly what he does, Randy. Zhang with the quick fold. This is kind of, you know, it's that time where these guys are just waiting for one another, for hands to collide. Talking of hands colliding, about hands colliding over on GG Poker in the daily Triton free rolls. Not only do we have the daily Triton free rolls, you can obviously qualify for Triton events only at GG Poker. You can also get $100 in rewards or 100% bonus up to $600 deposit. $50 Global Millions ticket as well for first-time depositors. Worth mentioning that first prize in that tournament,
475.
the $50 Global Millions, is typically high 5 figures, low 6 figures, so chance to really win some life-changing money. Mike Watson, Ace-7 of clubs. Zhang has put in a third of his chips. 475 to go.
Yeah, he would have to think that Michael's getting way out of line to continue here. He is contemplating, can he potentially see a flop? Doesn't play well post flop, so he's out.
That's fascinating. Get your notepads out, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Watson, one of the most decorated poker players of all time, both online and live.
Okay, after. Okay, in between hands, yes. Okay, I want to know more. $1.8.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is definitely a spot where maybe we see a collision. For Watson, a slam dunk all in, ace-10 offsuit.
All in.
Snap fold. Figures that the ace-9 is not dominating enough of his opponent's range. If you're up against queen-jack suited, king-queen, not really that far ahead. Just snap fold. He knows where he's at.
Oh, dude. I'm not going to question his calling off range. A man that specifically flies out for the short deck events. Ace King again for the chip leader.
Let's see what size he comes in with as he go all in, because to balance his other all-ins that have been quite weak.
All in.
Yeah. That way people can't just be like, well, you never got it.
Over-unders, Randy, on how many hands until we see two stacks collide in an all-in confrontation?
It's so hard to say, right? Because they have these stack sizes that should be colliding, but their calling ranges have shrunk tremendously because we're in the final three. Like, whatever number I give you is probably not even a good estimate.
Right, I'm going to set the line at 8.
8? Okay.
Do you want overs or unders?
I'll take overs, I suppose. I don't know. It's
okay. You take the overs, I take the unders for $10.
Yeah, I got you last time.
You did.
Maybe you'll get me this time.
Pot limit was fun, right?
Yeah, I liked it.
It's a lot of fun. Adds a new dimension to this shit game.
I don't know if you caught that just there. Talking about pot limit. Before, they did have an event where they played pot limit pre-flop in short deck.
That was in
No limit
Cyprus, yeah.
post-flop.
So wasn't there for that?
Very different dynamic. Maybe we'll see that one come back in the mix in a future stop.
Oh, Mike.
Mic on mic. Okay.
Oh, okay.
This is different. Because he's been jamming these spots like all the time. So I wonder why he's opted to go for a limp this time. 30 antes.
Zhang gonna knuckle his option, play the rest of the hand in position. So what's getting trappy with the Jack 10? Queen, Queen 7, both players bricking on the flop.
Watson's not betting because, well, he's not expected to bet Queen X against a 30 ante stack. So probably looking for delayed bets. Sweet spot.
Does give Zhang a gut shot. So what's happy to try and get this to showdown?
Yeah, just wondering how often Watson has something that can continue. He did check twice on a board where you expect if his opponent was on air would start firing.
Zhang now rivering some showdown of his own.
Let's see if Watson comes in for a value bet against 8x, 7x. Worst tens. Jack is somewhat of a kicker. He might not think someone would go for a stab now, as played.
Oh, let's go for half pot. Targeting exactly those hands that you mentioned, Randy.
Yeah, good lay down.
Not going to take the bait.
Yeah, I believe that Michael Jang there thought, well, he was bluffing. He probably would have took a shot at the flop. The fact that he kind of slowed down makes me think he's going to either slow played or thin valued.
No. Yeah, that was my only guess. You're more likely to be truthful if I say that. A walk is difficult.
One more walk.
That's 3 hands. You've got the overs on 8, right?
That would actually be pretty gross if you shoved.
That's right. Is it 3 hands? That was quick.
Yeah.
I'm used to someone saying all in.
How do I run this bad? 2 walks in 3-handed play. That is unheard of. Yet here we are. Just the continuous run bad for Henry Kilbane. Can I Venmo you?
Yeah, sure.
The $20.
You're prepaying?
I might as well. Can I buy out for 19? Save myself $1. Look at this, bottom of range. What is going on?
Well, one more walk.
Holy shit.
Even Michael Jang is surprised, right? He's expecting the chip leader to just lean on him. Pressure.
Come on, more bottom 5%, come on. Do more. It was.
Seems to be having a good time out there.
Pretty fucking
Well, we are final 3. Guaranteed 320. 500 for second, 695 for first. I'd say it's pretty good. Definitely in the green, no matter how this goes for Michael.
All in?
Zhang just taking a quick peek at the Triton Poker Plus app. He's got 30 antes. Ike Haxton has 58. So Watts with 175. good news is, Randy, that if anyone ever needs to win a bet, just call me up. I'll bet the opposite side, and you're guaranteed to win. Because the moment we wager some money, bottom of range. Let's get down now, three-handed. 6 hands in. I need the money to go in the next 2 hands. Unbelievable.
I mean, it's better to run bad in these things than the actual poker. Or do you run bad there too?
Have you seen me playing?
Good point. Good point. Find you on GG. The cash tables.
The wait lists
the Russian
are
cash.
tremendous.
You didn't know wait lists can go high. Another walk. This has been a lot of walks.
All right, Randy, rub it in. Get it quietly, mate.
Just one more walk and I'll be happy.
Me too.
A lot of 6s and 7s in the deck. That got me.
It's okay at this point. There's nothing we can do. I had to double up. Even if I double up twice. Actually, no. I've got lots if I double up twice.
Yeah, if you double up twice, you're going to have
Okay.
6.8 million.
Jacks is the hand that can clash. Especially with his chip stack situation. He might just push all these chips in there.
All in.
He does.
Well played, Randy. Well played.
Easiest money ever.
Just printing on demand, Mr. Nanonoko.
Print in the booth.
If it goes all in now, on hand number 9, like one hand after, I'm gonna retire from.
Retire.
Just gonna retire.
Well, Queen 10 is definitely a hand that might put some chips in there. He's short. Just above 30 antes.
25.
Looking to make a play. 2 jacks for Watson. This is go time. And at this point, Michael Jang is committed.
Yeah, he's put in 425, 25% of his stack.
You have to remember we're playing short deck. Where
Right.
You're not that far behind. Equities run closer. Look at this. I mean, Queen 10 is
All in.
40% still against 2 jacks.
So Zhang just going to take a quick peek down at the Triton Poker Plus app before making the call. 39% equity for Michael Zhang to double up and overtake Ike Caxton. Ike just gets to watch from the sidelines and potentially ladder 180,000 if Watson can hold with the best of it. And well, with a jack in the window, followed by King 7.
Yeah.
I just take no board bet and I'm happy.
Zhang with the open ender.
All
Alright.
Needs an ace or a 9 to double up. 1 card to come. Doesn't do it. King of Diamonds on the river pairing the board, and Sir Watts eliminates Michael Zhang in 3rd place. Could be going home with 320,000 for his efforts here in event number 12, the 50k short deck.
Perfect.
And Randy, find ourselves heads up in event number 12. Both Ike and Sir Watts guaranteed 500k and both looking for their first Triton title. Ike Caxton with his work cut out. Michael Zhang out in 3rd, flew out specifically for the short deck events. Action available over on pokerstake.com into his 100k short deck main, which I'm sure he'll be jumping straight into as we welcome you back to the broadcast booth. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Randy, let's waste no time in throwing it to commercials. Michael Watson going to be battling against Ike Haxton, will be coming in to heads up with a 4-1 chip lead. Both players guaranteed $500,000, but both in the hunt for their first Triton trophy. Don't go too far. When we come back, we have two of the biggest legends, OGs, whatever you want to call them, in the history of the game, swearing off for their first Triton trophy. We'll see you guys on the flip side of this break.
Knowing where to start when learning to play poker can be incredibly confusing. Well, we have the solution for you. Our free 5-day course will teach you everything you need to know in 5 days to start making your first winnings at micro to mid stakes. No excuses, for free, check it out.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the broadcast booth here. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, for what is set to be an epic heads-up match between two poker legends, Ike Haxton squaring off against Sir Watts. Sir Watts coming in with an overwhelming chip lead, or just shy of, 4-1 chip lead over Hollywood Haxton. As we take a quick look, 209 antes, plays 55. Now, Randy, two things. Firstly, we're guaranteed a new Triton champion here. Ike Haxton with 20 cashes and no title. Michael Watson with 14 cashes and no title. And secondly, Randy, Ike Haxton going to need to get busy straight off the bat in this heads-up match.
I mean, Haxton's known to have been played lots of heads-up matches, right, throughout his career in many different formats. So I'm sure he's worked on his short deck heads-up game. Yes, he's a disadvantage, but you can never count Haxton out. He knows how to maneuver, knows how to get in there, and knows how to get lucky here and there.
Hollywood Haxton, Prince of Darkness, legend. Ike Haxton.
So many names for him, right?
So many so many names, understandably so. These two have pretty much achieved everything there is to achieve in poker, but both without a trophy. Do you think that comes into it, or is it just, look, we're heads up, we're just going to play the game, 195k difference between first and second, and
of course,
come out on top?
Of course they're going to be playing their game, right? But making a trophy is pretty important. They've been playing these tournaments since Jeju and Montenegro in both the short deck and no limit hold'em, so it would be nice after many years to finally take one down and close it out.
Well, close it out is what's going to happen as we look to head down to the main stage. The stage being set, the trophy being brought out, as is the Shambhala Jewels bracelet, which will be going to the eventual champion, Ike Haxton, with his work cut out. But as Randy said, you can't count him out as long as he has chips in front of him. 55 antes for Ike. Mike Watson with 209 antes, both guaranteed $500,000. 500k for second, 695,000 will be going to the eventual champion. And here we have it, two real legends of the game. The term legend gets thrown around somewhat loosely in the poker world, but not when you think of these two. They've certainly earned that status. Flashbacks to Ike Haxton with long hair blowing in the wind.
That's my favorite clip. The
two
bluff,
decades
rebluff.
ago, yeah. Or coming up on 2 decades
We know
ago.
why they're playing outside. That was like my favorite part of the whole thing.
Poker outside, by the way. Don't recommend it. Cards get blown all over the place. You run a massive bluff and a leaf just slaps into your face. It happens. So what's with the mystery hand? 7 of hearts, at least. As these two titans tangle heads up for the trophy in the 50k short deck ante-only. Event number 12. Worth adding as well, by the way, Randy, that the stakes only getting higher here in Vietnam. That 100k main is up and running.
Yep.
Sure, these two will be jumping straight into that at the conclusion of this heads-up match. As Sir Watts, it's a little stab, small tickle on the Queen Jack 9-2 hearts. Swift fold from Ike's pocket sevens.
Once again, something unique about the short deck heads up is that the player first to act is also first to act post flop. So the huge positional disadvantage for the cutoff. They're going to play a very, I would say, strong limping strategy. And if they are going to raise, they're going to raise pretty large to try to negate that positional disadvantage post flop. Or we just get king, queen, and 2 aces and just clash for all of it.
Well, this could be it.
Of course. All in
Straight
call.
off the bat. Michael Watson, is this hand number 3 of heads up?
2.
Hand number 2. Open jamming
Seems
the
like
king.
a dumb enough way for me to win a tournament that it might happen.
Well, there we go. Confident.
We've seen king, queen beat aces already at this featured. Could happen again.
Don't you dare, Randy.
24%.
24%. Well, queen 10-10. Some backdoor straight draws.
Looking promising.
So Watts still confident. for 2 immediate outs as the Jack of Clubs now gives him an additional 4. Queen or a 9 would give Sir Watts the title, the trophy, as the 9 of Clubs finds its way to the river. And Sir Watts converts that 21% equity, a handshake between the two friends, of course. But we have ourselves a champion. After just 2 hands of heads up, Michael Watson defeating Ike Haxton for his first Triton title. That must feel good. 50k short deck Ante-Only event number 12 champion. 695,000 comes with that title. Let's not forget our second place finisher, our runner-up, Ike Haxton. Hollywood Haxton, the Prince of Darkness, heading home with $500,000. We'll be jumping straight in to that short deck main. 100k buy-in in that, but Sir Watts for now gets to just bask in the glory of winning event number 12C. Producer James Dempsey and Luca Vivaldi coming over to congratulate him. We were 1 card away from a potential lengthy heads-up match,
Yes,
but that
we
9
were.
on the river had different plans, chip counts and payouts for the entire event, brought to you by GG Poker. Michael Watson coming out on top here in event number 12, heading home with 695,000. Ike Haxton, bitter disappointment, but coming out short. All you can do, Randy, is get it in good. Aces not good enough, as we welcome you back into the booth. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Nothing much to really dissect about that one other than short deck, as the players like to say, variance.
I mean, yes, like you just said, like I could try and break down its heads-up match, but it lasted 2 hands.
Go on, Randy. Give us your insights.
King queen suit, king queen offsuit, jams all in against 2 aces. Not much to it, really. You know, yes, if we had a full double, this would have been a very lengthy heads-up match. But as played, GG for Watson.
As the players like to say and summarize it, short deck.
Short deck.
Randy, the equities running incredibly close in this game. The deuces through 5s removed, and it's part of the allure to the game, part of the gamble that, you know, you have these spots where you get it in with 24% equity, but short deck giveth and short deck taketh away. Mike Watson coming out on top, 695,000, as well as his first Triton trophy. But the action doesn't stop here yet, Randy. The 100k short deck main is up and running. We're about to see 2 new entries in that one. Michael Watson and Ike Haxton likely to jump in immediately. Maybe a bit of a FaceTime with the family back home before ponying up the 100k. And we're going to be jumping into the action, I believe, very shortly. But before we jump into the 100k short deck main, we're going to throw it down to Ali Najad, who's going to have a quick word with our champion from event number 12, Michael Watson.
Well, many of our players from the western part of the pool begin their careers in long deck, and some work their way into short deck. And on this occasion, Mike Watson, you have worked your way into your first Triton title. After 14 cashes, 6 of which we counted came in short deck, 4 final tables, very difficult opposition. First and foremost, how does it feel to finally get that title under your belt?
Feels great. You know, I just played a lot of these events, had a lot of really close calls, and you know, it's the biggest tournaments, the best series, so it feels good to finally win one.
You definitely can take pride any time that you win a Triton title in knowing that you have clashed with some of the best around, as you mentioned. Mike Zhang, so dominant from basically start to finish until his 2 jacks met your 2 queens. Walk me through that hand.
Yeah, it was a bit of just a cooler for him. I raised pre-flop on the button with queens, he called with jacks, and just ace, queen, jack. You know, he check raised me. I kind of thought maybe I should just move it in there because it seemed like jacks is his most likely hand if he has a value hand, but decided to call, had the heart in my hand too, so I kind of had everything covered. And then, you know, we both fill on the turn, and that was that.
I know that there was some discussion during featured tables about what it's going to take to help grow this form of poker, short deck. Do you have an opinion on what the future of short deck is, or what things we might be able to do to get more interest in it? Because I know you're a fan.
Yeah, I love the game. I mean, I think Triton obviously does an amazing job promoting it. These streams are great. I know a lot of people probably were introduced to the game that way. I'm not sure. I mean, I think if more people played it, they would find that they really liked it. It's a great gambling game, especially in cash. You know, the tournaments, obviously, you have to be a little bit more, you know, cagey, I guess. But in the cash games, a lot of big pots, money going in. It's a real fun action game. So I hope it catches on more. It's a great game.
Well, I can tell you that having to commentate on the likes of you and so many others who oftentimes keep such an even keel on the feature table, seeing the emotion right now, the smile on your face and the relief, it's a pleasure to witness. And I bring in Luca Vivaldi right now to do the official honors as he will hand you your first ever Triton trophy and, of course, the Shambhala Jewels bracelet. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Watson, your 50K short deck champion.
Knowing where to start when learning to play poker can be incredibly confusing. Well, we have the solution for you. Our free 5-day course will teach you everything you need to know in 5 days to start making your first winnings at micro to mid stakes. No excuses, for free, check it out.
buy-ins generally
That's a bubble premium.
in short deck. Danny Tang winning the 25K? 5 buy-ins, he said.
He only won 300K. Sad.
Yeah. That's a sentence you only say at Triton. Only won 300K. Ace queen for Phil Chu here. Choosing to limp up front. Now we know what Mike Zhang had on his mind when he limped the 2 aces. Why the limp with the ace queen from Phil?
Well, quite frankly, it's because he's got the chip leader behind him. He doesn't really want to open raise that invites people to call in position, play big pots out of position. I think it's wise to just kind of limp. If the short stacks want to go up, then maybe you clash with them. Maintain your stack is pretty important. He's second in place. A lot of the EV to be had is watching other players boss at this final table, not necessarily chipping up slowly.
Well, we are watching Mike Watson flop a flush, an incredible hand to have in short deck, beats the full house.
Michael trying to pounce on his opponents. Little mini bet.
We've seen Mike do a lot of this because he's got the chips with which to do it, and all it does is just create a situation where to continue, you must put more chips into the pot, otherwise you fold. It's such a nominal investment relative to what's out there. And he can afford to just try to pick up what might be dead pots.
Yeah, getting good price, of course. I like that Watson just called here on the flop. He might have been tempted to juice up the pot.
So much hand, though, with ace-10 of diamonds, Randy.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, it's the tournament chip leader betting. Let him hang himself, right? He's been blasting away throughout this tournament. I mean, let's see what Michael thinks. He's out. Can Watson find a bet? I mean, it is reasonable that Michael Zhang here has got King X, and he'll be able to get value out of those hands. There's some straight draws out there that Michael might want to check call. We know Michael's hand won't be able to put any more chips in. Well, let's see what Watson thinks. Is there more value to be had by betting? He thinks so.
Zhang's all done with it. Looking spiffy, by the way, is Mike with that shirt. Stakers.
He was selling action on
Stake?
Poker Stake.
Yeah.
Gosh, free money. Should have known.
You mean if you had known, you would have been throwing a saddle on Mike?
I might have. I might have got my feet wet on Poker Stake. Like, a man who's known for no limit hold'em shows up just for the short deck portion. It means he's done his homework. Well, action on Haxton. Looks like we're starting to get a little bit slow in terms of approaches at this final table. Really, what I think is going through everyone's mind is we've got such a huge lead on Makita Badziekuski here. Let's not get crazy. Let's play some small pots, splash some chips around a little bit, but not try to get all in confrontation. Can Phil pick up on this and pounce of King Queen? That's the question. You can see he's really thinking about making a big play. It's a lot of antes, though, right? Haxton with 100 antes. Would be a bit excessive.
Do you start to assign a range of hands to Phil just based on that posturing there in that moment, that this is going to be on the better part of the deck?
Sure. Like, it's not the Jack-6 offsuit.
Right,
So the ones
right.
that you know for sure are checking.
The kind of hand that maybe hits this ace-queen-9 board reasonably hard.
Of course.
He's got the better version of middle pair.
And that's a very good point. So maybe that's going to dissuade the first two players from taking some action. Haxton, absolutely nothing.
Predictable knuckle there.
What about Watson, though? Mid-pair is pondering that slow check pre-flop. Slow check from Isaac on the flop. Gonna check 2. King Queen is best. There's an ace out there.
Well, Phil's just kind of wondering how much of the ace-x is in the range of not just limping, but also then checking this flop.
I think limping is still a large part of the other two players' range, but
ace-x is?
Yes, but not betting a flop, not so much.
Yeah, that's where you begin to maybe remove the likelihood that that's what you're up against. ICAS picked up a gutter on the turn here.
Yeah, those gutters are always pretty disguised.
It pays to be in the gutter in short deck a lot more than it does in long deck, doesn't it?
Back to Phil again. He's got to feel pretty good about King Queen now. Is it worth a bet? Debatable. Looks like they are comfortable checking it down. King Queen. Gonna lock it up as long as they don't fold. Well, Haxton really taking some time, but maybe more for balance. They're just balancing their timing toes right now, Ollie. They're taking a lot of time per street, but we're gonna show down to King Queen and take it down. 180.
It's so funny because Mikita Batsikuski was not involved in that pot, and yet I feel like he was very much involved in that pot.
$150.
This is the fun part. Michael raising under the gun. What does Mikita do if ace-jack? When there's a raise in front of you, you know the chip leader is going to have to call your jam. Priced in, no matter what he's holding. Is ace-jack enough of a hand to go with? It's a tough question because we know Mikita doesn't want to have to fade 5 cards. Would rather chip up without showdown. But he knows everyone around him is waiting for him. They're not going to make a move until Mikita gets it in. Maybe Mikita's also thinking about Michael, who limp pre-flop with 2 aces. Yeah, gonna go for it. Ace-jack. Almost all of it. Watson quickly mucks ace-queen, and Phil Chu's got ace-king suited. This is
awkward.
No, it's so awkward. Do you know why? It's because Mikita left 20K behind. So, what does he? He's going to jam it in. I was going to say there's lots of funny scenarios that can happen. What if Michael J goes all in? Mikita folds ace-jack for 20K behind? You know, you can see how it could be quite interesting. They're going to get it in, though.
Yeah, sweet relief to see Zhang folding, of course. And then even more so to see Mikita with ace-jack.
I forgot he had chips.
And might this be the moment that the tension is broken?
Makes it easier for you.
Either way.
Yeah, I mean,
potentially.
You can't pre-hatch.
Gonna call and check it down with him.
Oh.
Either with a
He's
bad's
20K.
bust or a bad's double and a deeper stack. King 10-7. Top pair
Good strategy.
formed for Phil with the ace-king suited, but
Hit a
bads.
diamond.
Backdoor diamonds. The Broadway gutty.
Last 10 of diamonds.
I think it's just gonna be a 9. Oh my god.
That's a sweaty one, Randy.
Queen, diamond.
I can't tell you the river though, bro.
No jack.
Yeah, that's too much.
Kind of hard.
Jack is not good.
9, queen,
Oh,
or a
Jack doesn't work,
diamond
huh?
would all work for bads here.
GG, bro.
Instead, it's the 6 of clubs. And the Belarusian will not level with
Too many
Jason
outs to
Kuhn, courtesy of a 5th
10
title.
outs you probably hit.
Yeah, you jinxed him, Jason.
Yeah.
The less he has.
I already knew.
The nuttiest premiums possible. They don't want to put themselves at risk. It's very technical, and we're going to see more of these types of hands coming up. Michael, keep an eye on the stack sizes of opponents, which dictates how he wants to maneuver. Pounce. Like here. Let's see how Watson reacts if ace-queen suited. Snap.
Yeah, he knows that something's got to give. And also that Zhang is going to be leaning with a reasonably broad variety of holdings that the ace-queen suited he expects performs well against. But it's short deck. And the 10-jack suited is 46%, just 7% back of Watson. Now a different proposition altogether as Mike Bink's top pair.
I'll take a king.
King.
Watson asks for a king and gets one. And now,
I'm gonna stop now.
10 queen or an ace would all
Gotta
work
keep the
for him.
river a secret.
What is it? Ace queen 10, right?
9 spades.
And the queen comes in.
1.2,
2.56 million will ultimately work its way in front of Mike Watson. And that is a, actually, take that back.
Which
It was
three?
5 and 2.
I was like, which three? Which country are you putting in the Eastern besides
what's
China
crazy?
and Hong Kong?
You know what's crazy? I'll tell you exactly what happened there.
Tell me.
I looked at Mike Zhang, and then I put him into the eastern side of the player pool, even though he plays under the Union Jack.
Excuse me.
Understandable. I know, you're disappointed.
I'm disappointed in you. I'm disappointed. Clearly from the UK. Have you heard his accent?
Yeah.
It's very noticeable.
Well, we run into the same dilemma with you, Randy. We never know where to stick you. You got a U.S. passport, you live in Australia, and yet you don't look like domestic product. Here we are now with Watson limping the 10-8 suited, luxuries that are now afforded him, courtesy of the third place stack. See the snowball effect of the limp, often in short deck.
Love watching how Jason navigates these tournaments. The master. Multiple short deck titles. Man, I want to look at that profile real quick. So he got the title right in the 50K no limit in Vietnam.
Phil Shu got the trips in this three-way affair. Go on, though, Randy.
He won the 150K Madrid short deck, one bullet.
Okay.
For lot. And he also first place in a no limit hold'em in Jeju. First place in the short deck main event in Jeju. And also first place in the short deck main event once again, Montenegro. So he's good. Confirmed.
Confirmed, yeah. Like there was ever any doubt, right?
Yeah, I had to make sure the Giant Poker Plus app was, keep him in check.
You skeptic.
Let's see this one. Watson inside straight draw.
Interesting, the flat on the button from Jay Kuhn with Queen Jack.
Yeah. Very notable. I think it's along the lines of 9x shouldn't be in the other player's range so much. And that he was like, well, Phil's probably just taking a stab at it. It'll check to me. I'll fire away, win this pot. tell you though, that check by Phil is sneaky.
Yeah.
With tripped nines.
Note though that the gutter.
Good discipline
Somebody
there.
did have the. Well, I guess it wouldn't be a gutter. 7-8 would have been just an open ender, as it were. But hearts fill in, and now 4 to a straight on board as the sneaky check on the turn now might be an uncomfortable check on the river. Watson.
Look, Watson doesn't think the 8 is good, but he knows he can't represent a 7 from a hijack limp, so he's just out of there. Jason, I think he had a plan to kind of try to take this away against one opponent. Didn't really expect 2 opponents to come along on the flop. So there is a chance he'll just shut down.
Scared me, Mike.
Yeah. Scared me, Mike. You hear that?
9.
Well, Phil, the man with the real hand there. Biometrics?
Is this ring on his finger?
Yeah.
The black one?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know about this.
I left mine at home.
Oh, you have one?
Yeah.
Are you
It
recommending
just doesn't
it?
tell me anything good.
Okay,
it's like,
so
oh, you didn't move enough. Oh, you didn't sleep good. Yeah, okay.
That doesn't sound like a good investment to me.
This one's a bit dirty.
Well,
Yeah,
if you're
a couple
willing
of
to
them
take
have
the
noticed
information
some
and
kind of
act
greasy
upon
spots
it,
on
Yeah, one of mine was a little smudged as well.
strikes
Just
me
get
as
a
a
new
great
deck.
one.
New deck.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
definitely.
you. Got it.
No point.
Go get a new deck.
For a stubborn, brittle old dog like myself, good
You're
luck,
not, You're
Aura
not
Ring,
too old, okay, Ollie?
getting me to break my habits.
You'll be old in one
I'm
more year.
old.
In 1 more year, you'll be old.
And immature. There's a
Immature,
difference.
guaranteed.
Okay. 9-7. Jason Kuhn limps against Zhang.
Yeah, this is actually interesting because Jason is limping into the chip leader. It's always scary, like, oh man, is he going to raise? But he can't raise with 100% frequency, so I've got to be able to limp and get this through.
How about the joint on a 10-8-6 board where Zhang has got top 2? This is a beautiful development for Jason.
Yeah, very great spot.
No.
He goes for a check. This is just bad for Michael Zhang here. He's also not expecting 9-7 offsuit from Jason Kuhn.
All right. Where's 30-60?
Michael gonna go for some value. It's a meaty bet, 120K.
Into 175.
Jason's aware that Michael playing any 2 cards, right? It's a dealer button check. This is the board that it smashes the dealer button. Also the board the dealer button likes to try to represent.
Right.
1-2-5-5.
Is it the genuine article on this occasion, or
all
is
the
it
chips
something
going in?
out of line?
Can't get away.
Yeah, a jam. And a beautiful situation developing for Jason Kuhn here as he plays for a 2.76 million chip pot.
Nicely done from Jason. He went for an all-in, check raise all-in rather than a check raise small. Try to make his hand look like a draw.
Turn card. Does pick up hearts for Zhang. Now a sweat for Jason Kuhn, whose final table hangs in the balance and running hearts, giving Mike Zhang the flush. And
Brutal.
that is a demoralizing development for Jason Kuhn, who gets showered. Was the short stack going into that hand? Pressure was on him, but again,
Just
I mean, yeah.
move on to the next tournament. Short deck main event incoming for him. I mean, as it's going now, it's going pretty quick. They were pretty deep, average stack. Somehow, we're down to 4.
And somehow we've got not one but 2 ace-kings. Not to mention the Jack-10 suited of Mike Watson. We know that this hand likes to get chips in. He's lit the fuse here with a limp. Mike makes it 2 1/4.
Yeah, trying to pounce on his opponent. Hacks in with Pretty easy jam here of ace king. Gonna run it once again, I imagine. All suits will be live if they do get the ace kings in there. 4-4 flush.
I don't know if they have a state-sponsored lottery in Vietnam, but if they do, I would highly advise Mike Zhang to maybe purchase a few tickets. And if he isn't interested, I would appreciate if he would send me his picks. I'd be happy to purchase. Win 5 or 10 trillion dong.
Trillion. How much is a trillion?
I don't know, man. Not that much. Ike Axton, 1.78 million jam. Snap call.
No, give me my cards back.
And you
I'll take
hear
rainbow.
Watson. When two ace kings are out there
Versus
blocking
black.
one another.
Jack 10's the favorite.
Oh, yeah.
No sweat. Black, black, black.
96% of the time. Wow, it would have been trip 10s for
Not
Watson.
even
Was
scared.
going to say 96% of the time.
Okay, it was so hard to make
These
a
guys are going to chop in.
Quads.
Quads it would have been. For Watson is.
Oh, I make extra. I
As
throw you
of the
10K.
flop. It was 100% chop. Carve up the
Doesn't seem fair
3-6.
that I folded quads at all.
Brain. Well, that's what I know so far. I only started like 2 months ago, so I don't really know. Yeah.
I see. Interesting.
Well, Mike, if you wouldn't mind passing the Cliff's
Take
notes.
a look into that. Seems.
Yeah, fine. I can recommend
My
you a
way.
good teacher or online course as well, because
Oh, cool.
it's very 99% of it is all fake. So better get a good teacher.
Oh, all fake.
Yeah, we all want to know what it's like when you have like a shit teacher at school, what it does to your education.
Yeah, for sure.
So he's saying, if I'm willing to put 95% of my bankroll into a tournament, I should be putting the other 5% in, just a little bit more. Withdrawing, taking loans out, maybe 105%. You gotta push it a little bit more. Is what he's saying, to the limits.
I appreciate your interpretation, Randy, but I do feel compelled to step in and advise that I'm not certain that's what Mike meant. Try it out. Just don't come to me for a loan when it doesn't work out. Is all I'm saying. Pair of jacks against the gutter.
See, middling hands here. Straight draws. Check through. You often see this when there's these little gut shots, people trying to hit them. Let's see if Michael Watson wants to value bet this in hijack. Knows he needs to protect against 9x and 10x. So he's got the bottom pair. The little straight draw is important. Still can beat some hands. Did he just cut out extra chips though? Okay, he's gonna make a call.
Another 150 into the middle.
Hit it.
Doubling the size of the pot and delivering the straight to Mike Zhang, who continues to run white hot here in the late stages and even the middle and early stages of this 50K short deck.
For Watson here, like, it's one of those spots where just please check it behind.
Yeah. Tend to agree with you.
You know, Michael's got such an aggressive image that, you know, he can probably get away with value betting this straight and still get looked up by worse. You know, of course, he could be up against like king, queen, ace, queen. Gonna go for some value, half the pot. Sure, full houses are in play. Very, very tough for King Jack to make a call here. he is against a dealer button, so that is more hands that he can pick off, but
3 to
sometimes you got to
1.
give yourself
Do you
your
apply
opponent credit.
poker in
Second
any way?
pair, king kicker.
Relatable or no?
Yeah, it's relatable to anything that you do. It's like,
So like opening your
good.
mind?
yeah, just like mango, and it just comes. And we don't notice them.
I didn't realize that I was so spiritually enlightened, both by virtue of my affinity for mango and my
Playing
affinity
ice?
for thinking about random things while in the booth.
Just under, I believe.
Was there any more to it, or?
You know, we might need to take up these lessons because I think our commentary will improve tenfold after.
Sorry, Randy, I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking about how much I like guava. And I mean that.
Do you really? You don't strike me as a guava kind of guy. You don't like dragon fruit. You think it's bland.
I know it's bland, and so does everyone else who's ever eaten it. Let's not do this again, Randy.
Chat's like, oh no, please.
Queen 9 as Zhang picks up the gut shot. Haxton with a pair of 10s.
Seems like Michael's been involved in all the pots lately.
Yeah, high V-pip at present.
You know, he's willing to just get in there and chip up slowly. $100K. It's a sizable bet. It's not comfortable here with mid pair. You know, 7 kicker. Just trying to think. There's a lot of bad cards, of course, right? Queen, Jack, King. Can Isaac maneuver here with mid pair? And it's not a small bet on the flop. 2/3 pot. Now let's see how Isaac wants to respond here. I wouldn't fault him if he just outright folded the flop.
But does he expect Mike to be limping ace-X?
Yeah, I would say is a decent part of... I think Michael's got a very wide range for limping, actually.
And a balanced one at that?
Hold on, look at this.
Yeah, perhaps Ike disagrees with our assessments.
265. Interesting play from Isaac Haxton. I guess he must think that he's just getting stabbed at and they're just going to outright fold a lot. Maybe you're right, Ollie. Maybe it's that he thinks that the cutoff has a lot of incentive to just rip it in, right? It is the last 2 positions pre-flop, so excuse me, because yeah, ace-X would definitely be raising high frequency. It's getting awkward now that Michael Zhang has called the flop. Good card though, 8.
It's one of those spots where I think Ike would have much preferred for Zhang to have just put his hand into the muck.
Of course.
But
yeah,
now here he is. I think the 8s belong to Haxton more so. You touched on the fact that Zhang with that big stack is going to be the wider range. You think there's some 8x in his...
I think the 8x is quite low in both people's ranges to have bet and also have raising the flop. Having said that, though, Isaac Haxton did raise mid-pair, so clearly that's not exactly true. But perceived-wise, I would say 8x is not a large part of either player's range, and they both know that, hence the passive action on the turn. Michael just got queen high. He's wondering right now, okay, what did Isaac Haxton raise the flop with and check the turn? Did he really raise me with just ace-X given our stack size situation? He probably actually doesn't expect Isaac to raise a 10 a lot. He might be thinking Isaac raised the, I don't know, like a king X, is that possible? Hard to say. It's just really fun to watch how these two experts navigate this because there's a lot going on in his hand.
The king does fill in that queen jack double gutter stuff.
Yeah.
Which is relevant. Of course, Mike blocks it with the queen of clubs. Nevertheless,
unimproved, he is going to check again.
Yeah, Michael's just given up. Also, he actually does beat some hands that would raise the flop and check turn, which is the weaker straight draws. 9-7, Jack
Queen
9.
high.
And
So a lot of information learned here from both players.
When you say queen high and your man says 10, you start to understand you're dealing with somebody.
Well, he's been
Perhaps.
limping lately,
240.
but time to bump it up.
Now 9s for Haxton.
It's a tricky hand to play, actually.
These lower pairs just don't perform very well. You could be up against the bigger pair, first issue, and then when you're up against presumably the 2 overs, you're really just hoping for a set and then hoping to hold on.
Yeah. The pocket pairs can't really maneuver post flop without a set. It's always overcards. You just lose so often. Watson's gonna call one here in position. Note 2 9s are gone. Phil gets a close action of ace-10 suited. Nice spot for him. Does note the just call from Watson. That's the type of stack that's not really looking to slow play big hand. Ace-10 out.
Wow.
Discipline.
2.4 to
Very
start, Mike.
disciplined.
Total.
I think 2.5, but yeah.
Perhaps not as much discipline on display from Watson, though, who is willing to tussle with Mike Zhang, and now he's got a gut shot against ace high. Queen of Hearts interacting nicely with Zhang.
Yeah, the Queen X flops actually, I would imagine, favors the flat calling range a bit more. Hands that are good enough to take a flop but not good enough to get it all in, say like Queen Jack suited, King Queen, these types of holdings. So let's see how Michael reacts here. He's going to start with a bet. Ace King, important in the sense that it does block some Queen X's, like the Ace Queen and King Queen that would flat. Inside straight draw, no backdoor diamond.
$230K. Mike suspects that the gutter is always good here, I would imagine.
Yeah, most certainly. Especially because, you know, full houses on the flop would probably just check like hits it.
On the topic of gutters, welcome 10 of diamonds to Mike Watson's world as he makes the queen high straight. Now, Zhang does have the gutter to Broadway in turn, so not drawing dead, but drawing lean with over $1 million in the middle, a reality that is courtesy of his choice to raise pre and then barrel post. Fork in the road here on the turn, and he is still betting.
Yeah, he's got a game plan for multiple barrels in this flop with that flop bet. Good spot for Michael. Ace King blocking hands that can continue, like Ace Queen and King Queen, most likely comes to his mind. For now, Watson with the inside straight, hitting the straight. It's a small bet that he's faced against, but is a paired board. I don't think he's looking to get all the chips in, but he would happily put in more. I feel like call is the play, but you know, maybe he comes in with a raise sometimes, knowing that his hand's vulnerable. There's a lot of funny cards that can drop off, right? Broadway could hit a straight, bigger straight, board pairing, queen, 10. That's not what he wants to see with two eights out there.
The reality in short deck, in particular when we hold straights, is that so many cards create discomfort for us on future streets. So how does one react to this bet sizing from Mike Zhang? Do we flat and then perhaps provide the opportunity for the uncomfortable card to roll off and then Mike to barrel once more and leave us guessing? Or do we try to ask the question here and now with the raise? Off of 2.1 million.
Yeah, he's got us a lot of stack to play for. It's actually quite awkward.
900,000.
Looks like he's just going to try and charge those hands right now.
Yeah, it comes with 900K.
I mean, he's willing to commit at this point.
Does strike me as the statement being made off of 2.1.
Yeah, for sure. Ace King, though, I mean, what does he beat? Some kind of King Jack that floated to flop. Probably unlikely to even have called. You gotta be pretty ambitious trying to find some hands you beat here. Let's see. He is going to use some time. Might be asking.
Okay.
Now, the reason behind coming with 900, even though you're willing to get the rest of it all in the face of a shove, presumably, is because by making it 900, you can keep some worse hands in that wouldn't be able to call if you jammed all in.
That's a good point. With Jack 9 with straight, we're a heavy favorite, even against, like, you know, pocket ace, kings and aces, right? We want those hands to put in more chips with very low equity. We want to charge and get more, put ourselves in a better position for the rest of the tournament. Jamming all in really only gets called by better. Don't think he thinks that Michael would continue with top pair, top kicker, or like an overpair to the board for all 2.2 million on the turn.
And the 900 is enough as Mike puts the ace-king into the muck. Zhang, that is. Watson putting Zhang bucks into his stack yet again, as he has been the one guy that seems to have gotten the better. Did not cash despite playing 3 long deck events, including the 100K main. And here, with a chance at a title at his first ever Triton Festival. Standing between him and that title, of course, the likes of this man, Mike Zhang, been chip leader for the bulk of this event, maybe even the whole run.
See Haxon with ace-6 offsuit. Happy to take some flops.
King, Queen, 7, all clubs. Zhang has the lone flush draw. And welcome back to the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino. Ali Najad and Henry Kilbane with the back half of what has been an action-packed festival. Short deck time of the festival, of course, and we have already crowned a champion earlier today. Mike Watson, his first title. And who would have thought it, Henry, given that Michael Zhang came in with that massive chip lead. But Watson, really, the collision, jacks, queens, got the job done.
Yeah, I mean, that's all it takes to really define a tournament or turn the trajectory, rather, of the outcome of a tournament is a massive caller like that. And Zhang and Sir Watts, you know, have played countless tournaments lifetime, and they've been on the both receiving end and the bad end of setups like that. And yeah, Michael Watson, a true legend. You know, I was saying to Randy, the term legend gets thrown around pretty loosely in poker sometimes.
That's
and
fair.
Sir Watts and Ike Haxton coming out on top. You know, the guys have been around for 2 decades. They've won everything that there is to win, bar a Triton trophy. And so Watts with that monkey off of his back finally.
Yeah, the mantle being polished off now with a new bit of kit. So we will turn our attention now to the 100K buy-in short deck main event. Thus far, we do have 20 registrants. We're going to pick up action in the 1K, 2K level. We have a little bit of play under our belt, of course, as we were bringing you final table coverage. And we are going to bring table 5 to the feature. As we glance upon the Triton Poker Plus app, you can see that it has Phil Hsu, who was just at the final table, along with Jason Kuhn of that 50K. And looks like we've got Sam Greenwood, Winfred Yu, and the likes of Kai Bong Lo, a name that I have yet to mention thus far in the festival. So we are just about moments away from sending you down to that feature table as we just get our feet wet here. It will be a 2-day main event, so champion will be crowned tomorrow, but I'm sure we'll still have plenty to get excited about between now and the end of play today. Kai Bong Lo, 233 antes on his second bullet.
Yeah, played the 25k GG Super Millions Live Edition as well as the 15k. Then skipped the rest of the series. Now he's here for the short deck main event, the 100k buy-in. Back in Cyprus as well. April of last year, played the 75k short deck as well as a couple of 50k Hold'em events. So looks like he's here for the big stuff. The
Bobbing and weaving his way through choice selected events. One might say the same about Winfred Yu, who played the Super Millions, the 100k long deck main where he finished 8th, and then the 25k short deck. This is 4th event of the festival. Here he is with King 9, turning into second pair on the Ace King 7 board, where the big stack of Kai Bong Lo goes to work with aces up.
Played a very peculiar hand, I'm looking now. It's been out there in the mix, tangling with Danny Tang and the likes.
Kai Bong Lo, that is?
Yeah, some really peculiar hands. You can obviously check them out over on the Triton Poker Plus app.
Nothing peculiar about tearing one off in position with the Broadway gut shot, as Sam Greenwood has done here. Does turn into a pair of jacks on the turn, as the flat 4K figure comes in once more at Greenwood. That's the right price, he decides.
又是你，
早上好。
Calls again. Now the ace fills up. Kai Bong Lo. And yet he's a checker. Might have been looking to induce Greenwood to get a bit frisky. Don't think he was worried about ace king, ace jack all that much.
Is that a certain Mr. Pan Chuan joining the table? All right, guys, we'll mute our mics. It's about to get fun and spicy out there.
Yeah, it's beautiful here. Maybe we'll pick some. Pick the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well done, man.
Like
spent 9 years here.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
So beautiful here. From.
Oh yeah, sure.
Is that Low saying he's
That's amazing.
in Vietnam for 9 years now?
You can always like have some mini high roller series, you know, before
Yeah,
Asia.
well, you just whenever, man.
Unclear.
You just want to golf and hang out. Text me, I'll fly out.
Of course, I made
Yeah,
it.
sick.
You play yet?
Yeah, well, Seth and those guys were playing. I went out and I saw the.
Oh,
saw
the video.
footage.
Yeah.
Wasn't aware that Jason likes to play golf.
I don't know that he does. I think he's maybe picking it up. My guess is it won't be long before he
Do you mainly
dominates.
live here? No. Yeah. Hong Kong or something?
Yes.
Yeah. Love Hong Kong too.
There is Tan Xuan. We were corrected earlier by Randy Liu, so our apologies for taking that last name
State?
From Vegas, yeah.
improperly.
Long ways.
Vegas, but you go to Korea and then direct flight here.
Mm-hmm.
So this
If anyone's
not
going
that
to know
complicated than-
No, it's not
correct
that
pronunciations,
bad. And
Ollie.
I really like Seoul, so I just go
Maybe
there. and
Randy
hang
on
out
that
for a
one.
couple of days.
And there's lots of flights from Incheon to here.
Yeah.
A lot.
Every day. So many.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of Korean love golfing here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Greenwood gets busy in the cutoff and clears the limpers. Discussion centering around some of the paths to Da Nang, Vietnam. Most of them involve having to fly in via Hanoi or Ho Chi Minh City. However, among the direct flights from outside the country, Seoul, South Korea, and Hong Kong.
Into Da Nang.
Mm.
Bangkok also flies directly to Da Nang.
Mm-hmm. Phil Hsu flying directly into the middle on his second bullet.
赌运气
And
还有很
two
多子弹
tens.
哦。
你在赌运气，好像有 AA 我。
Ripping in just shy of a full bullet.
Phil fresh off that 4th place finish
赌运气是10
in the 50k.
好差。
给你旁嘛。
哦，好。哦，安的赌运气。
Currently on his 2nd bullet, flipping against the 2 10s.
You better get comfortable with flips if you're going to play short deck.
I think you like what like the worst like middle and card for you to peel posters.
King, queen, 9, all spades.
Trade the 10 of
Tens.
hearts for the ace of clubs.
Still in front.
6.
Oh.
No longer. As the ace rolls off. And now,
Go.
Tan
10 and
needs
Jack.
to hit the jack.
Jack.
Set would give Phil the straight, and instead it's the 8 of diamonds.
covered.
Schwen actually is going to be left with 5K by our count.
9万啊，还有筹码。
Slightly tilting
赌了，
development.
赌了，赌了。
Being down to 5k for sure.
Storyline for an epic spin. Chapter 1.
Seems to just love the gamble, this guy, though. I mean, you know, looks down at the 2 10s. Super excited to click the call button. Love the swag, by the way. Louis Vuitton cap. RM. This guy's just always happy.
Tell you what. You let me play poker at the stakes that Tan Schwen plays it and does so successfully.
打 golf 揾錢。
Feel like I'll be able
係啊，
to
買呢啲可以
cultivate a little happiness out of that life.
又平又靚。哇！真係你打牌，你朝頭早可以其實打2粒鐘波，即係可以揸翻嗰度係嘛？啲起身咯。係啊，同埋佢即係你。好啦好啦，你夜晚唔蒲咯。啊？
我也得是 off。
Is that? No.
A limp from King Queen. Phil Hsu. Oh, Winford's gone incognito here.
It's like Darth Maul from Star Wars. Red or black.
可以喎，可以啊。
Bong low.
I can't. I can't.
可以可以可以。
Ace king on the button.
Yeah.
Ken likes that.
That's
I don't like that either.
Owen?
Now I can't read.
你最喜欢的姿势。
Jam from the ace king of Kai Bong Lo. As the king queen goes into the muck, and
Big leg.
Dan loves it.
Yeah,
Let's
big-
play for 19.
Big slick against big lick. 19k out there.
Wow, not bad. 還有個8。
He'll take it.
6, 8, or a 9. Needed. There's the 8 for the straight, but it's not over yet.
Yeah,
Every time.
Always.
Low can hit the jack.
Jack. 死不斷氣，你知嗎？5000。
Not there.
Right.
What are you saying about epic stories and spin-ups?
On to chapter 2.
Up to 19k now. Does have 2 bullets left. That's how things stand at this feature table. Chip leader of the entire tournament. Kai Bong Lo with 240 antes. You can see he has 1 bullet left. So that's Phil Chu. Fresh off of that 4th place finish, of course. That final table also featured Jason Kuhn. Tan Schwen, after losing that big flip. to spin. Jack 7 surely not going to cut it from under the gun.
I just love the way he slams his chips up and down. They're restless. Schwen Bucks. Jason limped the Jack 10. Ace Jack suited. 4 X's from the cutoff, from the overall chip leader. Kuhn makes the investment. And the King 8-7 board brings a gut shot his way, while it brings a flush draw Kai Bong Lo's way. Now the 10 on the turn, giving Jason a pair. Both players holding the gut shot now. Double gutter for Kai Bong Lo.
Bricks out for Kai, just ace high. Gonna knuckle it back, and Jason Kuhn dominated pre, turns a 10 and finds the hold. Seem to have a lot more gambling in this stage of the tournament.
Well, no gambling needed to get in on the Triton Poker Plus app. Free of charge. Download it today, and then while you're at it, give us a like, a follow, a subscribe. Get involved with us across all of our platforms. Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Bringing you updates on all the high-stakes action in and around the Triton Super High Roller Series. It's a better way to watch poker. Extended remix on this promo.
I'm actually watching now from table 1. Lee doubling up against Seth Davies. Ace King against Ace Jack. I currently have all 4 tables open over on the app from the tournament. So
I'm bringing my own ace this time.
not just this feature table. Table 2 featuring Daniel Dvoris, Michael Zhang, Michael Watson, Mikita Badziakowski, and KCG. Very entertaining tables out there.
Look at Don reaching over and sweating Greenwood's hand.
What on earth are we witnessing here?
You like 200-ish?
No.
Short deck.
100k buy-in, man.
Short deck.
It's fantastic. It's funny because Tan knows what Sam's got. See if Jason wants to get involved. 7 of hearts. Only 15% of the equity 3 ways. Oh my.
I got your back, bro.
So Jason with the ISO. Gets the 9s to fold, and Tan in great shape.
Yeah, much better than he was
Better man.
if the 9s had been involved.
He's got Queen Jack.
I had a fail.
Oh.
So, will the spin continue?
I'm going to win this. I'm going to win straight. 9, Jack 9.
Not a lot of
Looks good so far.
Oh no, I got to back so hard.
Top 2 for 10. The king is clean.
King.
To the river we go. And it is a king.
Chop up Sammy's money.
Oh, wow.
You're pretty good at this.
It's the chops, yes. Very
chops.
good. Very good deck reader.
Yeah.
I wish it was King 8 flop.
Switch it around.
Yeah. 2 hearts.
Make hands right a little.
Yes.
King 8 2 outs.
Unbelievable the amount of gamble that this game seems to bring out. You never really see everyone at the table just laughing at the turn of a card in a No Limit Hold'em tournament, especially not with a 100k buy-in. But here, the presence of people like Tan just make it highly entertaining to not only watch but also be a part of at the feature. Jason going to complete from +1. Phil June, the hijack pocket sevens. 2 players behind us. Have to worry about Tan. Short stack.
Party. Knew it. Good read. Good read.
Can't call us. Is that 25? How much is that?
Yeah.
I don't care how much it is. Let's go.
Jason, taking a page out of Schwen's book, says, I don't care how much it is. Let's go. He was dominated already with ace-7 against ace-10.
10-9-8 flop. 10. 10-9-8.
They managed to chop that one. Our rabbits still in the hat.
I don't know about you, Ali. We're meant to stay impartial. Obviously a big Jason Kuhn fan, but kind of want Tan to spin this up here.
Money come.
King.
Oh.
King.
Ace for a king needed. 9 for a chop.
Definitely.
No dice.
Money come.
Trip queens for Jason as the Schwen spin up is brought to a halt, and he will redeem his second bullet. Kuhn still on his first. Dealer slipping another 100K out in front of Schwen. I imagine we're not going to need a Swiffer or anything to dust those chips off. I think they'll stay in motion under his stewardship.
I've got a funny feeling it's going to take us under 5 hands. Oh wait, he's gone for both bullets. Okay. Bit of a message maybe being sent there.
Wants to play a little deeper, does Tan. And it's interesting because I cannot recall the last time that I saw somebody willing to spend 2 lives in one go.
I haven't seen that in recent times.
If I told you, though,
Go on.
that in the 100K main, someone was going to do it, I suspect, Henry, that Schwen might have been at the top of your list of candidates.
He definitely would be high up on that list. Lun also comes to mind. Lun loves to have fun at the table. Kiat Lee as well. A couple of the names that I'd think of.
15.
Actually was with Tang, Lun, Kiat Lee on the break after level 1. And Lun said, I love short deck. And I stepped in and I said, no, Lun, you hate short deck. It's like a toxic relationship. You just keep going back.
Does seem to love it. Winfred Yu jamming over the ISO of Greenwood.
I don't think Sam suspects that that's coming from light ammo. And the ace-queen does concede as the jam from the Kings picks up some dead money.
I want to keep it.
Keep it. All in every hand.
Winfred, of course, final tabling the 100K no limit main. Looking to put some of those profits in action here in this 100K short deck main. Been a major player in growing the game in this part of the world over the last decade or so. See him rocking the Poker Dream hoodie.
Four-way affair with two ace queens
my.
and a queen nine all involved. Case queen finds its way to the flop along with a 9 as improbably Jason Kuhn leaps in front of this field.
How's he found that flop? Still, of course, 2 cards to come, but...
$5K bet from Greenwood, flatted by Jason. Kai Bong Lo also keeping it clean with a flat of his own. Schwen 6s into the muck as he will spectate, and now it's 9s full for Jason, who leaves the boys drawing dead.
What a beautiful development for JK. So many straight draws out there. They could potentially try and rep. See what Greenwood comes with. Did stab on the flop, picked up 2 customers. Both Kai Bong Lo and Jason Kuhn. Jason with obviously the 100% range on the button. Greenwood does continue. 3rd pot on the flop, 3rd pot on the turn.
And look at Jason continuing to extend rope. Keeps low in. Another 30K into the pot. Inconsequential river. Double pairs the board.
What a beautiful development for Jason. Should never really have any 7x that continues on the turn.
Do you think Greenwood finds value?
I mean, you've been called in 2 spots on both flop and turn.
Got our answer. And we've definitely no doubt that Jason Kuhn's going to bet. 65,000 and over bet here.
We've seen Jason navigate these types of board textures so well on the button, not just here, but in the 50K and the 25K as well, where he has a perceived trashy range advantage. You can see Kai Bong Lo can't let go of top, and the overbet from Jason gets paid off. And with that pot, moves up to 3rd in chips. 2 bullets left as well for Jason.
I could add King Jack or Jack 10.
Yeah.
Maybe even 10-8.
6-8.
Yeah, 6-8.
Yeah.
Getting paid off by Kai Bong Lo, who is no longer the overall chip leader. That tally on the back end of that pot now belongs to Elton Sang.
Yeah, Tsang getting busy over on table 1. Battling against Chidwick, Haxton, Davies, Kiat Lee.
Phil Hsu leading this one off with the ace-jack. Kuhn flats. That allows Kai Bong Lo to check back and develop bottom pair on the ace-queen-10 board, where Phil Hsu's ace-jack reigns supreme. They're playing with pace out there.
They really are.
Early stages, of course.
It's so different. Obviously, I mean, this feels like I'm stating the obvious, but it's so different than when the Lammers have to be forced in play that one level before the end of late reg. It's a completely different game. People here obviously V-pipping as much as possible, playing deep, looking to spin up a stack.
9.
$9K follow-up figure from Phil with just the aces. Kuhn with the queens, both players with the Broadway gutty. As Jason makes the call, and they both hit the king on the river, so this will be a chop.
See how Phil proceeds. Bet flop and turn. It's potentially a perceived scare card for him. If he had a hand like 2-pair or a set, he did limp from under the gun. He's going to try and get value himself. Goes for a very small sizing. Sub 5% river
what
block.
is that? 1,500. Almost begging Jason, no matter what he has, to stick something in there. Of course, here it comes with the nuts. Kuhn's going to take it up. How greedy is he going to get here?
I believe the dealer said 19.
Mm-hmm. Confirmed.
Half pot. Chop it up, boys.
No sooner
it up.
did Phil say 40 than it all got in.
Call, but yeah.
No, just call. By that time, it's obvious.
Yeah, there's not going to be anyone complaining, hey, you only called on the river with the nuts. It's like, no, come on, guys.
No.
Gets clicked back.
Straightforward.
Cool button.
I was thinking the same. I wish you were bluffing.
I could have a bluff.
Yeah, I mean, that was my intention.
What are your thoughts on Lara and producer James, Ali?
Well, we've touched on the idea that Patrick Antonius, and for that matter, Jason Kuhn, have put a real dent into the salmon stock here at the resort over the course of this festival. Producer James and Lara have certainly got the local dairy cows working overtime, given their frequent visits to the ice creamery out by the pool.
Safe to assume that neither are lactose intolerant.
Not necessarily. Ice cream's just that good. Ace 9-7 as Kai Bong Lo out kicks, but Kuhn has the 6 working for a gutter. $30K into 44.5.
Yeah, incredibly deep at start of this hand as well.
Yeah, somewhat removed from that sort of Tan Chuan-esque, let's just get it in type of depth. The 100K and below tends to take its shots.
Wow.
Now, Jack on the turn, and perhaps we stand corrected as Kai Bong Lo is willing to just jam. Jason, forced to fold.
Yeah, really fortunate that Jason has one of the few hands there that don't snap beat him to the pot.
The aces up stuff does feel a little shrivelly once you get the all-in from Kai Bong Lo there.
I feel like you're only getting hands like ace-queen, ace-10 to fold, and you're getting snapped off by hands that have you in pretty rough shape.
Nines for Greenwood, one of which finds its way into the muck out of Winford's hand.
Yeah. It's been a long week, Jason. A long couple of weeks, I should say. Penultimate day of action here. The Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino. Tomorrow we'll be bringing you final table coverage of this 100k short deck main.
2 clubs, 2 tens, and a queen here, as Phil Hsu has more equity than the 9s and the 8s, despite being unpaired.
Yeah, 2 clubs dead in Tam and Greenwood's holdings. So you know that flushes beat full houses in short deck.
Phil able to shed the 8s and the 9s with a sprinkle.
搜一下可以。
Sizable pot brewing on the outer table between 2 of the chip leaders, Haxton against Sang. Again, if you guys haven't already downloaded the Triton Poker Plus app, you can currently watch every hand from every table in the tournament.
In real time.
In real time as well, yes. A little bit of information that I forgot to include in that plug.
Winfred limped the 2 queens. Now Tan Xuan deciding to make it 16-5 after Kai Bong Lo limped behind with Jack-9 suited.
Winfred incredibly deep, over 100 antes.
Let's not forget, though, that Xuan double redeemed his Lammers.
He did.
For 200k. Now faces a limp and pile. Pretty narrow range we expect out of that seat.
谢谢老板。
Yes. Xuan has issued thanks.
技术不够的就可以这样了。位置不好。No position, not as depressed. Good.
Careful with that coffee, Winfred. We're not dealing with normal levels of caffeine.
我不是埋伏你的，埋伏别人的。
Might burn through the table.
You could clear a drain with it.
现在装位啊，刚才不是。
Sink backed up.
UTG 啊。
Pour a cup of coffee down it out this way. Won't be long.
You thought he was the button?
They could use it as like an advert for Silic Bang.
Oh, you thought he folded.
You want to remove rust
You're picking on Sam.
from the undercarriage of your car. Pour some Vietnamese coffee on it.
I do feel like
Comes
if
out
one
shiny.
has rust on the undercarriage of their car, they have some bigger issues than just the cosmetic ones.
For sure. I can see why you'd come to that conclusion.
Tan Xuan, by the way, undeterred by the fact that his Jack-9 suited got piled on, 1 hand to go, goes to work with it again. This time picks up Kai Bong Lo as a customer who has flopped the gut shot. Drawing to a 9. Dust for Xuan.
Take
And
it simple. You don't know what to do, just go all in.
He bets.
Worst come to worst is like, you know.
Very easy
And
game.
takes it. What do we say about the 200K that we parked in front of him after he redeemed the 2 Lammers? Wasn't going to be getting stale?
Miley Cyrus Wrecking Ball comes to mind when that man has mountains of chips in front of him.
Ooh. Brown Bull's inbound.
Uh-oh.
Henry. Strap in.
Thank you. Are you strapped in, Ali?
No, I'm going right to outer space. Hand me one of these. Strap in. What do I look like? A noob? I love the fact that each time that they bring 4, they assume that one is going to go
to our director Martins and the other to producer James, little do they realize that actually we need 2 apiece. Send them this way.
Well, that's us awake until 4 a.m. Currently 7 p.m. local time.
Thank you.
Well, Winfred Yu is looking to put Tan Chuan's limp to bed. And Sticky. Tan's going to stick another 16 out there with this 10-7 suited.
In for 3K, in for 19K, as they say.
Well, middle set for Winfred, and nice interaction with the 8 of spades, but pretty lean on upside is this 10-7 as Schwen's check, draws a predictable barrel, and sends his 10-7 into the muck.
Na zdrowie.
What was that?
Cheers.
I know.
My
but
friend.
I'm sure nobody who actually speaks fluent Russian would have been pleased with the manner in which you said that. One more.
Na zdrowie.
I was always under the impression it's na zdrowie.
That would be in Russian, yes, if I was speaking in Russian.
What were you speaking in?
Bulgarian.
Shout out to the 3 Bulgarians currently streaming right now.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Might be 3 more than the number of Russians streaming right now. Not sure what the embargoes are currently.
Oh, let us know, of course, where you guys are tuning in from.
Unless you're on the front line, in which case, don't. Head on a swivel. King Jack 8, all diamonds here. 1 flush draw, and it belongs to Kai Bong Lo. He's got second pair. Top pair for Jason. 2 checks in front of him.
Obviously an incredibly wet board. Jason going to try and thin out the field. And that is what this game is all about, equity denial. It's very difficult to be able to go for thin value once you get to a river, unlike in Hold'em. As the king pairs on the turn.
Trips for Jason. And he will swing. 10K. Promptly finds its way into the middle for Kai Bong Lo, who was pulling at the flush, which would beat full houses. But instead, Jason fills courtesy of the 9. 42 out there.
I was hoping Kai Bong was just, you know what? Queen of diamonds. A block jack, it's a block king jack. I'm all in, dealer.
No turgid.
Boy, that would have put Jason in the blender, huh?
We know Lowe's capable.
You had a diamond?
Yeah. Pulling those moves.
I'm glad it didn't come. I had a full house.
Where then?
Yeah.
Jack king?
King 9.
Bossman Paul Poit. Doing pretty well over on table 3. First bullet. Up to 265,000. Phil Chu may be concerned about the domination situations he can find himself in. He's just going to let go of the king jack on the button after seeing the squeeze from Kai Bong Lo from the cutoff. Jason incredibly deep here. Yeah, got to go set mining. Feels like maybe this is the customer that will give him a full double on certain board textures. given Kai Bonglo's willingness to just play big pots. What we've seen so far.
So he puts the extra 19 out there, comes up shy of the set he sought. But he does have 2 pair, which is currently the better hand, but a 3-2 dog with 2 to come against this ace-king.
Look at this. We've seen this so much on display over the last couple of days. Leads on these paired boards from the out position. Limp cooler.
Low peels as the diamond gives him the flush draw. Furnishes a gut shot for Jason. And he is still barreling. And note, Kai Bong Lo, no hesitation.
Yeah.
Makes the call, and now the 7s are counterfeited. And as played, we're about to find out how much 10x, 9x Kai Bong Lo is going to give Jason Koon credit for as JK reaches. How much is he barreling into 156.5?
Looks like half pot, thereabouts, just north. 2/3.
Oh.
All the straight draws brick. King, queen, queen, jack, king, jack. Diamonds obviously get there. Would Jason bet flop, bet turn with a 10? Would he bet flop, bet turn with a 9? Rather than giving Kai Bong Lo the chance to hang himself with just ace high.
I lean towards less likelihood of the turn bet out of 10x, 9x.
I agree.
Henry.
I really do agree, and that's the spot that Kai Bong Lo's found himself in. Asking himself those questions. King of diamonds in hand. All of those straight draws bricking. He's cutting out calling chips, Ali.
Already used a time bank here.
Really mulling this one over. Unblocking backdoor hearts as well.
$95.
Would jacks do this? Would queens do this?
Oh, and he sniffs it out.
Oh,
Not too often people get the better of Jason Koon on the river in short deck. Spots like this, but Kai Bong Lo really giving us a look at what kind of customer he is. Rise up, sir.
That one felt good, I'll tell you that much. Just saw it with the swag in which he threw down the ace king kind of. It's like, that's all me, pal. Jason Koon.
How about you get the like
Queen Jack maybe?
Yeah, something like that. You know.
Yeah, I thought you
with a diamond, you know.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I could. Maybe 7.
Threw the X-ray machine onto those 7s, didn't he?
That was amazing. What an amazing hand of poker.
Won't be our last. As Greenwood limps up front. Koon comes along.
Credit to Jason, by the way. Knew exactly where he was. Flop, turn, and river. Just couldn't shake the ace high. Be interesting if it's like a 6 on the river. You can actually get value from his 7s. Oh, Tanny boy. With a legit hand on the button.
I think you're saying 20? Yeah.
All right. Ignition. $20K. As Jason Koon will be the only patron. Neither player hits the set. King Jack 6 rainbow. Jason checking it over to Schwen.
JK unable to continue.
Sorry, I was using your time band.
It's okay.
I was using his.
Nice.
Why is that so much?
Me? And very smart.
I hope I don't use your chip.
Just don't use my bullet.
So on the dealer push, take a peek at the chip counts here at our featured table, where Kai Bong Lo is back up to the 220 ante range that he was at the onset, largely due to clicking call on the river as he sniffed out Jason Kuhn, who's down to just 33 ante, still on his first bullet. Also on the first bullet, Winford Yu, Sam Greenwood. Second bullets for Kai Bong Lo and Phil Hsu, and all bullets redeemed for Tan Xuan. Ante 2K, double Ante 4K. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker, our title sponsor here on the Triton Super High Roller Series. Though if I'm being honest, I do think that our marketing department would be well served to perhaps get in contact with the coffee industry here in Vietnam in search of legitimate added sponsors for the tour. I promise you, if a year from now we come back and someone brings me a can of Brown Bull and I don't have a royalty.
Oh, dude.
Steaming. Ace, King, 6 here in a four-way affair. Xuan out kicking Phil Hsu, upon whom the action lies. Quick finger flick check.
What would those royalties look like? Couple of cents on the dollar? Set for life?
Oh, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I've watched enough Shark Tank. Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful. Shout out, royalty deals. That's where you want to be.
Kevin O'Leary rocking a one-of-one custom-made AP. Is
that true?
Yeah, I can show it to you later on. I know you're a fan of the timepieces. Was incredibly emotional as well upon receiving it.
Wow. Sounds like a man with an empty life. Full bank account, though.
Or just,
Not much we know. Emotional over the one-of-one AP.
Well,
really?
I think it was more, something that he gifted to himself as a look how far you've come kind of.
Yeah, look how many people you've screwed on the way to billions. Sure.
Oh, you can always rely on Ali Najjar to call a spade a spade.
No, come on.
Ah, listen, man. Don't worry.
I'm sure he's a great guy.
Listen, if we get sued, it's on you. No big deal. So what's on the outer table?
Come and get it. Good luck collecting on the settlement. Where were we then? Four-way affair. Short deck main. Jack 9-6. Top set for Phil. Very textured board, though. As something is afoot in the room.
Sounds like it's coming from our main feature table, so something to look forward to.
It's funny. I was going to say that Phil Hsu is going to be really disappointed not to see somebody put chips into this wet board behind him where he would have the opportunity to maybe put a check raise in. But now that quads have come home, he's going to be quite all right. As Xuan, wouldn't you know it, gets busy with the 9.
Oh, my. Winfred. Pocket 7s. Wants to see a river.
And also kind of wants to see whether or not Xuan was going to have another barrel on the end. Maybe. Opportunity for Winfred to take it away. But, of course, could be a wag of the finger
inbound here. So much hand, though. No need necessarily for Phil to raise, but an option. Do see him flat, praying that somebody were to make diamonds and think that they were good. Instead, the queen on the end doesn't improve upon either of his opponent's holdings.
Where's the Iron Longhorn Ranch at?
Yeah, at the Hatas, Driftwood, Texas. My father-in-law got them made up. That's what he calls his place, and he got the hats made up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He has a ranch in Texas. Doing all right.
Checks round to Winfried. Closing the action in position.
I mean, he's turning him into a bluff.
Oh, for sure. Not looking to show down these sevens.
You
Fold
fucked
out
me
some
up.
queen 10, some 9x.
And just given the texture on the board, you can't blame Winfried for thinking maybe Jack X does not loom. And if it did, I would have heard from it.
Doing a family trip right now. I can't do this.
Maybe these are some busted draws. Queen X at best. Betting 26K.
Property, you pay like less in property tax. I don't know if that's how it works. It's hard to be happy about it. So yeah, she lived in the.
Just go for it all here, just in case your opponent has queens or 9s. I don't know. Really don't know what the size would be. Maybe something like 2.5x. So we're in the realm of 60, 65k. Maybe get looked up by a straight. Feels like such an underbluff spot.
Value sized. Schwinn promptly out of there. And look at the skeptical glaze over Winfried. I think I meant to say skeptical gaze, and then I said glaze, and I actually am glad I did.
Why?
Because it is kind of a glaze that comes over one in a spot like this. Sure, gaze was apropos, but... $75 with just 88 back. I mean, I can't imagine Winfried thinks that he's going to be able to jam and get Phil off of his hand. Is this just questioning whether or not there are bluffs in Phil's range?
That's why I was kind of hoping for like the smaller 3-bet to just give off that 5 that you can fold to a jam.
The smaller check raise, you mean, on the river? You were pulling for?
Yeah, precisely. Just leaving enough back in our stack to give off the illusion, if you will, that, hey, look, if you jam, there's still a decent amount of fold equity in your jamming. And
Well,
potentially get me to fold.
I think it's noble of you.
Thanks.
To have been in favor of that sizing, Henry, but as you know, the sort of anarchist in me, a fan of chaos, I was leaning more toward the Leroy Jenkins side of the spectrum. A meme which you were unaware of prior to this festival, but I do believe that you still haven't.
Still haven't. Believe it or not.
It's unfortunate.
When I leave the commentary booth, I don't think about you that much.
I would hope not. It's pretty late. In your room by yourself, it would be awkward.
I didn't actually go back to the room.
Ooh. Well, hang on. Can't wait to hear about this. But first, Jack 9-7. It's Kai Bong Low, 2 overs in the gut shot here in a 4-way affair, where other gut shots loom for both Winfried Yu and Jason Kuhn. Double gutter, in fact, for Winfried, who reaches for chips here.
Gonna thin out the field. Should get rid of Chu and Jason. Kai Bong with the best of it heads up. Be a slight favourite as the 7 of clubs rolls off on the turn. All of the immediate straight outs obviously bricking with this board pair. See if Winfried pounces on that. Though he is blocking some of those straight draws he'd want to fold. Checks through.
And the river pairs the jack, as neither holding is able to improve, but it is Kai Bong Lo speaking up on this double paired board. It's a chop pot if Winfried somehow finds the call button with king high. Seems unlikely.
I mean, it'd be incredibly heroic. You're hoping he has queen 10. Tell you what, Kai Bong, early showings here of someone to keep an eye out for. That big hero call against Jason Kuhn earlier on for one of the biggest pots of the tournament so far. Getting a cheeky bluff through, albeit with the best hand.
有冇叉電機喺度啊？俾你一個。
Shout out, by the way, in the chat, as I'm getting a little caught up to some of the shenanigans out there. Those streaming us on YouTube, able to hop in and have a laugh with others. To It's Ron Bruh, who apparently is from my neck of the woods where I grew up, first started my poker career, talking about his time at Lucky Chances Casino and Artichoke Joe's up in the San Francisco Bay Area.
Is that where your poker journey started out?
In that area, yeah. And I'll tell you something.
Wow.
If short deck made its way to that casino, there would be no other form of poker played. They've got the right clientele for that kind of degeneracy. As a four-way party is started with Jack, 7, 6, and a couple of clubs here. Phil and Kai Bong, both with middle pair, pipped by Winfried's 8s. 3 checks in front of the big bad stack on the button. 4K comes in.
I've heard of other games that they really enjoy in San Fran.
We're listening.
The smash and grab. Incredibly popular.
Pandemic lent to some alt sports, for sure. Meanwhile, blistering pace on the turn checks as the 9 comes in.
Yeah, I mean, everything getting there on this run out. Chu gonna turn his hand into a bluff, and Kai Bong let go of the king 7. It's playing a game that I don't want to give anyone credit for inventing it, but it was Henrik, Timothy Adams. Damn, my mind's gone completely blank.
Well, are we talking about what you kind of teased us with, which was the idea that you didn't head straight back to the room last night after commentary, what you were up to?
No. This is very briefly. Steve O'Dwyer as well was in the mix, and we were playing this game where you had to name cities with a population more than 1 million and less than 10 million. And San Francisco came up, and I was certain that the population of San Fran was between the 1 million and 10 million mark, only to have Tim Adams snap call. I say no, there's no way. Do you know the population of San Fran if you had to guess? I mean, I've given you a bit of a teaser there, a bit of a spoiler, if you will.
Quickly, what is it?
865,000.
Wow. Under 1 million. Shocker.
I thought it was way over 1 million, but I think that's just the naivety and obliviousness of most Europeans is when we hear of American cities, we just assume that there's 10 million people there.
And when we see King Jack 10 on the board, we just go to work. And for Tan Xuan with the ace queen, he's got Kai Bong Lo strangled as the second nut straight. And top pair and the flush draw all plunk in 12K. This one grows to 56, now a 9 on the turn.
This could be one of the biggest pots of the tournament so far. 4-liner on board. Expect to see a size up from Tan. Somewhere in the realm of 2/3. Set up a very natural river jam. River SPR of less than 1. $35,000. Kai quickly calling, and now action on Phil. Drawing to the second nut flush.
Well, he knows that clubs are really going to be the only path to victory.
Of course.
In all likelihood. Even if he hits the king, he can't think it's going to be good. So, going to do some math here. With the pot laying him 126. Shy of 4-1.
Two cashes in 2 short deck events so far for Phil. Clearly knows what he's doing in the short deck streets. Just thinking this one through. In terms of equity, he's gonna flick in the call. 161,000 in the middle, less than 1 SPR for Tan going to this river. Has the ace of diamonds, would you believe?
Wow, what sweet relief for Kai Bong Lo, who was in such a world of hurt. Look at Tan Xuan just shaking his head, just giving it away that he hates this card. Hasn't acted yet. He bets 5 into 161. Kai Bong Lo is going to have to double check. Make sure he's still on Earth.
He's got ace queen.
Jams.
Wow, Kai just finding the 2 outer, obviously ace of clubs.
What he found was the life raft.
Wow.
Lucky, lucky.
Implosion. Incoming, Ali. Tan seething. That run out. Knows.
You know,
would have won a big pot.
I can't fold, right?
Oh,
you know? And there's no pair. If
I don't think so.
Let's pair up, then, you know, I made.
Well, a man who appreciates fine watches in Tan Xuan can certainly get behind our official timekeeper, Jacob & Co., who produce some of the finest around. Just get a look at that gorgeous Astronomia Casino piece with the working roulette wheel to the left of your screen right there, plus, of course, the working W16 motor in their Bugatti edition. 2 of my favorites. Also the Godfather piece. So many.
Did you just say
spectacles.
A working Bugatti motor inside a watch?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I mean, who dreams up these ideas? I'll tell you who, Jacob & Co., that's who.
Do you think Jacob dreams up the ideas? Or does he have Jakelings that do it?
Probably has a decent-sized team. Brainstorming. What can we create next?
What can't they create next?
Let's put a functioning roulette wheel inside a watch.
I feel like Jake might be someone you can invite to a private game. He might get in there and splash around a little bit. Ace 8 suited and 10-9. These the 2 gentlemen with the ace queen, queen 9 moments ago. Ace 9-7. It's Kai Bong Lo Top pair gut shot up against second pair. And the ever active stack. Tan Xuan. Check calls. 12 ahead to the turn, which now gives Tan 2 pair. Note how wet it is, though, as Kai Bong Lo has both the flush draw and an open ender now. Checks again. A little hesitation. And then 15K. Roughly 1/3 pot.
You can see even against these two pairs, Kai Bong actually has 64% of the equity as he check raises. I do apologize. It looked like he threw out 50,000.
And now the ace on the river gives him the check mark once more. As the lead bounces back and forth each street. Counterfeiting the 10s and 9s. Tan gives up.
Big, big hand.
Yeah, big hand and for sure. And 射花咗，好身家呢個。我啤射花係嘛？
Good luck, Winford.
Look, Winford.
We have ourselves a new chip leader, and it is the Madrid short deck main event champion Stephen Chidwick, winning a monster pot against Elton Sang over on table 1.
Elton doesn't shy away from monsters, does he?
One day.
All right.
Getting incredibly creative on the river against Chidwick. Check raise bluffing top pair and running into Chidwick's full house.
I hear Macau's opening back up, huh? It's starting to come back to life. Not really.
Yes, it is, and the quarantine is done, and Chinese can go now.
Chinese can go now.
Yes.
Is the bridge open back up?
Yes, from Hong Kong, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
Yeah, so convenient.
Three-way affair to the Jack-10-8 rainbow board, which creates top
You used
2
to play Macau too?
for
Yeah, a
Xuan.
lot back in the day, yeah.
Two-way straight draws
15, 16.
for Phil and Sam as they face an 8K barrel.
Sure did.
But I'm sure there's lots of in the poker room, lots of happening there. But no like before like 4 to 5 again.
Greenwood makes the call. Phil deliberates. Second pair. Open-ended himself. Queen's a bad card for him, of course, given Greenwood's King-9. But he comes along.
Really?
Brings the pot to 40K. Closes the action.
All right.
Nobody play with me?
Huh?
Somebody
Still 3 players in there, and that is not the card that the straight draws had in mind.
Tell me now for sure.
Yeah.
Somehow, 3 ways to this turn. Nobody has a straight. There's a river card in the deck that would get Phil Chu in a lot of trouble. See if Greenwood wants to turn this hand into a bluff. Very relevant. King of Hearts in hand. Facing 2 checks in front of him.
I did play that. Solaire.
20.
Well, Greenwood suspecting that he would have heard from a queen as played here on this turn. Decides to bet half pot and see what's what. And Xuan puts it into the muck. Nice from Greenwood there.
Elton.
Both of his opponents had him beat.
Yeah, nice awareness being displayed. Elton looks joining the feature table by the sounds of things.
Yeah.
Fresh
Perhaps
stack.
licking his wounds, of course.
Yeah, Stevie over on table 1, showering his first bullet.
I'm just going for it.
He wants 300.
He's
There's
one
no bullets.
big set.
There's no bullets.
Just one big bullet.
One big bullet.
I'm just going for it.
Oh yeah.
Well, hang on.
Sound like the shuff fest.
Is Elton
Dip, dip, dip.
deciding to redeem multiple lammers here?
He is indeed. Ollie, we just heard him say he's just going for it. Sick and tired of what he perceives to be a shove fest.
Yeah, with the antes where they are at 4K, that 100K stack is just 25. Sorry, 2K.
You're right.
It's
right.
50 antes.
Right, sorry.
But, you know, not exactly deep. So all 3 bullets redeemed at once for Elton Sang.
53.5, I think, yeah.
Well, with that, covers everyone at the table bar
哇！屌
Kai Bong Lo.
USDC 都話都跌咗 10%。
Is it still down 10%?
I don't know. I just read the news. I didn't check.
I checked today. I think it's back to 0.96.
Okay.
Not sure. Check again.
Tan's limp meets the pocket jacks of Greenwood, which makes it 18, and Jay Kuhn on the button, ace-10 suited. Got the spades covered. Sends queen jack suited into the
I
muck.
mean, have a good
and
hand, not a great hand.
Greenwood
I got a good hand, not a great hand too.
can't go away. We'll give Jason a spin.
Actually, I got a great hand. For 53.5, I got a hell of a hand. How many spades did I hit on the flop? 4?
Well, 2 are in the muck. 1 is on the board as it comes king 9-6, and the jacks are holding. Now on the turn, Jason picks up 8s as outs.
Oh, we need it.
7 of them in total. And 7 of diamonds on the end. So Greenwood polishes off Jason Kuhn's first bullet as he'll be left reaching for a lammer in search of another 100K.
First bullet, no good.
No.
Greenwood already 3 cashes under his belt here in Vietnam. Failed to cash to 25 and 50K short deck events, though, as he is hunting his 20th
to bluff it all away.
cash
I normally do.
on his Triton resume.
Right, I did too. I bluffed it all the way too. Never works. But he's such a nice guy. I was like, here, have my money.
It just never works. You know?
Worthy of note, by the way, that Greenwood's
Like, why bother when
lone
it
Triton
doesn't
title came in the 50K one bullet
Bad bluffer.
short deck at our last festival. So
Elton, who'd you bluff it to?
I gave it to your buddy Stevie.
fair to say,
Yeah.
Sam's on form, as Elton lets the boys know.
He needs it for the POI, you know.
Yeah.
Where his tokens ended up.
He needs to bust your re-enter for the POI. You know? So it's
Yeah, you'll get your share. Don't worry, Jason.
Will I?
Yeah, it's coming.
Oh. I could use it.
Elton in a very generous mood by the sounds of things. Check raise bluff earlier on against Chidwick on the outer table.
Well, to be fair, he was trying to steal with the bluff. It's not necessarily generous.
Well, I mean, it's
Didn't work.
He just gave it to Chidwick for the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard. Apparently needs the points, even though he is the runaway leader over there.
A couple of straight draws on the double paired board. Elton on the button, able to barrel and shed Kai Bong low.
Kind of lets you know what you're working with when a man shows up in 100K and says, "Give me all 3 here and now."
Also kind of intimidating when he turns to his table mates and says, "Hey, don't worry, you'll get your piece. It's coming." Can expect the action to be thick and fast. Elton in the mood to maybe run some bluffs that he wouldn't necessarily make. Oh, it was 7-6 though.
Button's going to get to take a peek at one cheap. Hand flop top 2. Up against Jason's gutter. Bottom pair for Elton. Low goes to work. No takers. Not a stack you're going to want to tussle with out here. Number 2 overall behind Chidwick is Kai Bong Lo, obviously far and away the leader here at this feature.
I've got a funny feeling we're going to see a chip lead pot between those two, sat next to each other. Seats 2 and 3. 2 of the tournament chip leaders.
What's that, be tilted?
Not really. No, not at all. No.
I want a bottle of whatever's coursing through Elton Sang's veins. Call it a vial. Drop it in an IV. Slip it into my stream. Happy juice.
I think...
Well, it's like ace, what, ace, queen, 7? Ace, queen...
maybe end up retiring after that.
6 or ace, queen, 7 board? Ace, queen, 6. 2 diamonds. I was in the hijacking. It was like hijack, cut off, button, limp pot.
Hand history being delivered.
CV called.
Has it been a min click?
There has. See whether or not Xuan wants to grab his FedEx uniform.
Like half pot.
Yeah, he does as he ships 26.5 out there.
Well, I don't think that's going to shake Kai. Jack 10 of diamonds, a lot of kit in short deck. This is one of the worst situations he can actually find himself in. 29% equity.
10 in the window, followed by a 9 and a jack. So the overpair and the open ender for Tan Xuan versus top 2.
Oh, he's just going to send it in, and Kai gets to click the call button with his top 2. Note the equities, by the way. Even with top 2 pair, has just 34% equity.
I suspect that Xuan is pointing that out to him before he goes getting too comfortable with Jack 10 here. And no waiting, there's the turn. A king as Xuan jumps into the lead, leaving Kai Bong Lo with a 4-outer. They're playing for 363. Oh, looks like the boys are pointing him toward the cash desk. Registration, rather.
That's more tilting when you get like that. Boom.
No luck here.
It's a 100K buy-in, Ali.
You'd think it was a 100K kitchen table game the way these guys are
Do you understand how good this TV is?
mucking it up.
Fantastic. You were speaking, obviously, with Sir Watts earlier on when you were interviewing him, and
sure,
talking about how Well, you know, what can we do? What can players do to grow this game? And I really think this Asian delegation just make the game so entertaining, so fun to watch. The fact that this is a 100k buy-in and they're just needling each other, pointing to the rebuy desk. I'd be tilted if it was a
It's in the culture.
You know?
In terms of short deck, needling almost feels like it's part and parcel to the experience out there.
Pretty incredible.
It's just bad beats aplenty. So you just got to roll with the punches and have a laugh about it as we take the King Jack 8 board here. Kai Bong low. Gut shot. Checks over to Phil Shu, who checked along with Greenwood and turns trip jacks. Now reaches.
Wow, Kai. Gonna go hunting for this gut shot.
Ends up spiking an ace as the diamonds come in. Checking, and let's see whether or not Phil pursues value. We have our answer. 15K.
Wow, fair play for finding the value bet.
Check.
Low. Sends it into the muck. Unfazed. He and Phil Shu both on their second bullets.
Tell you who's not on their second bullet. KCG.
Talk to me.
On table 2, cracking Michael Watson's aces with his ace-queen on a queen-queen jack board. Managed to hold in a multi-way all-in, which included Nikita Badziakowski, and it's now moved up to 390,000. Currently sat third in chips, third only to Kai Bong Lo and Stephen Chidwick. Would love to see a little KCG final table here late in the series.
And look at that, man. Danny Tang enjoying a well-earned massage on the heels of his first ever Triton title in the 25K short deck. Boss man Paul Foy also at that table. Swinging it back over to the feature. We'll get a look at that outer table with Lun Lun, Danny, Paul, and co. Santi Jiang on the back end of the next break. In the meantime, we continue to enjoy these fine short deck warriors.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun table to cover on the flip side of the break.
We're still in that part of the tournament, Henry, where rebuy period is open, re-entry period rather. So there's just less weight, less gravity in the room. Another 100K, get you right back in, 3 bullets.
Yeah, that was definitely the case in the 50K as well. Seemed like the vibe was a lot more relaxed during this part of the tournament.
8s and 6s there for Jason. Clear the field.
Danny Tang also getting busy on the outer table. Or one of the outer tables, I should say. Now, second in chips. Going to be on the feature table next. Dan Shuen has re-entered, joined table 2 with KCG, Watson, Zhang, Badziakowski, and Daniel Dvoris.
Four-way pot here, ace, queen, jack. Spade draw for low. Checks over. See what's what. Not a lot cooking. As the round of checks. Pairs the ace on the turn. Another card that I suspect is not going to lend to any betting, but you never know. Every now and again, somebody decides to rep, and on this occasion, it's going to be Phil Chu on the strength of the queen. Look at Jason, double gutter. Makes the call. Kai Bong Lo with the spade draw. Calls as well. Pairs on board. Not of concern to those flush draws. They can beat full houses. Board double pairs now, and that's really unattractive for the queen nine. You see Phil shut down. Jason not going to get after it.
My lucky number.
Your favorite hand.
Favorite position.
My daughter got me these.
Oh yeah? Sweet.
She's probably quite surprised
Or
to win that one at Showdown.
買送俾我。
煙同咩嗰個係咩啊？
咁有心。
咁有心。
Elton rocking some new jewelry. I think he just mentioned that his daughter got those for him. Obviously, when your daughter buys you the jewelry,
最多籌碼咧，佢1000咯。
you can't leave it in the safe. You got to bring it out to the office, put it on display.
She's here, I believe. If I'm not mistaken. Heard Jason talking with Elton yesterday on the TV table. They ran into Elton's daughter here at the resort.
Shout out my kids, if you're out there. Good luck ever finding me. King 8-8, four-way affair. A little early for the night shift, maybe, Henry.
No, not at all. I'm just I kind of feel bad for them, really. Was it 4? 4 you've got?
How would I know?
Spread out.
Could be 40. Ace of clubs on the turn. Elton picking up the Broadway gut shot. Kai Bong still barreling, by the way, in spite of the arrival of the ace and the 2 8s on board.
你哋有冇 IG 啊？
He's got a good nose on him.
8.
On table 3, there's a set v set all-in confrontation going on. The table that we're going to cover, Lun with top set, Shota with middle set, Jiang with bottom set. I mean...
Wonder if the hazmat team's going to be able to wipe the blood up from the felt there.
Absolute carnage.
We can do it after.
Ugh. Set over set over set.
Yeah, Lun finds the hold. Sizable double on his final bullet.
Right. Thank you.
No, I get one short. I was one short.
Yeah. Sorry.
A bullet. Chu down to his...
9.
Oh, no, he has one more bullet, as does Lowe and Jason Kuhn. Greenwood with 2 bullets left. Zhang opting to trade in all 3 lammers upon re-entering.
Still sitting with roughly the 300 they were good for.
Yep.
At present. As his ace-jack limp. Looks like it's going to get leaned on by this ace-queen on the button for Phil Hsu. Up we go to 20K.
Discipline fold. Hijack v button.
I'll tell you what, you know, I think a lot of times we just assume that we're going to get a lot of cavalier, loosey-goosey stuff out of Elton, but he knows what he's up to out there.
level 幾啊
Level.
It sounds like we just heard Jason say we've got time for one more hand before heading into the scheduled dinner break.
Queen, queen, 9, advantage Greenwood. Cutoff button.
Feel true unfazed on this board text. You're going to turn a lot of equity on pretty much every turn card bar an ace.
Greenwood keeping him honest. There is the equity you described. As now Phil deliberates, improving to the open-ender.
Yeah, Chu reaching for chips. He seems to be very dialed in when it comes to these types of spots. Cut-offy button, shown a lot of well-timed aggression. No wonder he's got 2 cashes already in the short deck part of this series, cashing both the 25k and the 50k. Came 4th earlier on today.
Very dialed out in turn is Greenwood with the 9-6 as the players will head for a dinner break. Get a look at the chip counts there.
Kai Bong Lo leading the field.
Very much so. Tremendously deep, 228 annies. When we come back, it'll be 3K with the double ante of 6K as you get one last peek there at the featured table. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker, and one more look here at the broadcast booth at the Hoiana Resort Golf and Casino. Ali Najad and Henry Kilbane. And Henry, party's just getting started out here.
Yeah, and you know, the funnest part about this stage of the tournament is the light-heartedness, I guess you could call it, out there, where, you know, every table we've had so far has just been a lot of banter, a lot of needling, a lot of action, and that's not going to slow down. On the flip side of dinner, there is still that re-entry period where the lammers can still be fired. You don't necessarily have to trade them all in for the 300k, and yeah, I'm sure we're going to see plenty more action on the flip side of the dinner break.
In the meantime, we are going to bid you adieu briefly, about 45 minutes, but then we'll be back right here with continuing coverage in the penultimate event of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. It is the 100k main event. It is dinner break. Don't go anywhere. Be back in about 45. Stay close.
Knowing where to start when learning to play poker can be incredibly confusing. Well, we have the solution for you. Our free 5-day course will teach you everything you need to know in 5 days to start making your first winnings at micro to mid stakes. No excuses, for free. Check it out.
But ask Tan Xuan how aces do. On the short stack here, courtesy of being dealt them against Phil Shu's king, queen suited.
Note the trap.
Yeah. Expecting maybe to see that 30 blind stack of Nikita Batsiakuski or that of Tan Xuan.
The game plan here of two aces is that he doesn't expect people to kind of go with their hands by calling, but they will try to attack his limps. And he's going to get snapped off, of course. Two aces, Tan. All in first hand.
Aces never win.
Fuck ace.
You deserve this one, Dan.
And I mean, he deserved to lose with aces as well.
Yeah, true.
So they
lose every pot like the next hour.
Not the way the universe works.
25% for Tan. Flops. An inside straight draw. Looking
Sure
for a
does.
10.
Yeah. Take the jack of spades.
To the turn, which pairs the board. And now the 10 must come in for Tan Xuan. Instead, it's the king. So one hand is all it took for us to go from 7 to 6 here. Tan Xuan adding to his career.
150.
This is the fun part. Michael raising under the gun. What does Makita do if ace-jack? When there's a raise in front of you, you know the chip leader is going to have to call your jam. Priced in, no matter what he's holding. Is ace-jack enough of a hand to go with? It's a tough question because we know Makita doesn't want to have to fade 5 cards. Would rather chip up without showdown value, without showdown. But he knows everyone around him is waiting for him. They're not going to make a move until Makita gets it in. Maybe Makita's also thinking about Michael, who limp pre-flop with 2 aces. Yeah, gonna go for it. Ace-jack. Almost all of it. Watson quickly mucks ace-queen, and Phil Chu's got ace-king suited. This is
awkward.
No, it's so awkward. Do you know why? It's because Makita left 20K behind. So, what does he? He's going to jam it in. I was going to say there's lots of funny scenarios that can happen. What if Michael J goes all in? Makita folds ace-jack for 20K behind? You know, just you can see how it could be quite interesting. They're going to get it in, though.
Yeah, sweet relief to see Zhang folding, of course. And then even more so to see Makita with ace-jack.
I forgot he had chips.
And might this be the moment that the tension is broken?
Makes it easier for you.
Either way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Potentially.
you can't pretty much.
Gonna call and check it down with him.
Oh.
Either with a
Use
bad
some 20K.
bust or a bad double and a deeper stack. King 10-7. Top pair.
Good strategy.
Formed for Phil with the ace-king suited, but
Hit a
bads.
diamond.
Backdoor diamonds. The Broadway gutty.
Last 10 of diamonds.
I think it's just gonna be a 9. Oh my god.
That's a sweaty one, Randy.
Queen, diamond, jack.
I can't tell you the river though, bro.
No jack.
Yeah, that's too much. Kind of hard.
Jack is not good.
9, queen,
Oh,
or a
Jake doesn't work,
diamond
huh?
would all work for bads here. Instead, it's the 6 of clubs. And the Belarusian will not level with
Too many
Jason
outs to
Kuhn, courtesy of a 5th
10
title.
outs you probably hit.
Yeah, you jinxed him, Jason.
Yeah.
The less chips he has. I already knew the outcome. I knew I didn't jinx him. I just wanted to let him know that it was going to be
6th place finish here for Mikita. 4-time title winner. Adding to his 14.9 million in career Triton earnings and breaking the seal here in Vietnam with his 5th.
The nuttiest premiums possible. They don't want to put themselves at risk. It's very technical, and we're going to see more of these types of hands coming up. Michael keeping an eye on the stack sizes of opponents, which dictates how he wants to maneuver. Pounce. Like here. Let's see how Watson reacts if ace-queen suited. Snap.
Yeah, he knows that something's got to give. And also that Zhang is going to be leaning with a reasonably broad variety of holdings that the ace-queen suited he expects performs well against. But it's short deck. And the 10-jack suited is 46%, just 7% back of Watson. Now a different proposition altogether as Mike Bink's top pair.
I'll take a king.
King.
Watson asks for a king and gets one. And now
I'm gonna stop now.
10 queen or an ace would all
Gotta
work
keep the
for him.
river a secret.
What is it? Ace queen 10, right?
9 spades.
And the queen comes in. 2.56 million will ultimately work its way in front of Mike Watson. And that is a... Actually, take that back.
Which
It was
three?
5 and 2.
I was like, which three? Which country are you putting in the Eastern besides
what's
China
crazy?
and Hong Kong?
You know what's crazy? I'll tell you exactly what happened there.
Tell me.
I looked at Mike Zhang, and then I put him into the eastern side of the player pool, even though he plays under the Union Jack.
Excuse me.
Understandable. I know, you're disappointed.
I'm disappointed in you. I'm disappointed. Clearly from the UK. Have you heard his accent?
Yeah.
It's very noticeable.
Well, we run into the same dilemma with you, Randy. We never know where to stick you. You got a U.S. passport, you live in Australia, and yet you don't look like domestic product. Here we are now with Watson limping the 10-8 suited, luxuries that are now afforded him, courtesy of the 3rd place stack. See the snowball effect of the limp, often in short deck.
Love watching how Jason navigates these tournaments. The master. Multiple short deck titles. Man, I want to look at that profile real quick. So he got the title right in the 50K no limit in Vietnam.
Phil Hsu got the trips in this 3-way affair. Go on, though, Randy.
He won the 150K Madrid short deck, 1 bullet.
Okay.
For lot. And he also first place in a no limit hold'em in Jeju. First place in the short deck main event in Jeju. And also first place in the short deck main event once again, Montenegro. So he's good. Confirm.
Confirmed. Yeah, like there was ever any doubt, right?
Yeah, I had to make sure the Giant Poker Plus app was, keep him in check.
You skeptic.
Let's see this one. Watson inside straight draw.
Interesting, the flat on the button from Jay Kuhn with Queen Jack.
Yeah. Very notable. I think it's along the lines of 9x shouldn't be in the other player's range so much. And that he was like, well, Phil's probably just taking a stab at it. It'll check to me. I'll fire away, win this pot. I'll tell you, though, that check by Phil is sneaky.
Yeah.
With tripped nines.
Note, though, that the gutter,
good discipline
somebody
there.
did have the, well, I guess it wouldn't be a gutter. 7-8 would have been just an open-ender, as it were. But hearts fill in, and now 4 to a straight on board as the sneaky check on the turn now might be an uncomfortable check on the river. Watson.
Look, Watson doesn't think the 8 is good, but he knows he can't represent a 7 from a hijack limp, so he's just out of there. Jason, I think he had a plan to kind of try to take this away against one opponent. Didn't really expect 2 opponents to come along on the flop. So there is a chance he'll just shut down.
Scared me, Mike.
Yeah. Scared me, Mike. You hear that?
9.
Well, Phil, the man with the real hand there.
Here?
Yeah.
The black one?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know about this.
I left mine at home.
Oh, you have one?
Yeah.
Are you
It just
recommending
doesn't
it?
tell me anything good.
Okay,
it's like,
so
oh, you didn't move enough. Oh, you didn't sleep good. Yeah, okay.
That doesn't sound like a good investment to me.
This one's a bit dirty.
Well, if you're willing to take the information and act upon it,
Yeah, one of mine was a little smudged as well.
strikes me as a great one.
New deck. Yeah,
Not you. Got it.
Go get a new deck.
For a stubborn, brittle old dog like myself. Good luck,
You're
Aura
not
Rain,
too old, okay, Ollie?
getting me to break my habits.
You'll be old in one
I'm
more year.
old.
In 1 more year, you'll be old.
And immature. There's a
Immature,
difference.
guaranteed.
Okay. 9-7. Jason Kuhn limps against Zhang.
Yeah, this is actually interesting because Jason is limping into the chip leader. It's always scary, like, oh man, is he going to raise? But he can't raise with 100% frequency, so I've got to be able to limp and get this through.
How about the joint on a 10-8-6 board where Zhang has got top 2? This is a beautiful development for Jason.
Yeah, very great spot.
No.
He goes for a check. This is just bad for Michael Zhang here. He's also not expecting 9-7 offsuit from Jason Kuhn.
All right. Where's 30-60?
Michael gonna go for some value. It's a meaty bet, 120K.
Into 175.
Jason's aware that Michael playing any 2 cards, right? It's a dealer button check. This is the board that it smashes the dealer button. Also the board the dealer button likes to try to represent.
Right.
1-2-5-5.
Is it the genuine article on this occasion, or
all
is
the
it
chips
something
going in?
out of line?
Can't get away.
Yeah, a jam. And a beautiful situation developing for Jason Kuhn here as he plays for a 2.76 million chip pot.
Nicely done from Jason. He went for the all-in, check raise all-in rather than check raise small. Try to make his hand look like a draw.
Turn card. Does pick up hearts for Zhang. Now a sweat for Jason Kuhn, whose final table hangs in the balance and running hearts, giving Mike Zhang the flush. And
Brutal.
that is a demoralizing development for Jason Kuhn, who gets showered. Was the short stack going into that hand? Pressure was on him, but again,
Just
I mean, yeah.
move on to the next tournament. Short deck main event incoming for him. I mean, as it's going now, it's going pretty quick. They were pretty deep, average stack. Somehow, we're down to 4.
And somehow we've got not one but 2 ace-kings. Not to mention the Jack-10 suited of Mike Watson. We know that this hand likes to get chips in. He's lit the fuse here with a limp. Mike makes it 2 1/4.
Yeah, trying to pounce on his opponent. Hacks in with a pretty easy jam here of ace-king. Gonna run it once again, I imagine. All suits will be live if they do get the ace-kings in there for 4 flush.
I don't know if they have a state-sponsored lottery in Vietnam, but if they do, I would highly advise Mike Zhang to maybe purchase a few tickets. And if he isn't interested, I would appreciate if he would send me his picks. I'd be happy to purchase. Win 5 or 10 trillion dong.
Trillion. How much is a trillion?
I don't know, man. Not that much. Ike Axton, 1.78 million jam. Snap call.
No, give me my cards back.
And you
I'll take
hear
Rainbow.
Watson. When 2 ace-kings are out there
Versus
blocking
block.
one another.
Jack-10's the favorite.
Oh, yeah.
No sweat. Black, black, black.
96% of the time. Wow, it would have been trip 10s for
Nice.
Watson. Was going to say 96% of the time.
Okay, so hard to make
These
a
guys are
flush.
going to chop in.
Quads.
Quads it would have been for Watson is.
Oh, I make extra. I
Mess
throw you
up the
10K.
flop. It was 100% chop. Carve up the
Doesn't seem fair
3-6.
that I folded quads at all.
Brain. Well, that's what I know so far. I only started like 2 months ago, so I don't really know.
I see.
Interesting.
Well, Mike, if you wouldn't mind passing the Cliff's
Take a look
notes.
into that. Seems.
Yeah, fine. I can recommend
My
you a
way.
good teacher or online course as well, because
Oh, cool.
it's very 99% of it is all fake. So better get a good teacher.
Oh, all fake.
Yeah, we all want to know what it's like when you have like a shit teacher at school, what it does to your education.
Yeah, for sure.
So he's saying, if I'm willing to put 95% of my bankroll into a tournament, I should be putting the other 5% in, just a little bit more. Withdrawing, taking loans out, maybe 105%. You gotta push it a little bit more. Is what he's saying, to the limits.
I appreciate your interpretation, Randy, but I do feel compelled to step in and advise that I'm not certain that's what Mike meant. Try it out. Just don't come to me for a loan when it doesn't work out. Is all I'm saying. Pair of jacks against the gutter.
See, middling hands here. Straight draws. Check through. You often see this when there's these little gut shots, people trying to hit them. Let's see if Michael wants to, well, Michael Watson wants to value bet this in hijack. Knows he needs to protect against 9x and 10x. So he's got the bottom pair. The little straight draw is important. Still can beat some hands. He just cut out extra chips though. Okay, he's gonna make a call.
Another 150 into the middle.
Hit it.
Doubling the size of the pot and delivering the straight to Mike Zhang, who continues to run white hot here in the late stages and even the middle and early stages of this 50K short deck.
For Watson here, like, it's one of those spots where just please check it behind.
Yeah. Tend to agree with you.
You know, Michael's got such an aggressive image that, you know, he can probably get away with value betting this straight and still get looked up by worse. You know, of course, he could be up against like king, queen, ace, queen. Gonna go for some value, half the pot. Sure, full houses are in play. Very, very tough for King Jack to make a call here. He is against a dealer button, so that is more hands that he can pick off, but
3 to
sometimes you got to
1.
give yourself
Do you have
your opponent credit.
poker in
Second
any way?
pair, king kicker.
Relatable or no?
Yeah, it's relatable to anything that you do. It's like,
So like opening your mind?
yeah, just
Guy's had his number, but Watson has kind of taken some bites out of him as well. The one guy that I don't think has
30% on the turn.
Yeah.
helped himself
Not good.
to Zhang Bucks is Phil Chu.
Somehow your best hand doesn't have that much equity. When your best
Pocket jacks
hand
now.
isn't really the best hand.
Yes. Mike limps again, and there's a couple of queens waiting for him on the button for Mike Watson.
This hand could get pretty interesting. We are playing 110 antes. I'm sure Watson's going to be raising the 2 queens. I wonder how Michael Jang is going to respond to it. Depends on how wide he thinks Watson would pounce with 2 limps in front of him.
330.
I've seen people kind of go nuts with 2 jacks, but I think calling is the standard here.
So hand with like 3.3? 3.3 or so?
Yeah. The hand's very playable. Decent pocket pair post flop. We'll see. Would be a big misstep if he does push in 2 jacks. So call is the way to go.
See what develops here. Watson's queens under rep, turning into set over set on the ace-queen jack board. This is trouble for Zhang. Note, just checks it.
Yeah, this is a huge pot, potentially incoming, depending on how the flop goes. Turn cards.
Watson follows up with 200K.
Yeah, small bet. Trying to entice Michael to come along.
Downsizing from the 330K pre, and here comes Mike. Big one brewing.
Look, Watson only loses to King 10.
No aces.
No aces. Aces would have came back over the top pre-flop. Watson hasn't been shy in putting in chips post-flop. Your opponent is willing to commit a lot of chips now. If he's up against 2 jacks, now's the time to get it in before scare cards drop off. Way ahead of ace jack and ace queen. Let's see how Watson wants to maneuver here. Looks like he's reaching for calling chips here. This is going to provide opportunities for Michael to get away from the, well, not get away, but you know, maybe slow things down.
Well, let's see. This turn is going to be of real consequence. And it's an ace. Both players making a full house. However, aces full is a hand that could be on each one of these guys' minds as played.
Yeah, this is actually a
Action
pretty
killer?
bad. It's a bad card for Michael because of the ace queens that he did beat on the flop. I'm pretty sure that Michael doesn't think Watson has King 10 a lot in his range to even open to 330 pre-flop. But then again, you know what? Michael Zhang beats Ace King still, which may play in this manner. Might need some protection against 2 hearts. Flushes beat full houses. It's an interesting spot here. All in, this is bad news for Michael.
Call.
Does call nevertheless, and Zhang is going to be shown queens full, 1 out.
Good.
Grimace on his face, understandable. Are you surprised to see him jam there?
It's hard to say. I mean, he wants to just charge the maximum against like Ace King type hands, flush draws, so I can see where he's coming from. He might have also thought that 2 queens might just push it on the flop. Feels pretty comfortable. 2 jacks. I mean, he's not feeling too good about this.
Set over set to get us there, and it felt like maybe the ace
3, I guess.
could have provided a different outcome than Watson doubling through.
He must have felt that, you know, Ace King was still a large part of Watson's range. Wanted to kind of just take down what's in the middle, charge those hands. For now, we'll have to move on and just try to spin this 30 antes up. Not out. Jack 10 suited. Just keep the pot small is the game plan for Phil right now.
Both Phil and Ike thrilled with the development of Mike Zhang's stack demise as it puts him in that hazardous 30 ante territory where perhaps he would be the next person out the door. TBD, though, on the Queen H6 board where 2 players have themselves gut shots. Top 2, though, for Zhang.
You know, Watson's got the chip advantage, so he actually doesn't mind splashing around a bit more, trying to take down what's in the middle. So that's why he's betting this double gutter. Phil, inside straight draw to the nut straight. Getting a pretty good price on his hand with position. As good as it gets for someone who's down to 30 antes.
Yeah.
Top 2, a bet and a call in front of you. No flush draws out there.
I think we know where this one might be headed.
Yeah, would love to see him put in more chips now, especially with 2 opponents. He knows he still needs to protect from those hands. Can't get looked up by worse. Yeah, this is the right play.
Yep.
Count please. 860.
Watson wants a count, though.
7, 8, 6, 60.
He's got the double gutter.
Double gutter to clean straights. No flushes would get there too on hitting those cards.
Yep.
A little bit of a problem that Phil's behind him in case Phil's walking up with a hand. He would be putting more chips than he would like. A little bit tricky.
All in.
Just gonna go for it.
Yeah.
Push out Phil.
Dispensing the Jack 10 behind him and taking his chances against Mike Zhang, who is looking to claw back part of his fallen army in that set over set collision. Gotta fade. 8 outs twice. Does have kill cards. That's not one of them. The only killing is to the remainder of Mike Zhang's stack as it stands now. The straight for Watson. The river, though, a queen. And Zhang fills up to stay alive.
860.
That is a dangerous man to leave in the tournament. 2.1 million for Michael.
It's a short deck run out.
That was a short deck run out. Chipped up a lot.
Yeah. Starting to run away with this one. As we learned, though, from Mike Zhang, you get dealt a cooler, little setup spot against the likes of Phil Chu, and it can all unravel quickly.
So how does Haxton approach this spot? 45 antes. Last two positions. Chip leader covers you right behind you. Suited ace. We've seen people be aggressive, these ace 8, ace 9 suiteds. Chip EVs wise, this is could easily be a jam. He's all in. Can Watson find a caller of ace 10 and take out Haxton? Snap.
Indeed. Might there be a crackle and a pop behind that snap? Haxton certainly hopes not for his purposes. As Watson
You're going to hit an
has
8.
him covered.
Then it's going to chop.
And a good bit of the equity.
That's a lot of
Look
fun.
at this wet
It's hard to
board
chop
here.
this.
6, 8, 9, Watson. Heart
No,
draw.
even queen jack
Gut
out.
shot.
You're just dead
The
on.
10. All
Even
working
ace 9 doesn't even come
in his
ace 9.
favor.
No, there's just 0 way to drop.
Turn doesn't help.
need
Haxton's
a board
8s are hanging on. 3.6 million in the middle.
Even 2 hearts in board pair. Most board.
Can he fade the river? Yes, he can, as it comes running jacks. And
451755, something like that.
You
It's gonna
guys
be-
are persistent.
let's call it a quarter of Watson's stack, roughly.
He picked up more outs every card. He was a 50-50 going into the river card.
How wild is that?
That is insane.
Uh-oh. Queens for Chu.
Good spot to just open rip it. He's sitting in third place. Wants to pick up those antes.
Zhang gonna get out of the way. He's jamming into the chip leader.
Ace
He's
king.
woken up with ace king.
Gonna get a count, but I think Watson's gonna run it. He does not want to hear, I have to call.
Just gonna get official confirmation from the dealer. Note the equities, Randy. I mean,
Ace king a slight favorite.
that is music to Ike Haxton's and Michael Zhang's ears. Chip leader tangling with Phil Chu here in this all-in situation. Oh, queen in the window.
Okay.
That is a strong start for Phil Chu. 92% of the equity
Yeah,
with
very
2
hard to
cards to
lose.
come.
You see what I see?
Hang on a minute.
Inside straight draw?
No way. The 9-6 run out. Michael Watson was drawing to running straight cards only
Good game, good game.
to eliminate
Nice
Phil
playing
Chu, who flopped top set.
with you. Nice playing with you.
Just the brutality of short deck variants on display in that hand alone. If that doesn't summarize the swings that you can experience. Phil Chu bowing out in fourth. First ever Triton series. Couple of cashes in the short deck events so far coming up. I mean, that was
Set on a
epic.
4-liner. It's pretty hard to call on a 4-liner for a sizable bet.
It was so epic because we also got some insight into Michael Zhang's thought process, something that you don't necessarily get to see that often, and he was kind of talking out loud, talking us through the way he was thinking about the hand, and then to come to the correct decision. And not only that, he actually read out Rob's hand before making the call. It was just an epic hand of poker. Zhang displaying why he's one of the best short deck players in the world. Ike Haxton with a really grim spot.
Yeah, I mean, grim in the sense that, of course, he's got the guy who can cover him behind him, but we'll be pushing all the chips in here, or most of them, maybe half the stack.
Difference between second and third, 180,000. 3.6 buy-ins. He is just going to open jam. Really putting the pressure on Sir Watts. Oh
Ace
my.
king. Yeah, well, I mean, at this point, ace king is too good here, three-handed. Can you imagine? He's like, oh gosh, why did you call me? He's hoping he's up against ace queen right now. I mean, ace king. Sorry, he doesn't want to be up against ace queen. This is actually a better scenario to chop, guaranteed chop.
Would require 4 spades or 4 diamonds
Yeah.
for someone to win the pot outright. And it's not going to happen. Queen, Jack, 7, rainbow. Chop it up, gentlemen. Was a fun sweat for Zhang for a few moments.
I believe it.
An unlikely situation. He just he just went for those chips. Okay.
If it goes all in now on hand number 9, like one hand after, I'm going to retire from...
Retire.
Just going to retire.
Well, queen 10 is definitely a hand that might put some chips in there. He's short. Just above 30 antes.
25.
Looking to make a play. 2 jacks for Watson. This is go time. And at this point, Michael Zhang is committed.
Yeah, he's put in 4-2-5. 25% of his stack.
You have to remember we're playing short deck. Where
Right.
You're not that far behind. Equities run closer. Look at this. I mean, queen 10 is 40% still against 2 jacks.
So Zhang just going to take a quick peek down at the Triton Poker Plus app before making the call. 39% equity.
And welcome back to the break desk. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu now on the back end of the dinner break here in the 100K short deck main event. Second to last event of this Triton Super High Roller Series. Second to last day of coverage. Mind you, we're not going to be playing down to a champion here tonight. Just day 1 coverage. Tomorrow, however, will be the coronation of this massive 100K buy-in event. We did get 25 entries. 22 currently remain, but the re-entry period's still open, so those numbers could be adjusted. Not sure what the payouts are going to be exactly as yet, but we know that at a minimum, we've got a whopping 2.5 million in this prize pool. The antes are going to be 3K when we get play back underway, but Randy, I'm sure that it's a fact that's not lost on you. Kai Bong Lo, under the Hong Kong banner, has been very active and been showing us his chops here in the short deck streets.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too familiar with him myself, but it's always nice to see these Asian players come out to play and gamble it up and really just, you know, put these pros in a blender right here and there. And, you know, like, it is cool to see. There are players who come out just exclusively for the short deck events.
Right.
And, you know, some of them are Western pros, too.
Western pros, Stephen Chidwick, currently second on the leaderboard. And you can get a glimpse at all of that and more on the Triton Poker Plus app. There he is, 439K in front of him. Danny Tang, 392, good for third place here. And on the app, you can also see on that feature table you're getting a look at there, the number of bullets remaining for each player. Elton saying, savage. Came in and just bought in 100K, said, give me all 3 of them right here, right now. Not the kind of stuff you see every day. Also saw Tan Xuan guilty of that. So no shortage of gamble out of the boys here in this main event as we send it down to our new feature table, where we do find the likes of Danny Tang, Bossman Paul Fua, Lun Lun, Santi Zhang, Nakanishi Shota, and Yake Wu. An exclusively Eastern field. Of course, the exception, Santi, playing under the Spanish banner. I'm always conflicted, Randy.
Yeah, but yeah, he's the one where you can't classify which country region you want to put him in. But let's have some friendly, fun poker.
Yeah. 9, 3, so
think it's fair to classify it as friendly and fun so long as the re-entry period is still upon us. It's going to be a tough act to follow for this featured table as the one before it. On the front side of the dinner break, brought so many laughs and exciting moments. Tang limping the ace-queen. Lun Lun welcoming a couple of cowboys.
Lung Lun is out of lammers to play with, so if he does lose all his chips, it will be time to rebuy. Slow playing kings. Overcall. That's really sneaky.
Jiang sliding in there as well with the ace-9 as we await Yake Wu, who says, let's run it. Four-way pot to start things off. Here we are then. Queen 8-6 top pair for Tang, and a problem given that he's up against the 2 kings. But he's going to kick it off with a check. Gut shot for Santi Jiang, and just bottom pair for Yake Wu.
Yeah, big problem here for Danny Tang. This is a great board for ace-queen, especially when 2 cards aren't directly connected to each other. Hard to see two pairs is pretty much impossible besides for the dealer button.
20K
draws out
into 30.
Here's where the real part of the hand starts. It's ace-queen. Is it more of a check call? Is it check raise? I think they're a bit too deep to kind of go blasting away for 100 antes.
Danny tends to agree with you. Another 40 into the pot. Another pair on the board.
It's the type of card that never hits Lun Lun. Occasionally hits Danny Tang, but actually not that often. Because I think 8x actually folds a flop a good amount of time too. We'll see if Lun Lun is a bit worried. They are playing deep stacks, but if he does bet, it's pretty comfortable against Queen X.
Yeah, targeting that sort of kit with the 60K bet. Into 70.
It's a big bet. The problem for Danny Tang is, what happens if my opponent is doing this with a worse queen, or even the same queen? I don't think Danny Tang thinks he's up against 8x. A boat might actually size down on the turn a lot too.
Blocking queen.
Yeah.
Not necessarily worried about participation from 6-6. 8-8 improbable. All stuff going through Danny's mind here as he deliberates.
It's a tough spot to get away from on the turn. Still got one more bet to worry about too. All in.
Check jam from Danny. Lun Lun practically
Yes.
beats him into the pot. You see Danny nodding in acknowledgement.
You see how confident he got those 2 kings in there? They didn't
Yeah.
even think about the 8.
Yeah.
Because like I said, it's 8x doesn't check call that flop.
And by the way, that's confident in spite of the fact that he has no more lammers and Danny Tang has him covered.
Yeah, this is a lot of antes in there too. Almost 100 a person.
576K. That's going to be good for second in chips overall as kings turn into kings full on the river. Just needed to fade the queen. Lun Lun. What a huge pickup this is for him in the early going on his last bullet.
Yeah, hats off to him for that turn bet sizing. Actually probably induce Danny Tang to just commit all the chips now. You know, maybe he goes for a smaller bet and Danny Tang's like, okay, I'll just pot control a bit. Check call, river bet. Somehow got the full double. Really nicely played.
Huh? Do I have my tea with you? No?
You know what time is it, Ali?
Oh, is it really, Randy?
It is. It's brown bowl time.
Let me saddle up. Would hate to leave you out there alone in this rodeo. Cheers, my friend.
Cheers.
Up we go. Apologies to my cardiologist in advance.
On.
Jet fuel never tasted this good. Meanwhile, Ace Jack, Danny Tang, rips it. after having the big bite taken out on his first bullet.
Yep, he's got 2 lammers remaining. That's right.
Fold it around to the button of Shota. Feel like perhaps it would be appropriate to say irashaimase to Nakanishi Shota. This is his first ever Triton event.
Is it?
At his first ever festival.
Nice. So he just came out exclusively for the 100K short deck main.
How about that, though?
I love
Anybody
it.
that does that.
That worries me.
Exactly.
Usually you're like, oh, this guy's inexperienced. He has no idea what he's doing. Like, no, that's a big sign. He could have came out for a 25K only and gone home, right? No. Came up for the 100K
Yeah,
main.
didn't even bother with the other
Like,
two.
No Jacob and Co. watch on the line. I don't want to play.
Well, he does have 335K in career earnings, courtesy of Hendon Mob. What a great photo he's got up there, too.
It always worries me when someone from the Asian side comes and plays a short deck tournament. You're like, man, what kind of specialist is this guy?
I'll tell you what kind he is. Won himself the 10K 6-max short deck at the World Series in 2022.
He won a bracelet in it.
Yes, sir.
One of the few short deck bracelet events out there. Took it down. Okay. Well done, Nakanishi.
Not flying under the radar. Really has been a tremendously successful festival, measured in terms of the number of first-time participants to the Triton series. Word is getting out. One of the best experiences around for a high-stakes live pro to be a part of. Chance to travel the world to exotic destinations and pit your skills against the best around, as Nakanishi is doing here.
Choosing 120. I started
limp
the
the hijack.
Hoping to get a free flop.
Danny volunteering account here to Paul Fua as boss jams.
Boss says no. You don't limp in my game.
Bullies the boys. Been a dry Vietnam festival in spite of all the humidity here in Hoi An for boss man Paul Fua, yet to cash.
Ouch. That's not something we hear too often from him. Usually he's got so many cashes, many final tables. A tremendous London, as I'm looking down at the past results.
2018 Jeju, the last time he had a dry festival, bar Razvadov 2019. He played just one event, our super high roller 100K. Didn't cash there, but obviously just one swing of the bat. Fewer and further between. Our dry spells like this for Paul Fua. And you know he doesn't want to leave Vietnam empty-handed.
Suited ace in the cutoff. Limpy. I see Jack 6. I think Jack 6 offsuit game. You know that game? It's just like the 7 deuce.
Right. It's the equivalent in short deck. A bounty on that hand. You're able to show it down. Everybody owes you some monies. As it comes King Jack 7 with 3 spades. Yek Wu, second pair, and the lone flush draw in the field.
Yeah, awkward spot for him, as he does have, you know, a piece with a flush draw, but not something he's confident in.
69K back.
Lun Lun, mid pair, he's going to check it around. A 10, looks like a bit of a spicy card in conjunction with the rest of the board. but actually doesn't really improve players. But Yake Wu here, just taking a stab. Feels his opponents are weak. Gets another jack out.
Nicely done, as he did pick up the double gutter with the 9 after the 10 rolled off. Yake, by the way, for those that might be less familiar with him, playing under the Chinese banner, has 1 cash in his Triton career. Came all the way back pre-pandemic in Rosvedov in a short deck event, 25K, finished second. And so far, yet to cash here in Vietnam. 182K in career Triton earnings. As we see Nakanishi-san all in.
Yes.
Oh, now would be a bad time to gamble against 2 queens.
Yake agrees. He puts it into the muck. Well,
sayonara.
Yeah. It was a
new table
cameo for Shota. Were those overalls?
I think so, yeah. What are we laughing about?
Good luck. Hi. Good luck.
Flavor from Shota. That's the first time I've seen overalls at a Triton festival.
Yeah, quite the
It's got some style.
a different wardrobe. Ace 10 for Paul. Over call. Queen 10 in the hijack for Lun Lun. The type of hand you try to get free flops with you normally. There we go. It's all about getting to the short stack on the dealer button. 2 kings.
I mean, oftentimes the button looks up and thinks, all of these little hors d'oeuvres are mine for the taking. Form of these limps. Is anyone trapping? Off of this sort of stack depth, though, Yake. Just going to jam it in there for his 90.
How much is it?
Yeah, that's like 30 antes, so someone might get priced in the call here.
Second bullet for Yake, by the way, Randy. Go on.
Yeah, look, I mean, everyone's put in 2 antes. These 4 other players, there's a lot in there.
90, right?
Look,
All in.
Danny Tang just going for it, drawing so slim. Danny Tang was pushing it, thinking the players behind him are just going to be dead money.
King, king.
King. GG. Still got 18%, but not a good look.
Shot that.
Shot it straight. Straight.
It's as bad as it gets in short deck.
King Jack against 2 kings. Just 1% on the 667 board is Danny Tang, and on the turn, suddenly, there's a ray of hope.
That would be quite sick.
Sounds terrible, but
always a sweat.
Ooh.
Oh my
Always
goodness.
a sweat. Got there.
Very
2
sick.
jacks running. How?
Really shot deck.
Yeah, you can say it now, Ali.
Only Jack can win, you know.
Nothing
else.
No
Six,
no
chop.
straight.
6-6
Yeah.
chop.
That was short deck special.
Welcome to show that.
Welcome to short
Yep.
deck, sir. It said 1% on the
You
flop.
are the VIP.
1 in 100. How do you like
你
it?
唔去我去咯，我有
冇得唔去啦，有死錢30個 anti，都唔係特別開心，但係太你哋3個跟晒太多死錢啦。
Really is pure insanity at times out there in the short deck streets.
You win? You have a jack?
Ace king here for Paul. Gonna limp it.
Two queens over limps. These are hands that could have clashed. So far seems that highly probable that we're going to be seeing a flop here for 4 ways.
Two pocket pairs, 2 overs, and an ace-9. As the 10-8-6 board does provide the gut shot to Danny Tang.
What a beautiful window card for Santi Zhang. Gonna check to the dealer button. That's pretty sneaky.
Tang content to check back and take this turn, which now leaves all but Lun Lun drawing dead. Full house.
Well, Santi is thinking I need to start building a pot now.
Construction underway.
2 queens. Still gonna fare to be the best hand a lot. 47K and an ace on the river. That's gonna save Lun Lun because it's getting quite scary.
Sure.
I suppose for Santi Zhang here now, it's more, do I target 8x? But 8x from undergun +1, unlikely. So maybe target some ace-x of diamonds. What size would call? Well, he's sizing over the bet, over bet to the pot. Hoping. His opponent's got 8x. Looks like this card's almost went to the muck. Trying to break down his hand, you know, 2 queens, blocking queen jack, not good. See some queen 9 suiteds, that's not good. Blocking that too. I think the bet size is throwing Lun Lun off right now. Board is scary for his hand, but when you're up against an overbet, it's polarized.
That's the idea, by the way, for Santi. He
Yeah.
wants Lun Lun to think he's bluffing here.
I think Lun Lun also realizes that 8x is not a large part of his undergun +1 range, so maybe the opponent's trying to rep that.
Sure. He certainly can afford to make this call off of 533K back.
Yeah, I guess Lun Lun is also thinking that ace-x would never bet this big. So it's really like 8x or nothing. Is it a, would a big hand have checked that flop? It did in this case, but he might be thinking that's not too often. Gonna lay it down correctly. Those smiles.
It's good.
Ace? You will see you later.
King queen. Unlikely.
Yeah, I think if you get
50K.
you can get
snap
40
call.
to 45 is decent.
50K.
Lun Lun suggesting
Yeah, 55.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Kudo can.
that Santi
Because now we're
oversized.
reaching the dangerous levels.
And maybe I should bet.
I think he's
smaller.
trolling a little bit there.
Yeah, but watch Santi like
do you
next
have?
time he's got value. I like to bet exactly the pot.
Right.
50K I snap call.
You believe him?
No, he's bluffing.
No.
He's a poker player,
Yeah.
Ollie.
Yeah.
You're getting bluffed in the booth, and you can see the whole cards. That's a problem.
Yeah, that is a problem, isn't it? I know what'll fix it.
Round ball time.
Let's do it. Well, hopefully, as we're nearing the end of this Triton Super High Roller Series stop in Vietnam, this is not the first time that you're joining us. And as a result, you know exactly what Randy and I are talking about when we use the term brown bull, a Vietnamese iced coffee. As we see Queen 10-8, Paul Pua. Second pair up against the gutter.
Yeah, always kind of tricky to play these middling pairs. Love to watch how they navigate this. Looks like Paul's going to fire a value bet. Ace-9. Not that much of a hand. Does have the backdoor nut flush draw. Just barely enough to continue. Okay, good enough now.
Hello, Jack of Clubs. Yake Woo. Queen high straight. Paul Pua, by the way, two-way straight draw. Still very much alive. Woo.
Yeah, I
Not going to bet it.
I don't think he thinks the King 10 is good, but like, can he get a better hand to fold? 9x from the hijack. How often is that the case?
These are the questions.
Okay, somehow we've done it again.
And there is the answer as Paul checks back. Makes himself the king high straight.
The short deck runouts really just question your sanity. Like, yeah, Yake Woo here's like, oh my god, really? This card, of all cards. Looks like he's gonna turn his hand into a bluff, just hoping to blow his opponent off of a chop.
Relevant ace of diamonds, of course.
Snapped off.
Yeah.
No king. Yeah, of course.
Playing the board. Snap calls and hauls it in.
咁我都冇煙傾㗎啦。我嘅意思係，你望下個，我以為你係分錢出嚟㗎，我唔知道你係，我睇唔到你係咩。我係就咁望住出邊，其實佢係冇可能有任何花，亦都冇可能有任何傾。佢唯獨是一副傾狗嘅又。放這邊嘛。890階磚出晒。
我唔知發生咩事。我唔知發生咩事。我冇睇。Yeah, so.
Enough of these streams, Randy, and I feel like come away with some loose grasp of Cantonese.
They were talking about the king. But honestly, I can't pretend. I can't translate that for you. I was lost. I got about 1% of the words. King.
Oh, Randy.
The number 8 was thrown in there somewhere.
A lucky number 8, by
True.
the way. King 9 suited, Santi, limps, boss, following suit. Lun gets to see one for free, dominated with both the jack and the 9. As it comes ace high rainbow, top 2 for boss.
Yep, double top 2. Let's see. He's got top. Time to bet. 3 ways. There's always straight draws out there in this game. Let's start with half the pot and 2 quick laydowns.
Hello. 好似
咩啊 ？Here 好似 River 動咗，應該 back， 不過應該俾人 back 啲先。好似上一排都冇。
佢唔係平時都有帶住佢。
人哋換車咗咧，或者。
Yake is getting awfully short here. 15 antes. Needs to find a spot soon.
Every single hand, at least 1 ante comes off your stack. On the button, 2 antes. opens the pot with 10-9 off.
Okay, opens with a limp, a little bit different than
Yeah.
pure opening.
But even so, boss in there, ace-9, loon, third overall in chips at present.
If no one's going to raise, then most certainly fine to be limping these 10-9 offsuit. Straight draws are powerful, we know it. This is a great board for no hand. I guess 2 jacks. Looking good. But you know, these paired boards, actually, you'll see the first guy bet a lot. It's hard to make trips.
Yeah.
And actually, an important part is that the guy holding the mid pair actually folds the flop a lot too. So as in no limit hold'em, you see that guy come along. It doesn't. Your C bets don't work, and you can see that Paul is already suspicious. Calls with ace-9 high. Might get these 2 jacks out with a bet and a call. We'll see.
Well, these two know each other fairly well. Just a position float. Ace of spades working. Of course, flush is so difficult.
Yeah, 2 jacks is out.
Yeah.
This
and
hand's getting really funny.
the bet and the call in front of those jacks has a lot to do with that. Jang, however, coming along, position on both Danny and Paul with the 7 as Fua picks up the gutter. On the turn, open-ender, though, for Danny.
Yeah, so best hand got out there. Second best hand is in there. Overcard comes out to that pair. Danny, wow, still firing away here, open-ended. Not scared that someone's got a king. That's some sick hand reading, actually. Usually someone wakes up with it.
30 into 42.
This hand's over.
Sandy, what you call it?
No, Paul.
No.
Irritated by the call from Santi because that has something to do with why it is.
You
that
like
he
to
is
be on TV.
finding the muck. He's the 25K short deck champ. Gets his number called to find
Good
other
luck,
pastures
everyone.
in the
Good
field.
luck.
Table just got softer. Not just because, you know, we lost Danny Tang. But who got Rob Young here now? Hello.
Always a welcome bit of seasoning to the soup.
Oh, did you see what happened to Rob Young in the last event, the 50K? He got in aces against Michael Jang's Queen 6 offsuit.
Yeah. And ended
to
up bubbling.
Stone bubble.
Yeah.
He made a tweet about it. I'll put a little heart on it. Don't think it helped.
No.
All in.
2 jacks for Jang. Playing off of his second bullet. Attacks Yake.
Not just gamble time. Oh, I thought he gambled.
What? He fold.
He fold.
He pay the NDs.
Yes. He only put 1 ante out. He needed to pay the double
Oh,
ante.
him. Yes.
It was a little confusing for a second.
Yeah, yeah.
I was about to say, you really going to run 9-6 offsuit?
Worthy of mention, by the way, that the guys aren't out here to kind of exercise
Yes.
punitive approaches to situations like that. They know what the spirit of the game is.
6-9.
You don't have to be on your guard.
That's true. We had this happen on the No Limit final table when Smerkovich slowly revealed his aces.
Oh,
in the
yeah, I
big
remember
blind,
that.
right? And
Yeah,
then
yeah.
they had a little discussion like, oh, you shouldn't be doing that. And a tour outside of Triton, as they may deem your hand as dead. But I thought that was really funny that the way he revealed those 2 aces.
Yeah.
Speaking of aces, the casual limp in the hijack looks so weak, especially with just two players back behind you. Maybe we get the bait from Rob Young.
Bottom of range.
Talk the literal bottom of the range.
Oh. Quads for Santi as the limper here. Rob's actually binked the jack.
Santi Jang, you just hit a bit too much. Still betting out the minimum, 3,000. How good is it to see someone still call you when you got quad aces?
Well, It's even better when the 10 of spades rolls off, as that card completes Broadway and brings in spades.
Yeah, spades is really important because, well, spades may beat a full house, but they don't beat quads. Trappy. He knows that Jack X probably won't continue for another bet, so it's better to hope to induce. Wow, Jack looking good.
So check on the turn. Kind of best case scenario here for Santi Zhang, as Rob Young has made the jacks full. Let's see whether or not he's going to be able to get away with it. Certainly would seem to be a function of sizing. Santi bets 20,000. Feel like Rob going to be clicking call here.
Well, let's see if he's got the discipline to lay this one down. Would be worried about the ace X. It's annoying because it's like the best card you could have hit. And now you're asking yourself if you should lay this down or not. Discipline.
Wow.
Nice. Hats off to you.
Hats off indeed. Shame on me for being presumptuous in that spot. Is certainly the nature of that turn card would leave a lot of ace-X having limped up front, checking. And Rob Young, astutely, putting it into the muck. Shout out to Shambhala Jewels, our official jeweler on the Triton Super High Roller Series, responsible for supplementing each of our champions with that beautiful piece of wristwear right there. Check them out, shambhalajewels.com.
I got to get me one of those, Ollie. I think it's so much better for me to buy outright than to try to win one, though. It's going to cost a lot more if I try to win one.
I feel like maybe we should offer some of our champions below retail. See whether or not they're willing to take it.
Oh, remember Makita was talking to Danny Tang about offering it for the trophy?
That's right.
20K, I think was the number. That was fun to listen to these guys banter about these things. You don't know if they're serious or not.
Banter part of the program appears to be winding down, though, Randy, as we approach the end of the re-entry period. Lun Lun, pocket kings, limping, picking up two players behind him, ace-9-9, not the board he had in mind.
Lun Lun's been going for the trap pre-flop many times with these big pairs. As bad as it gets, really. Still gonna just keep control of the hand with a bet. There's actually a disguised straight draw to value bet against in the form of 8-7, 6-7, dealer buttons in play. Lun Lun also got showered by Michael Jang. Soft bubble. He had ace king against ace 7, king and 7 out there, river 7.
It's so crazy because Mike Jang, in that 50K short deck event where he basically sat on the chip lead for the bulk of the event, was running white hot, sun running, until the set over set against Watson, the eventual champion, the tournament defining moment that he was unable to recover from. But odds on favorite for most of the run there to pick up a title. Just took a cold deck to dethrone him.
Okay, so Yeku was thinking, gosh, is it going to get better than this? Hopefully. We'll take one more hand.
He's only got 5 annies.
5? What? Come on,
Sorry,
Ollie.
10.
Brown bull.
I always look at the double ante.
I know what you're saying.
5 or 10, it's a go-in kind of stack. And he is on his final bullet. Couple of pocket pairs, cut off, button, top set against a gutter on the Jack 8-7 board.
It's actually not a bad board for 2 9s. You know, just the last 2 positions, blockers to the straight, and you got outs. I like the bet. 2 jacks, though. I think a raise might be incoming. Only worried about 10-9. A lot of stack to play for.
Raise 25.
25K. 3.5x raise.
Now, Paul's got to think that the 10 is a very clean out for him, blocking the 9s, but nevertheless doesn't want to invest another 18K in pursuit.
Yeah.
Some deal. Some deal.
But the problem is he's playing out of position, too. You hit your hand, it's hard to extract value out of position. One of the straight cards is a heart, which brings a flush out there, which also can reduce your implied odds. You know how poker is. You never want to play a guessing game, too.
Yeah, kind of avoiding those sorts of spots keeps the sailing smoother.
Yeah, you know, it's about picking and choosing your spots, not trying to win literally every single pot.
Yeah, the term "go hard" was one that Jason Kuhn introduced me to. He said, you know, you don't want to be too much of a go hard out there.
You need to sun run so hard to cruise with that. 9-7 suited, going for it. You know, it's the type of hand where if someone calls your jam, your cards are usually live, have high equity.
Yeah, Yake likes this better than he likes the King-9 up front, just on account of how unintrusive it is. And on the topic of a King-9, Santi Jiang wakes up with one and dominates.
Look, the King-9's only calling because he's a dealer button. He's put extra ante in.
Right.
Doesn't have to worry about anyone else. Really unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. 36%. It's something.
Well, it's something that means a lot more to Yake Wu on his last bullet than it does to Santi Jiang. To the flop we go.
Ooh.
Flopped it.
6-8-10, the joint. Yake can hardly believe it. Santi drawing to a chop.
Nice flop. Nice flop. Very nice.
Turn is safe.
Yeah, only chop.
Is Yake going to have to share this meal? No. You let yourself get too short, though, and these doubles don't actually allow you to loosen the collar to the extent that you want. Yeah.
Much needed pot for him to avoid re-entering.
I feel like short deck is the event where you see many re-entries.
You do.
Just the nature of the game. A lot of gamble in it, especially in the early going where guys really do try to spin up these big stacks.
You really do. The re-entries go way up in number as you get really close to registration close, just because the ante is quite large, and so people are just, each slammer may be worth like 20 antes, and they're just getting it in over and over again and getting showered.
Rob Young setting the trap up front with this ace-king.
It's always scary to see, oh wow, this is just brutal for Yake Wu.
Yeah, button ace-queen feels like it's headed in there.
It's headed in there. We know it.
3 limps, and there is the jam.
69K. Rob's in. That's trouble.
Slightly more.
All in.
Loon. Oh, he's doing the ace king battle thing.
Right.
Look
So
at the equities.
if you're wondering why it is that Loon would pick a hand like 10-8 suited to get it in there against not one but 2 all-ins. Now, mind you, he's off of the big stack here at this table and can well afford to do this. But
good odds.
That hand,
1,
against
3,
the
2.
range of hands that we expect to limp and then jam, and of course the button jam with all those limps out there, performs very well, and the evidence is on your screen.
Yeah, not just performs well, is a favorite. But very well said. And That's not a pretty good flop for 10-8.
Flush draw.
The two hearts working hard as Rob Yong, Ace King, now the favorite with 2 to come, plays for a modest side against
Open the
Lun Lun.
flush
Now look at this turn card here. 2-way straight draw and a flush draw for Lun Lun to polish off not 1 but 2 players' bullets on the river the ace though. Aces and kings is Rob Yong. Will scoop this pot and eliminate Yake Wu.
I don't think I have you covered.
You covered it. 6?
I think Rob Young is in shock that he won that pot because there were so many outs on the turn card.
Cover. Yep.
Yake Wu is out. He had 69k. Rob Young barely covered that. Triple up.
Open the flush draw. Pretty good.
Flush up 你嘅咩？
啊？
啊？
Call. All in. 哦，唔係 call 咯。call 唔 call 啊？
做咩會 call 啊？
嚇？佢哋兩個 all in 啊嘛，應該係大牌嚟嘅。
未必㗎。
Randy, keep your head on a swivel here in the booth.
You look spooked, and it's not about the poker?
I'm no entomologist, but what looks like a dangerous and oversized winged insect has made its way into the tournament area.
Looks like a dragonfly.
Yeah?
I think so.
I'm not scared of a dragonfly.
Oh, okay, but you don't like dragon fruit.
Looks like a frickin' pterodactyl.
Pterodactyl. Come on.
I'm just saying, man.
A baby pterodactyl.
A baby dactyl. Ace King here for Paul Pua.
Oh man, this is going to be a tough night. I got a grown man afraid of a little tiny insect.
Take the under on grown. 9-7 against Jack 10 against Ace King. Queen Jack 8 board. 2 overs, Broadway gutter. Checking against that 1-card gutter for Jiang, which activates.
Ooh, this is quite an aggressive bet here of inside straight draw.
Yang, second pair and a gutter of his own.
Should be just enough kit to continue here. Middle pair inside straight draw. Uh-oh, never mind. Rob Young's been in the lab, raising Jack 10 offsuit. You know what he figures? He's on the dealer button. He can represent the widest range, whether it's in the form of 2 pairs. 10-9, blocking some straights is important. Nice.
Very nice.
You know what? The Jack, now that I think about it too, blocks some top 2 pairs, right? Like Queen Jack. So what's King Queen going to do there? I'm going to be a little bit worried. Nicely
Rob
done.
Young is a guy who's out here soaking it all in. Front row seat to some of the best in the world in terms of short deck. And a guy who recognizes the opportunity to perform, to improve upon his own short deck game. Great card sense and a great risk tolerance also. Not afraid to gamble. Rob Young.
Yeah, I think it's nice. You can play off the image of, you know, willingness to get it in. People won't go too crazy against you, allow you to get more opportunities. Always important. It's the ones that can control it well that are very fearful to play against. 3 9s. Maybe sidecard action.
Jack 7-6. Nobody hits their side card, but Santi's got himself a gut shot.
Yeah.
Same story for Lun Lun, by the way.
True. That is not the gut shot you want to hit for Lun Lun, though.
No. The 8 is a big problem for him as he makes the 9 high straight. Of course, the nuts for Santi Jiang. Gonna get busy.
Yeah, and Lun Lun snap checks. Looking for the trap. Wow, just calls here. Perhaps he's a little bit afraid of 10-9. Board pairing.
Yeah,
A very timid line being taken by Lun.
You know what's important here is I remember that last conversation when Santi overbet and Lun said, if you bet 50K, I snap call. Maybe it's going to come into play here on the sizing. Let's see. Oh, look, a little bit of a size down.
I don't think that's a size that this ace-9's going to be able to get away from.
No, of course not.
9-10.
Value sought and acquired. Lun always knew 9-10 was lingering.
Yeah. When you're not playing the nuts, you want to be minimizing damage when you can.
Yes, sir. And there is a peak. Off the high water mark is Lun's stack. North of 100 antes here as we go to 4K. 8K double on the button. Santi trying to give himself some breathing room here. Just one bullet left, 46 antes.
Yeah, each bullet's 100K, so technically speaking, Paul Paul's got more chips than Lun, as well as Rob Young.
32 total entries, 23 runners at present.
10's good to show on the rewriting. Maybe.
Yeah, it's creeping up.
Pocket 9 maybe.
Limp off of King Jack here at the beginning of level 6. Players can max late reg at the start of day 2, which will be level 9. 45-minute long levels here in the short deck main. Jack, Jack 8 smacks Santi.
Let's see if Santi bets out his trip jacks. A lot of people do like to stab with air first position, so it kind of makes sense to also bet when you've got it.
You know how Lun's been introducing us to the Shisheni when you win a pot? I feel like Santi, under the Spanish flag, might be incentivized to give it his own rendition with a muchas gracias if he ends up taking one down. International flavor here on the Triton Tour. Would love to see it.
I think you should suggest it to him. He hasn't thought about it.
Don't have his number, or I promise you I would text him right now.
Okay.
Maybe I can text Rob and Rob will tell him. But then I just realized I don't have Rob's number either. In fact, I don't have anyone's number.
Whose number do you have? You got my number.
I can text you, Randy. You can run out there and let him know. Ace King suited for Jiang.
That's a winner.
Update. Look what I found.
You do have a number in there. Nice. Are you going to text him now?
Not just a number.
Rob Young's number. It's a good one. So you're going to tell him to say thank you in English to the table after he wins a pot?
You mean like English?
Like
English
British
English?
Like, yeah, the real English.
That's not as exciting. There's nothing international about that. You know what else I just realized?
Tell me.
We do stream on a delay, which means we live in the past. So if I send this text to Rob, I'm sending it from another dimension. And I don't even know whether or not he's going to be there with Santi.
I think my brain just leaked out of my ear canal. King, Queen,
Yeah.
10.
A lot
Top
of it.
pair here for
A
Rob.
lot of it.
Not a lot of it for Santi, the limper. 8-6 of diamonds, failing to improve here. Check back, keeping it tidy. 4-liner shows up.
Yeah, 8-6 high is not going to be able to show this down. Does he want to represent the jack or not against the dealer button? Would be credible. A lot of hands he can get to fold, especially with the bigger bet. Should be able to shake this king 6. Nicely executed from Santi. Very well versed in his post flop play in short deck. Love to see it.
Randy.
Tell me.
Never mind.
No, please. Oh, Ollie, please. What is it?
I'm bored. I didn't come into the booth today to watch short deck with small pots. Came in expecting nuclear explosions.
So you want these guys putting up 100K a piece to play to just entertain you? This is better?
Not just me, but all of our viewers out there and even one another, as Boss did his part with 2 aces. Nobody else.
Almost kings. Almost.
There to detonate on.
Yeah, I got king.
Why don't you send a text message to Boss? Tell him to get them to all splash a bit for all our viewers. Can you do that? Do you have his number in your phone?
Randy, I don't have Boss's number, nor do I have the desire to bother my boss while he's in the office. Would you text him while he's in the middle of 100K? With something as trivial as that?
Yeah, maybe. No, I wouldn't. Of course I wouldn't.
I like my job.
Maybe if it was my last gig of the year.
Your last day?
We'll throw
Randy's resignation coming in the form of a series of bad decisions. Jack, 9, 4-way affair. Trips for Rob Young.
I'm like, I really think you played this 10-8 of diamonds quite awkwardly.
Round of knuckles.
Check around, trip jacks for Rob Young. Time to start value betting. 4 ways. Straight draw still live.
An issue that you have a couple of players still behind you, perhaps. This paired board.
Paul's out. Would have been a disastrous queen had it fallen.
Young with another pickup. Haven't given enough love to Rob's watch, by the way. Believe that's a Rolex. I like the white gold, personally.
You don't wear a watch, do you?
No.
Because you don't like them or you can't afford one?
My cell phone tells time just fine. It is weird, though, as I've not found a wristband for my cell phone yet.
My problem with the watches is I can't read the hands.
Hand reading, not exactly your strong suit. You're right. Needles from the booth. We tease. Ace Jack suited here.
Yeah, looks like he's reaching down for chips. Undergun limp is the most dangerous one, though.
All in.
Push it in, wow.
Danger be damned, says Santi. Jams and takes it. You know who we need to really liven things up?
Give me a name.
The likes of Leon Sukernik or Tony G, not so much from the standpoint of play style, but much more so from the standpoint of a consistent willingness to get the liquor flowing.
That's true. That is true. I've watched plenty of Tony G cash games, and it's not just one and done.
They're wheel greasers out there. Know how to run up a bar tab. And you're right. We don't stop at one glass or one shot. We go hard.
We go hard.
Nobody going hard at this one. King 9, Ace 6, 10 6. Art gallery flop. Spade draw. Gutter. Straight flush draw, as it were, for Lun Lun.
Well, he's first to act. Knows he's got a decent piece here. Paired boards.
Nice.
First guy usually goes for it.
Flush draw's not so worried, of course, about the paired boards, given the nature of short deck. Flushes beat full houses.
That's right.
Feel the need to, every now and again, put the reminders out there about the specifics of short deck, given I did see some questions in the chat about why it was that Lun Lun called with the Ace 9 on the 6, 7, 8 jack board against Santi Jiang.
Mm-hmm.
Ace playing as a 5 there, giving him a straight. One of the other nuances of the game.
Yeah, especially if you're newer to the game and you overlook that fact, you're missing a large part of the board.
Nine, 7, and Ace 8. Turning into a gut shot and Ace high on the King 10, 6, 2 club board. This isn't going to be the one, Randy.
No, this is the one where we start pre-typing our text to them. If it happens one more time, I'm going to push send. And immediately resign.
I know what we need. I've got it.
Yes, Ollie, please enlighten all of our fans and viewers and myself.
Jokers.
You want jokers in the deck? Wild cards?
Well, we've got wild cards. Just look at the lineup. I'm talking about jokers. We kind of have those too here in the booth.
2 jokers, yep. Do you want the actual jokers that are inside of a brandly new minted deck of cards inside the cellophane?
At least one.
At least one. Do you want also the other blank cards? I don't know. What do you call those? The 2 other ones.
You mean the one that kind of tells you the hand rankings?
Yeah, those.
Or the reorder card? No, we can put those aside. Just one joker.
And what does the joker do? Just a wild? Is this Uno now?
Auto scoop.
Draw 2.
Auto scoop. You get dealt the joker.
Auto scoop. So
you
like
go hard. If somebody calls you at Showdown, you just show the joker auto scoop. Okay, maybe that's a little bit too far.
So you try to induce action, then you play the auto scoop. You like try to get to the river. They put in more chips in. You're like, scooped. You can't win.
No. The auto scoop's too powerful, obviously. Maybe we do it like Pai Gow, where it counts as a flush, a straight, or an ace.
Yeah, it can only be used for those special
that would
things.
also be very powerful, by the way, in short
Can you
decks.
imagine how many flushes are made? Like, no one wants to play a full house anymore.
You got a point.
I don't know if we should leave the rule making to you, the games.
No, we clearly shouldn't. Right? There's very little, actually, Randy, that we should leave to me.
We've had a lot of great ideas.
I'll take the under on great.
Good ideas talked amongst the players, okay? Yours is not even close. The Joker, wild. My gosh. I mean, what other great ideas do you have, Ollie?
Listen, Randy. I've got ideas. Nobody said they were good. Just ideas. Stand-up game?
That's a real game.
It is a real game.
Yeah, that's something we will be able to showcase sometime, I'm sure, in the future.
There's that small blind game too.
I've heard about the small
where
blind game, yeah.
Every time the button moves around, more money is added, or chips in this case, from the button. A progressive jackpot. You can only win it from the small blind.
Yep. Yeah, like who thinks of these games? Jeez.
I don't know, but I want to meet them.
Yeah. I mean, Short Deck was made by someone, clearly.
Do we know? Do we?
I don't.
Is
think
there like a general knowledge about who created Short Deck?
I feel like it's a new story every time we ask this question. We don't know the actual story. There's probably like very few who know it. It's probably like.
If anyone knows it, I would suspect they're in the room. As we see Ace Queen 8
Paul
here.
probably knows.
That's the guy I would ask. He'd probably look at us and be like, me? Duh.
Sure.
Bottom pair. Perking up from the button.
Yeah, I like the way Santi just approaches pots post flop. You can tell he's very comfortable with how to maneuver, how he can recognizes when to turn his hands into bluffs.
Dvoris making himself comfortable as he puts 9s into the muck. See what Lun Lun wants to do with the Broadway gut shot. Gonna make the call. Board pairs on the turn.
A fun card. This is the type of card that is should be improving Lun Lun's range more than Santi Jang. Yeah, it's a tough one for Santi to bet. He's can't really represent the top end of this board. Queen, queen, queen. Not the run out I expected. To be fair, King Jack actually has a decent amount of showdown value. You're never going to ace to fold. Probably doesn't think an 8 is betting that much. I don't mind his check there with King Jack.
King high.
Full house.
8? Yeah.
Knuckle back after the third queen arrives from Santi. Content to show down his 8. Haul it in.
Yes.
Perhaps momentary excitement for Lun Lun.
Move you a lot, don't they?
Dan Dvoris, thanks for joining us.
Played one hand.
It was good to have you drop by. Didn't even have a chance to make himself at home. Limp open.
More limp pots incoming. Unless Rob wants to disrupt the party. Don't think he'll want to do with ace-8 offsuit. No. Oh. Oh. Yep. Check.
Three players to the queen, queen, jack flop. Lun. 2 pair. Jang, gutter. Yong, dust.
A lot of paired boards lately. Lun Lun gonna take his shot at it. Oh, Rob did not fold yet. Is he thinking about raising? It's crossing in his mind. He's like, man, these guys are just betting out all these paired boards, but he's gonna lay it down.
We've seen some floats.
Yeah.
Out of those buttons with less than premium combos, just looking to see whether or not they're going to be facing another shell on the turn.
Yeah, you know, like those paired boards, freezes the action a lot. Your opponent has trouble multi-barreling. They check, you bet, you win. Good proposition. Currently playing four-handed at this featured table. Ace queen suited.
More limping.
Yeah, a lot of limping lately. I mean, we do have a lot of stacks with these four players.
Six, 6, 7. Couple of hearts.
Yeah, pretty dry. This is the board that favors the button, though, as he can have the 6 and 6 X's, whereas the hijack cannot. Doesn't shake Santi. Snap call.
Turn is the ace, which binks Jiang.
Yeah, good for him in case he was up against 7X. However, Paul's picked up straight draws and flush draws. Does he want to keep representing the 6? He's got backup.
Answer is no. But he does make the flush on the river here to pounce upon that ace-queen. Board texture horrific for Santi now, especially against the button of boss.
He's got the worst heart possible, the 8 of hearts. Does he think he can get paid off by a non-heart hand?
Yeah.
Blocks the straight, of course, with an 8. Is he ever up against full houses that he can get to pay off? Sometimes. Start with a bet. We know flushes are hard to make. Maybe people will look you up a bit more.
I mean, what kind of full house combos are we talking about here that wouldn't have bet the turn?
Very little.
Yeah.
You know, it's like pocket 9s. Check call flop. I guess it's possible, but so few. Paul's figuring, well, I'm pretty sure I've got the best hand. I'll let you figure out what to call with. Santi in the tank. Just trying to figure out what heart combos his opponent could have. He is the dealer button, so it's a wide variety of hands. Also thinking that this board looks scary, so maybe you're trying to move me off my ace. Paying off. That's a nice value bet size for an 8 of hearts.
Nice hand.
Modest pickup there for boss. Santi kept him honest. 83 annies now. 331K for boss on his first bullet.
That's good. Thank you.
Well, Santi's back. King, queen offsuit. First to go.
Been involved in a lot of the recent pots.
Yeah, most of the pots so far have been limped. When you get closer to those 100K stacks, that's when people just start flying pre-flop. For now, they're happy to play small ball.
Yeah, things have gotten deeper after the bullets of the dearly departed have been absorbed by those they left behind. Three-way affair to the queen 8-7 board. Santi, top pair, in the lead.
Yeah, good spot here for king, queen. Starts with a check, inside straight drop for Loon Loon in position.
Nobody wanted to bet the flop, and now on the turn, a double gutter develops for Loon Loon. Not a welcome arrival, of course, for the king-queen, which checks once more.
Yeah, and the other two players actually have a inside straight draw as well.
Yeah.
Bit disguised. Loon. Does he want to stab on the ace? Does not.
8 pairs on the river. Santi. Best hand. I wonder if this is a spot where Lun Lun's going to try to bluff it.
It's just so scary betting into 3 other players. Like, I don't know what they've got. Do I really want to fire? I'd be pretty pleased winning that pot with queen after the ace drops off in the 8.
Nobody raised with king queen in short deck. Huh?
Can raise.
Can raise. Yeah.
If you are playing deep.
Told you, Rob's got his eyes and ears open out there, taking note of the fact that these king queens have been approaching pre-flop procedures conservatively. And as such, so do the king tens of the world. As Boss wakes up to aces. Didn't get any action with them last time they were dealt. Goes to work on this limp from Rob and says, AA. Honesty is the best policy.
Then now he's got a show, right? He's got a show.
Two time only.
Huh?
So all I have to do is just ask him what he got. He'll tell me.
You don't need
Is that how it works?
You S8, you go all in.
I'll show you. Look at Lun Lun warming his chips up for a trip to the middle. Not short. I think even the players feel like right now that we're lacking the sort of
They're trying to
excitement.
giving us some action.
The
Well,
fireworks.
7-6 of clubs is in there. All right, let's get one more 4-way.
Starting to feel like a long deck bubble right now instead of a short deck re-entry period.
The bubble part is let's not rebuy into the tournament for another 100K. Let's survive.
4 players to the ace-king-8 board.
Yeah, another bad board for these hands. Actually, Paul's hand is the most interesting since it's got that inside straight draw.
Okay. Because you don't expect any players to come in on level 7, only level 8.
Private conversation between Boss and tournament director Luca Vivaldi here as we await the
Well.
6-7's decision with the gutter.
Yeah, just discussing some tournament stuff. Well, he's got the gutter. When he gets to him, it's a reasonable spot for him to maybe fire first one up.
717 remember. Thank you, guys.
Minimum players, less than 1 minute remaining for your way. And dealers, if there are 2 or more players at your table, you can start preparing for that.
Back to work.
I counted at least 3 time banks.
3 time cards.
That Paul should
You're going to
be-
go and text him. By the way, you spent 3 time cards. You did not turn them in, Paul. My name is Ali Najjar.
Obviously, I would be like, hey, listen.
I'm the
I
goofball in the
didn't want to
booth.
say anything. Randy, as the color analyst, just felt compelled to maybe ask for the time banks. Boss, not coming from me. Randy Liu, the American, Australian, Asian guy in the booth.
The guy you can't pinpoint on a
Yeah.
computer.
It's just, we don't know
what's going on with him. Queen 10 offsuit. Limping in there. Rob Young doing the same with the ace-king.
Yeah, there is some big slow plays pre-flop so far. Queen of Hearts for Santi up against Ace-King. Did I not? I didn't see that. That's a flop straight.
It is indeed on the monotone board. 4 boss on the button with 2 checks in front of him.
Yeah, looking good.
And we don't fear flush flops.
Nah, not so much in this game. It's rare. Very rare. But we do fear another heart dropping. We got to value bet against those hands. Second nut flush draw incoming. Rob Young now. Seeing heavy action in front of him. Just ace-king. Perhaps wants to keep things slow.
Willing, though,
no,
to
sorry. Check
shoot it up.
raise. This is bad timing for Rob Young. Trying to protect his hand against a naked heart, against those straight draws.
What kind of hand range do you suppose with the 7-9 Paul is going to assign to this check raise from Rob?
I
Maybe
think
some ace-x with a heart?
That's what he's probably expecting, like a king of hearts, very likely. Don't think he would think 2-pair would play in this manner.
Going to flat instead of 3-bet. And now the turn is a heart. But it's the king of hearts that one might have expected would be a part of the equation for Rob's check raise from time to time.
That's actually a very good point, Ali. I didn't think about that. Is that you put your opponent on a king of hearts, it drops out. You might be thinking your opponent just woke up with flop flush now, maybe, right? Like, because who check raises the queen of hearts? It's not in the case that he's up against the flop flush, but definitely, I would say, increases the likelihood of that happening. Checks through.
Rob was drawing live, of course, to the boat.
I mean, ace-king still got a lot of showdown value here. I mean, a lot, but enough.
8 pairs, and Rob continues to check. Now you see Paul wondering.
What is he up against? Really hard to say. He's going to be relieved if he checks this and scoop this pot. Just wondering if he should maybe turn his hand into a bluff. There's 146K in the middle.
Sure is.
No flush.
Check back from
no
boss.
Flush. No full house.
Straight?
No, nothing.
Yeah. Straight. What do you have? S9.
I folded the queen of hearts.
Wow. I almost bluff river. I said this guy must have full house. No flush must be full house.
I forgot ace was a 5, right? I didn't see it straight on there.
You heard boss say he almost bluffed the river, thinking that maybe the 7-9 was in need
Yeah.
of being turned into a bluff there on the paired 4-heart board.
Yeah, he put his opponent on check raising 2-pair set or flush. Did not expect Rob Young to have ace king, but then you heard Rob Young say, I didn't even realize the straight was out there on the flop. So maybe he wouldn't have checked raise ace king had he realized that on the flop. So, but you know, based on you have your certain assumptions about your opponent, but he also kind of made the wrong assumptions. Can create some really interesting hands. Top 2
9,
now.
8, 6. Creating top 2, as you mentioned there, Randy, for boss.
Connected. Flop straight in play in the form of ace-7. Value betting against straight draws.
I won't bluff.
Sneeze and take it, says Lun Lun.
Sneeze. Do you think anyone's actually ever sneezed and just was shipped the pot? I don't think so.
I mean, depends on how aggressive the sneeze was.
Just Sneeze your cards.
I mean, if
they just fly around.
If you come with a real COVID cloud,
COVID cloud.
you know,
A typhoon of sorts.
kind of a
Yep.
an atomizer of airborne virus.
Action. You wanted it. You got it.
Flip.
The collision we've been seeking, coming in the form of Jack 10 suited and Ace King suited.
48%. That's very high for Jack 10 suited.
Has Santi Jane covered. To the flop of 8, 9, 10. Advantage Loon. Top pair open-ender. As Santi hunts an ace or a king to preserve this bullet. His second. There is the king. Still not out of the woods, though. Jane currently in the lead. Needs to fade a lot, though. 7, 10, Jack, Queen to the river. 6 of clubs. A safe one as he submits his tokens for auditing and doubling.
Very fortunate for him. Loon on his last bullet still. 170K or so chips.
Randy.
Yes, sir.
I know that that hand qualified as more exciting than many of the ones that we've seen recently.
Yes. You want something else, Ali?
I feel so dissatisfied. It was over too quickly. Didn't have...
You didn't have that river card you're looking for? The little oohs and ahs? You like the running jacks better against the kings?
It's like a Golden Globe nominee. I'm looking for an Oscar winner.
Oh, we'll get you that hand before this night ends.
I suspect you're right.
Odds in our favor with short
Hopefully.
deck.
I haven't run onto the set to demand jokers be added to the deck between now and then. Loon. Feeling like it's time to go to work with the King 10 suited after doubling up Santi.
No, I'm just trying to think back to some of the past broadcasts I've done. Why do I feel like someone actually has mentioned bringing in jokers like Jason Kuhn once? I don't know why.
You know what? Somehow I feel like you're right. Glancing around the room now, we find some excitement in the form of Tan Xuan inbound as part of the next featured table. Where
This is a round 2 final table.
Yeah, look at that.
The same players.
Watson. Tang.
Hi.
And of course, Michael Zhang.
Ask and you shall receive, Ali.
Ace 9 suited. Lun. Getting it in there again. Under the gun. Ace King, the right kit for Santi Jiang to give him a return spin, as on this occasion. Jiang has Loon covered. And might Loon's chips be headed back his way? It would take a bad beat. 6, 8, 10, and the 9 works. 7 outs. As of right now, in an over 400K pot. Turn card is a 6, which does give Lun a diamond draw.
Plot twist.
Adds outs. River card is the 7 of diamonds, and Lun manages to make a straight flush.
Does this qualify for best picture? Come on, runner, nut flush, unexpected. This is also a nominee only for you?
We here at the Academy. Randy, appreciate your submission. We do maintain the highest of cinematic standards, however. And while there were scenes in that film that were climactic, overall, we didn't feel like it rose to the level of Best Picture. A nominee, perhaps. Best place to do your staking, of course, our official staking partner. PokerStake.com, where you need to head to get some ROI. If you throw your saddle on the likes of Michael Chi Zhang, you can get really paid, especially here in the short deck streets, the ones that he found his way into exclusively in Vietnam, skipping the front end of the festival. Flying in from Phuket, fresh off of meditative retreats, mindset work.
How many bullets? Second? Ah, well. Still fine.
Rob, A6 offsuit, wants to jam in. A little over 30 antes.
That's a question. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a question, guys.
Relax.
I know the chat got what?
9-7 off is not the one. No, not a customer either. Oh.
Ooh, is that? who
Look
I
at
think it
this.
is? Hello, Aaron.
Welcome, Aaron Zhang, winner of the Triton Million, biggest ever payout in the history of the Triton Super High Roller Series. You might be wondering, how big was that payout? How about 13.8 million pounds? Sick. Catley also there, having himself a heck of a series here in Vietnam, already with 5 cashes, including a final table in the 25K short deck, which was ultimately won by Danny Tang.
Guns blazing first hand.
How much is it?
Santi thinking about giving Aaron Zhang for a spin. Jack 10, this would be good laydown, good timing.
Welcome aboard, sir.
I haven't got to witness him at our feature table this week yet. Pretty excited to watch him play.
I mentioned it on a couple of occasions throughout the course of the festival that I was so surprised to wander in to Resorts World in Las Vegas for a cash game.
Mm-hmm.
My home casino, and look over at the 300-600 mixed game and find Aaron Zhang right in there.
Yeah, he's been playing some cash games over on that side of the world.
Not sure what brought him to town, but he was learning many of the games in the mix. Rob Young had earlier suggested that the king-queens don't raise. Well,
Just
for
like
him, that's not the case. Under the gun. Rip it in. Let's go.
Yeah, let me show you guys how to play King Queen properly.
Jacks for boss.
Rob, how much do you have, Rob?
Just under 200.
Just keeping an eye on the stacks out there as he deliberates.
Just trying to see if he can just open rip it or not, based on the stack sizes behind him. Start for limp. It's always suspicious when someone's looking at stacks. Ace King for Loon Loon. He's moved up to just under 100 antes.
Just going to flat, though. The ace-king. Some balance on display. Maybe enough action behind him, he deems, to try to trap.
Well, if you look behind him, it's those stack sizes that's just going to rip it in, and he's looking to trap those guys.
Santi, the unintrusive 8-9 offsuit, joins the group.
休息啦，15分钟。
6 cards in the Broadway neighborhood. As it comes ace 9-8. Top pair for Lun Lun. Gutter and a pair of 9s for Santi Jiang, and a better gutter for Rob Young.
Lun Lun's looking to clear the field now. 4 ways. Half the pot. Santi's in. Rob Young a draw to the nut straight. If he hits his nut straight, someone else might have an inferior straight, which he can win all the chips.
It would take a 6 being out there in the field for that to be a reality, as the 10 on the turn now turns Santi's hand into an open ender, does deliver a pair of 10s to Rob. Out of position against 2 guys that were callers on the flop here. The button among them. Uncomfortable
Very
for the
uncomfortable.
ace-king.
The dealer button could have random 2 pairs as well. There's 100K in the middle. It's worth fighting for. Looks like they're pretty content on trying to get a free card. We'll see if Rob will do the same. It doesn't have enough equity to kind of make a semi-bluff here.
So 3 checks, delivering a 7 to the river, and the ace-king holds for Lun Lun.
Yeah, ace-king this is a great card for ace-king. Just gonna play cautious though, with 2 out there. There's a lot in the middle. Santi knows his 9 isn't good, but can he get 2 other hands to fold? Repping a 7 from the hijack is very hard to do.
Yeah, so he ends up checking, and we'll see.
Rob,
look at this. He knows the 7 is his to rep from the button.
Wow. Lun Lun needs to be thinking that Rob Young is turning a pair into a bluff. And Lun Lun still has 1 player to act behind him. He's out.
Hats off to Rob Young there for recognizing the opportunity. Did he just show the
He
jack? And he
showed
sure
it.
did.
Nice.
As an impish moment there out of the fun-loving Rob Young, the short deck-loving Rob Young, who will have 48 antes as we dispense with this featured table, where Paul Fua was the deepest of stacks with 431K. Ante will be going to 5K, a double ante of 10K, as we bring you back inside the broadcast booth here at the Hoiana Resort Golf and Casino. Alina Shad alongside Randy Liu. Pleased to have you with us. 22 runners right now, 35 entries so far. But of course, with registration still open, that number could be increasing with re-entries and some people that might decide to trickle in at the start of day 2 to take some spins. Currently at the top of the leaderboard, we have Sam Greenwood, 820K, hot on his heels, Kai Bong Lo. As you get a look at the Triton Poker Plus app, Tan Xuan in there as well, as we scroll down to find the shortest of all stacks in the room belonging to Santi Jiang, and then Kiat Lee not far behind them, both of them being sent in another direction here as we head to the break. Randy, and anything you want to leave us with? It'll be about a 15-minute break. Want to mull it over and then come back with some thoughts?
I'll just say that I think the best actor is won by Rob Young in that last hand. Well
Yeah,
done.
yeah, definitely.
Academy Award incoming.
Got the bluff through when the 7 showed up, repping it from the button. So let's take a breather, shall we? About 15 minutes. We'll be back here with continuing coverage. Day 1, 100K short deck main event. Don't go anywhere. More to come.
Knowing where to start when learning to play poker can be incredibly confusing. Well, we have the solution for you. Our free 5-day course will teach you everything you need to know in 5 days to start making your first winnings at micro to mid stakes. No excuses, for free, check it out.
Acted yet? He bets 5 into 161. Kai Bong Lo's going to have to double check. Make sure he's still on Earth.
He's got ace queen.
Jams.
Wow, Kai just finding the 2 out, obviously ace of clubs.
What he found was the life
good.
raft. It's
You're
50 annies.
Right, sorry.
But, you know, not exactly deep. So all 3 bullets redeemed at once for Elton Singh.
53.5, I think, yeah.
Well, with that, covers everyone at the table bar Kai Bong Lo.
USDC 都跌咗 10%.
Is it still down 10%?
I don't know. I just read the news. I didn't check.
I checked today. I think it's back to 0.96.
Okay.
Not sure. Check again.
Tan's limp meets the pocket jacks of Greenwood, which makes it 18, and Jay Kuhn on the button, ace 10 suited. Got The spade's covered. Sends
Kind of
Queen
a
Jack
good hand.
suited into the
I
muck.
mean, have a good
and
hand, not a great hand.
Greenwood
I got a good hand, not a great hand too.
can't go away. We'll give Jason a
Actually,
spin.
I got a great hand. For 53.5, I got a hell of a hand. How many spades did I hit on the flop? 4?
Well, 2 are in the muck. 1 is on the board as it comes King 9-6, and the Jacks are holding. Now on the turn, Jason picks up 8s as outs.
Oh, we need it.
7 of them in total. And 7 of diamonds on the end. So Greenwood polishes off Jason Kuhn's first bullet as he'll be left reaching for a lammer in search of another 100.
No.
I want a bottle of whatever's coursing through Elton Sang's veins. Call it a vial. Drop it in an IV. Slip it into my stream. Happy juice.
Off your chips.
I think.
Well, it's like ace, what? Ace, queen, 7. Ace, queen.
Maybe end up retiring after that.
6 or ace, queen, 7 board. Ace, queen, 6. 2 diamonds. I was in the hijacking. It was like hijacking. Cut off. Button, limp pot.
Hand history being delivered.
Mm-hmm.
CV called.
可以可以。
Has it been a min click?
There has. See whether or not Schwen wants to grab his FedEx uniform.
Like half pot.
Yeah, he does as he ships 26.5 out there.
Well, I don't think that's going to shake Kai. Jack 10 of diamonds, a lot of kit in short deck. This is one of the worst situations he can actually find himself in. 29% equity.
10 in the window, followed by a 9 and a Jack. So the overpair and the open ender for Tan Xuan versus top 2.
Well, he's just going to send it in, and Kai gets to click the call button with his top 2. Note the equities, by the way. Even with top 2 pair, has just 34% equity.
I suspect that Xuan is pointing that out to him before he goes getting too comfortable with Jack 10 here.
A very warm welcome back to the broadcast booth here at the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, for the penultimate day of high-stakes coverage here in Vietnam. It is the 100K short deck main event, event number 13, with 23 runners still in the mix. Randy, you just said to me prior to jumping in that late reg is still open until the start of day 2, and given that the late reg is still open until the start of day 2, the vibe out there is, it's pretty chill, it's pretty fun. There's a bit of gambling going on.
Yeah, of course, they've got the opportunity to re-enter if they happen to bust their bullets. People are going to be splashing around. The ante has gone up quite a bit, so people with their 1 lammer, 1 bullet is, 100K chips can easily get those flying in there and, try to spin that up a bit. When registration closes, play will be much different. People will be claiming their bullets for 100K each. People will probably be a little bit tighter knowing they can't rebuy. But for now, it is the chip building phase of the tournament.
It really is, and it's interesting that you mentioned that, because something that we didn't see any of in the 50K, but we've seen here in the 100K main event, is people opting to take all 3 lammers at once in exchange for the 300K, whereas some people, as you can see there with the yellow circles next to their names, have only opted to take the 100K. And note Sam Greenwood, overwhelming chip leader, still has 2 lammers to collect should things go south for him here.
I mean, I don't think it's going to go south for him. It's safe to say he'll probably get to the end of registration and we'll have to put those in. But, people have different strategies. I believe that before it was Elton Sang just firing in 3 lammers right away, right? Like he's willing to just try to spin up a big stack, likes to play deep stack against the players who like to play shorter. If they double up, then, they might be in some trouble.
Well, talking of Elton Sang, opting to take all 3 lammers. He is going to be at our main feature table as we throw it down to the main stage for more high-stakes short deck main event coverage. Got Elton Sang, Tan, Zhang, Watson, fresh off that victory in the 50k, and Danny Tang. As we see Tan Xuan, who we saw on break, the highlight reel, getting it in with the queens against the Jack 10 on the Jack 10-9, turned the straight. The Jack coming on the river, obviously giving Kai Bong Lo the full house. And now, bullet number 2 going much better for Tan. Still has 2 lammers to his name as well.
Yeah.
Currently sat 2nd in chips overall.
This is a stacked feature table we got here. We got 3 people who just played a final table here today, right? Michael Jang, Watson, the eventual winner, and Tan Xuan. And, you know, they've got a history already building up. And then we got Danny Tang, short deck winner.
Yeah, 25k, that's right.
Then you sprinkle in some Elton Sang just for fireworks.
Just for fireworks, entertainment, table chatter, banter, deviousness, cheekiness. The boss, you know.
Yeah, these guys are very willing to play post flop for swinging. Should be a lot of fun.
I don't think I've ever seen you so, like
Wear anything?
happy.
Yeah?
Yeah. But when you look at your alloy,
Yeah.
that's proper happy, you know.
Yeah.
Not like you know, 你平時都好開心, but it's different kind of.
It's the best.
Okay, let's go. Tan Xuan here. King 10 offsuit. Jam from Michael Jang. Just rips in. 284k. Ante is now 5,000.
Dominated.
Tan always at it.
And that is the best. Oh, hi, Samuel.
Zhang, who came 3rd at 50k earlier on today. Currently sat 13th in chips, middle of the pack.
I wonder if any of the people who were sweating our 50k was like, oh, I better buy action into his short deck main in time. Hopefully.
That action was available over on pokerstake.com, of course. Also worth mentioning, the Triton Poker Plus app, currently a field size of 23. You can actually get every single table from the tournament up on the app and sweat along in real time.
Yeah, it's a cool way. You know, you just leave the screen up with our featured table and put up the side tables. Like, oh, look like someone's getting all in.
Yeah, table 3 featuring Paul Pua, Rob Young, Kiat Lee. Table 5 with KCG, Greenwood, Kuhn, Haxton, and Table 1 with Bads, Davies, Dvoris, Chidwick, Winfred Yu, and Kai Wen Yong as we dive back into this flop. King 9-7, Michael Zhang with the mystery hand.
Mystery hand's gonna fire away. It is a pot-sized bet. Oh, I love to watch Michael Jang navigate post-flop because he really just goes gun blazing.
What have you guys done? You guys have given him a stack. Now he's just gonna continuously go up.
That's
What's
pretty
the same?
funny.
I mean, I bust a rebuy, I have 300k again. I'll just have to start off at 100k, I guess.
There's no
Danny
looking back
Tang.
for him already.
Sweating the fact that Michael Zhang has built a stack.
I've
He's
stopped
just
him
gonna
once
get to like
before.
What?
He stopped me pretty hard.
Stopped him once
actually.
before, I
He
can
stopped
do
me
it
pretty
again.
hard. I had half the chips 700, and he just got it in with 1 out. I got a small one back, and then he took the rest.
The respect from your peers at a Triton Super High Roller Series, something that a lot of people strive for. Michael Zhang, widely regarded as one of the best short deck players in the world. A little confidence boost from the likes of Danny Tang.
Yeah, he really just doesn't let you show down your hands cheaply post-flop. Right now, pair of eights is good.
Ace, ace, eight. So what's the limper from under the gun? We see a lot of this leading into the field.
On paired boards, the first position guy likes to bet out on paired boards. Middling pairs actually fold a lot too. See if he can get Michael Jang to fold here. Pair of eights. Or is he going to one-up him like, I know you're stabbing. Awkward though. A pair of eights is very vulnerable,
Of
right?
course.
Even if you are ahead, like 40% from Mike Watson, or you're drawing dead. Sniffing this one out so far.
Well, the queen on the turn does now present a double gut shot for so what's on a board texture, as Randy was alluding to. It's going to favour the under the gun limping range more so than the button check back range.
It depends on how wide he thinks Michael Jang will call to flop. Does he think 8x would call? He thinks so. That's why he's firing again with equity. Even if he's up against ace-x, still got a chance to win his pot. It's going to be very hard for Michael Jang to continue here with 3 pairs. It's be pretty impressive if he can continue. Quite difficult. He could be drawing dead already. Wow. Michael.
Well, how about it?
He's next level right now.
As the king of clubs rolls off on the river, giving. So what's the nut straight?
Yeah, he got bailed out here.
Zhang, of course, blocking a lot of the full houses, the ace-8s, the ace-queens.
The good thing for Watson here, actually, is despite there being a lot of full houses out there, it's near impossible for Michael Jang to have them, right? Because it's like ace-king, ace-queen, 2 queens, 2 kings. These hands would raise on the dealer button when limp 2. So really only full house he's worried about is like ace-8.
Right.
Or pocket 8s. I just flopped it.
Ace-queen-o, never opting to check.
It does on some occasion, but some frequency of raising as well. I think it probably would have raised with the stack size situation. And that's why you can see he's like very comfortable jamming the Jack 10 straight, despite so many potential full houses.
Whatever he has, he can just do it with, you know. 没顶住第3枪，不给你机会。
Do it.
3个 pair.
Fascinating hand.
3 pairs.
Yeah, you know, it's not often you see those types of ranges battle on that kind of board texture. See, Michael Watson, of course, must be feeling pretty good about his game right now.
Yeah, just won a tournament. How much did he win? Let me see.
695.
Oh, you remember? Nice.
I am paid the big bucks for a reason, Randy.
He also final tabled the other short deck event,
Did he
25K.
really?
He got 6th place for 91K. So he's got 100% cash rate right now. 2 final tables in the short deck.
I remember that final table was pretty brutal.
It was so fast that you might not remember the people who didn't get to heads up.
Right. Yeah, there's Danny Tang who had the overwhelming chip lead after colliding with Cat Lee, and then Chidwick managed to get heads up. Couldn't hold. As we dive back into this, Zhang. It's always a bit of a, you know, you're in the cutoff. Got a marginal holding. I'm like, please check. Missed the button.
So you can flop this.
So you can flop a flush draw and a gut shot. So what's currently with the best of it?
10 actually fires quite large, 20K into 40. And this is the type of feature table where you're just going to see people blasting away. Michael, good hand. Contemplating putting in a raise. And raise we do. Hello, Michael Jang. Hello, 130K pot.
Zhang playing
Probably a bad strategy.
66 antes.
Yeah.
Keeping an eye on table 5. Have Haxton on 87, Kuhn on 36, Greenwood, the overwhelming chip leader with 236, KCG amassing a very healthy 85 antes. As we look at the leaderboard here, Elton Sang and Michael Zhang, the only two players that are in effect all in terms of bullets on this buy-in. Tan Xuan way out in front with 116 antes and 2 bullets up his sleeve as well, just in case things don't go his way here.
They have one yet?
No?
Yeah. They can make one for you.
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, just me. I'll just sit there by myself.
Right here, at this table right here.
Yeah.
The 2 champions. You. And. Oh, sorry. Talking to
That'll be like the old times.
Huh? Fun.
Playing Tan in the old times.
Yeah.
Some dynamic we're potentially unfamiliar with, the old times. I feel like Michael's a bit too young to be talking about the old times. He's younger than me.
Yeah. But he's been playing short deck longer than
most.
Yeah, most and a lot of people. Michael has just been relentless. He just instant jam Jack 10 suited, 60 antes against these 2 early position raises. But Watson's asking for a count. Watson's woken up with something.
330.
Do you think a hand maybe like jacks, pocket queens, maybe ace queen?
I think it's a pretty big hand, actually. Let's see.
Well, the 50k champion in the tank as we wait for the graphic to catch up. Oh, he's going to come over the top, Randy, as you mentioned. Seems like a big hand.
Can I see how much Mike's got, please?
What does Danny Tang have? He might have a big pair, like queens. There's a big all-in and another reshove. Danny has to be sitting on quite a large holding here.
3 something?
313.
313, 318.
Sorry, 3 and
313, 318.
So 313 and 318, the same stack pretty much.
Yeah, Watson just covering Zhang. This is going to be, for second in chips, whoever holds here, or whoever gets there, I should say.
We might add in some more chips if Danny Tang wants to come along.
I can see one of Zhang's jacks and one of his 10s dead in the hands of Elton Sang and Tan Xuan as Sir Watts has found ace queen. Danny Tang with 2 clubs and an ace queen as well.
Yeah, so 1 ace queen out.
That's a fair fight.
Yeah, it's not over yet. Tan's thinking, am I up against 2 ace kings, 2 ace queens?
你不去，我没去，他没去，应该跟我不是一样的牌。
656,000 out there to fight for. Does have 2 llamas
Gamble.
left as he gambles for it all. This is a chip lead pot.
That's good.
No.
10-9.
No.
Oh, that's very good for me. I think I'm favorite.
Yeah.
I think I'm favorite. Actually, I don't know. I think 10 ace queen. I just never see ace queen win 3 ways, so I just
Yeah. I think I'm
excluded
already. Must be fair. Seems impossible.
I had ace queen of clubs.
Yes, ace queen.
ace queen of clubs.
Ace queen of clubs.
Okay, not favored anymore.
Uh-oh.
Favorite now.
Not favored.
5 cards to come in a 3-way all-in as the 9-8-8 board
Your favorite.
rolls off.
Diamond.
Zhang, the favorite,
Cannot win.
with just jack high and 2 cards to come.
Oh, wait. Not dead.
10 now.
That's a bad card for you.
That is a bad card for Zhang.
That's a super shit card for you.
Queens? What do I need? I need
Needs a
5.
queen or a 7.
Just 7.
Queen 7, 8.
Queen 7.
As the 7 finds its way to the river, Randy. And Michael Zhang wins a massive 3-way all-in to move up to second in chips.
Barbecue 完了。
Well,
完了。他
Danny Tang's going to say, why did you guys give this man more chips?
You're very good at predicting lately. All your predictions are...
Huh?
You predicted my 10 on the river. You predicted my 10 on the river.
Can never let you win the first.
Is this your second bullet?
Overall?
No, is this your first bullet?
You mean
Shout out to the
no,
pokerstake.com investors.
You gave me run good, you can swap the second bullet, but if I bust...
I'm on my second bullet.
Ah, okay. No, I'm saying if I bust, but it's going to be hard. I can still bust.
You're not going to bust now.
I wouldn't count him out from busting, okay? You know, Michael Jang is a
Hang on a minute.
gunslinger.
Earlier on when I said that about Greenwood, you said that's impossible for Greenwood to bust, but when it's in regards to Michael Jang, you seem more open-minded of the bust out. Don't forget, if you haven't already, we've spoken about the Triton Poker Plus app and how you can actually get all 4 tables up from this 100k short deck main, but also maybe even, I was about to say more importantly, that's not true. Make sure you drop us a follow on our socials, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. As always, a lot of just behind the scenes content. I saw Pete
but
was out on the golf course with Seth Davies, Nick Petrangelo. There was an interview behind the scenes with Jason Kuhn after he took down his 5th Triton title. So a lot of reasons to drop us a follow over on Instagram with some exclusive content with some of your favorite poker players as we dive back into this. So what's Randy, straight away, open jamming.
I think you just fold.
Yeah,
I think
your 100k stack is pretty much just hoping to run it up.
For sure, you just fold.
20 antes now for each lammer. We all know 20 antes is going to be splashing.
Whenever you two are around, I win a lot of all in.
Yeah. Only when I'm not in a pot though.
Next Triton we swap in the main.
Sure.
With both of you.
Well, Tan Xuan here was cruising along. We've got 4-way all in over on table 5, by the way. Chu with Queen Jack suited, KCG with Pocket Kings, Kuhn and Haxton with 10-9 suited. We'll keep you guys updated as we sweat that one.
All right, Tan going to jam to ace queen. Gets it done.
Phil Chu just won a 1.3 million chip pot with the Queen Jack. Ace 10-8 Queen run out. Phil Chu fresh off that 4th place finish in the 50k. Forrest just winning a flip against Badziakowski as well over on table 1. Don't forget Triton Poker Plus app. This is actually pretty sick.
Yeah, that sounds like a huge pot.
Got 4 tables open.
You're just multi-tabling.
I'm multi-tabling the commentary right now. Let's go.
Yeah.
It's the main event.
You're dialed in.
It's amazing what a power nap can do for you, Randy.
It's amazing what a brown bowl can do for you, too.
Well, you know, I'm not sure anymore. Yes, it hits you like a brick wall for the first 35, 40 minutes. But then that sugar crash as Tan limps from the cutoff.
Well, he knows that.
Elton loves it, doesn't he?
He's just like looking at this action. 10, ace 10.
Would be a great shape.
Thinking about pushing it in there, ace 10. He knows he could be up against a better ace. Very likely, ace jack, ace queen. Dominates jack 10 suited that might play this way.
Well, he's currently dominating ace 8.
Yeah, he's wondering how many baby aces would jam here.
Oh, he's clicked the call button.
10.
差点被你偷跑了，大兄弟。
你还没赢呢，你还说呢？
那起码 call 对了嘛，输赢能看命的嘛。 邊個？佢叻啦，
叻啦
我都就行了。做成過程不用
Tan absolutely loves the game. 5 to come. King, Jack, 6. Tough to run a chop on that one. It's going to need to come. Board pair, board pair. No dice. Now a queen. And a queen only for Zhang to get out of jail. Oh my goodness.
你多1000没事的，分你多1000，我给他，你多1000。
How brutal is that for Tan?
Well, yeah, no, he makes the right call.
肯定分钱。
Can't lose on the turn. Just take half the pot, Tan.
Wow.
I was going to say, well, you see how Michael Zhang's stack could go to 0. But never mind. Still sitting on 950k.
You don't strike me as the type to try and one-up someone in the commentary booth, Randy. Let's keep it that way. Danny Tang. 26 antes. There is an all-in between Greenwood and Jason Kuhn on table 5. We'll keep you guys updated if you're not sweating along on the Triton Poker Plus app. Phil Chu, after winning that 4-way all-in, has moved up to 3rd in chips.
Well, Watson here, 21 antes against another short deck jam, which is going to be jamming lots of Broadways.
不是你黑，是他忘。
肯定分钱。
Well, Jason Kuhn locking that pot up on the turn with a straight flush, Randy, so no need to sweat the river. Jason doubling up to 2k. So what's going to call it off here? With the ace-9. Flipping. Doesn't get much fairer than that. Well, that's pretty unfair.
I mean, there's no brick turn.
Yeah.
You have to hit a boat. You have to hit a boat. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. There's the
Thanks, man.
Yeah. that was the chat. We set it up. We set it up brick turn. You just had to answer correctly. And you were gonna hit that boat.
No brick turns. Danny Tang proceeds to turn a boat.
Yeah, Watson was very pleased to see that turn card, Michael.
Go on. Oh no. You watching football?
Yeah, but
Who's playing?
I was saying go on, but it was actually the other team attacking.
Danny Tang
Dangerous.
rooting for the wrong football team, apparently. Do you follow any sports, Randy?
Does this sport count?
Poker?
No, but I don't. Sorry.
Do you have a CSGO team?
No, I can't even name you a single one, to be honest.
Wow. Next question, Twitch chat. Unbelievable. Doesn't even have a CSGO team, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out FaZe Clan. Limped pot.
5k.
Oh. Little long.
So what's going to make the call? Very similar situation to the reverse spot earlier on. He started repping on the ace-8 board.
Okay, I'm on second.
It's already been expensive.
Tim saying, wow, commentator channeling Ali. Not sure what that's in reference to, but it sounds about right. It's Ron Bar saying, big up Messi in Argentina. Yeah, shout out. to the World Cup
470.
champions, obviously.
I
Let me know in the chat
profited
what your favourite sport is,
Yesterday I spent 150.
other
and
than
this is my second bullet.
sweating along these Triton Super High Roller
You want a trophy?
Yeah.
legends.
Jesus.
Zhang with the turnover bet.
Yeah.
So Watt's playing a bit of a guessing game. Been put all in for his entire stack.
1 million up top, at least.
There's a very brutal way that Zhang could win this, and that would obviously be the 10 pairing on the river. Winning with Queen High. He's faded the snap. My.
Go Peter.
So Watts
9皮蛋，我把你牌赌大了。
has found the call, but has a world of outs to dodge. Any 9, 10, Jack or
Block the
Queen
Jack as well. Just 2 overs. Well, and a Jack.
I got a 9.
would win it for Michael Zhang, as the 7 of diamonds completes the board, and so Watts with the hero call. Tim saying after taking all the barbs from Ali, now commentator taking out on poor Randy. No, come on. That's not true.
Mike Watson, ladies and gentlemen.
Fungus among us saying poker, obviously. Fro's asking, is this flush bigger than a full house? I believe you're asking if a flush is bigger than a full house in short deck, and the answer is yes.
How much you got, Sandy?
100k starting.
And you have
Hugh Wynn saying, good call. It was an amazing call there from Sir Watts, really just thinking through the hand.
Well then.
Finds the hero call as Zhang. Open jamming with the ace jack from +2.
All in.
Danny Tang won't be folding this time round.
I was hoping you.
And as Randy was alluding to, Michael Zhang, after winning that 3-way all-in,
K10.
loves getting involved.
K10 is
See, he jams the ace-jack, comes ace-10-7.
Straight draws on the turn.
6.
Oh, the straight draws on the turn.
The Queen of Hearts.
Headerboard.
Danny asking for a board pair. Zhang looking for a king.
Picture.
No dice as the 6 of diamonds rolls off on the river, and Danny Tang scoops a monster 539k pot.
If I actually have 380, he'll be like, why didn't I look at the apples over here?
Because you straight up told me just over 250, and I was like, what the fuck, 380?
But I'm not in the wrong, right? You're sweet, man. Like, let's say if
I looked at yours though.
Is that 30? That's 30, right?
It's dirty if you did it on purpose, yeah. If you're just bad at counting, then it's different.
Huh?
Oh, Danny Tang
This is the one there.
If it's your first time short deck and you can't count your stack.
moves up to 7th in chips with that Michael Zhang, down to 4th.
Yeah.
Sam Greenwood still the overwhelming chip leader.
First bullet, Jang? First bullet?
Huh?
First bullet?
Second.
Second.
Phil Chu
Yang,
cruising
Tang.
along
Tang is also talking to
over on
Tang.
table 5.
Now Tan goes all in.
Dan's trying to go all in.
And now Zhang is also laughing. Oh, there's just Watson.
Yeah, the whitest name.
Oh my god.
What's so funny about
Will not be the comment.
Oh,
Tang, 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 tang,
Tang, Jang, Tang, Tang, Tang.
Watson.
Oh, Watson.
你管我什么牌？你什么牌啊？哎。
Oh, they're laughing about the predicament that we find ourselves in the booth. Tan, Zhang, Tsang, Zhang,
Yeah, I want to count. Yeah, I want to count.
and then Watson. That's fantastic. Santi Zhang. Pretty good shape here.
It's a good start of an ace.
这个死是个鬼，那皮蛋还想？
我输多少钱嘛？
So interestingly, there's obviously a sizable side pot between Tan and Elton. Elton has Tan in rough shape. Santi looking for the potential triple here. His fresh stack.
Queen Jack, and then it's river 10. Chop it up. I think it's for the chop.
391k side
Feels
pot.
like a chop. Only low card. Only low card.
6, 7, 8.
You see, it's gonna chop. This is chopping all day. This is chopping all day. Pair the board.
Throw an 8 out there, that'll chop it up.
I told you it's gonna pair the board. I told you it's chop 3-way.
Three-way chop potential.
10's not a chop.
Only 10 will chop.
Queen of hearts.
Or ace.
Yeah, only 10
Oh
will
my
chop.
god.
Chop, I told you 3-way chop. I have deck reads.
Great job, guys.
Deck
Everyone
reads.
gets a 5K chip. Thanks for playing.
Boys, you gotta believe me on the deck reads. I've got some strong deck reads right now.
还有玩头吗？下马下马。
It's 100k, and they're playing like a home game right now.
It's unbelievable.
So he's gonna chop. You have 100 Santi, right?
Yep. Michael Zhang with the deck read.
真的气死我！
Danny with his newly found 530k stack.
That's a lot of antes, actually. Need to be cautious.
So excited.
You hand change.
No.
Tan with the nut low. The
Sometimes
7 deuce equivalent.
Look and it changes.
Ace King 7. Top pair. Queen kicker for Danny. Michael Zhang with top pair and the nut flush draw. Elton Sang with a gut shot, but unlikely to go chasing. Zhang firing out 30k into 50.
Yeah, it's a sizable bet here. I've got a lot of stack to play for. Elton wondering if he maybe is going to trace it. If he can hit a 6, he could win a huge pot. Given that players are putting big bets in there, still calling. Ace-king type of board.
Oh.
Hits under gun. Queen, that's 2 pair on 2 pair.
You have 450.
Oh, sorry. I don't know why I said 2 pair on 2 pair. Excuse me. 2 pair
And you
on
have
a 6.
350, Elton.
Yeah.
So
Well,
Jack
Michael-
10 obviously completing. Go on, Randy.
Yeah, I was going to say, he knows that his hand is unlikely to be good. Just wondering if he can blow someone off of a hand. Hard to say, so we'll start with check. Danny, of course, likes to see that with his ace-queen, as he could have been up against ace-king.
凑过来一点。
80 into 140. Just north of half pot. Elton Sang. Not let go of the 9-8 yet, Randy.
I think he's got to let it go. He knows it. Just give him a little tank. Action player, Michael Zhang. Not flush draw. There's a lot of antes to be played for. Coming in for a check call.
Well, we know the one card in the deck that could potentially shower Danny. And, well, 10 of spades going to give Michael the check mark. Does put a 4-liner out there, and obviously the flush completes, so Danny maybe going to be able to get away from it, depending on how this one plays out.
Yeah, I think Michael thinks that the best way for him to get value here is against a turn straight like Jack 10. Doesn't really want that hand to check it back. Really thinking about leading here.
Do you just go polar here, Randy? Just really putting those Jack X into a tough spot because he does unblock Jack of Spades, Queen of Spades type holdings.
Yeah, he's got the image too to get paid off here against like with a Jack. You know, maybe he's trying to. He's got a Jack X himself and he's just trying to blow off his opponent off a chop.
Right.
Can I get
Michael knows
service
that.
again, please?
It's a bit much for ace queen on this board texture. You would have to really give Michael Jang some elaborate bluff.
So Zhang picking up some chips after a swingy orbit and a half. Talking of swings, Seth Davies is winning a huge pot against Wai Kin Yong to 661k.
$40 antes is go time for Michael Watson.
Jiang with a couple of mamacitas. Queen's gonna click the call button. Still a lot of players behind as Elton Sang looks down at ace, king of spades. This is wild. There's still Tan and Michael behind, waiting to act. Tan snap fold, as does Michael Zhang. So a three-way all-in. Ace King v Ace Queen v Pocket Queens.
Chop it up.
This one's hard.
Michael Zhang saying chop it up.
Is this even possible?
Yes.
I don't think it's possible, right? Oh no, king. Wait, yeah. Ace King Queen Jack 10.
6,
7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah.
6, 7, 8 is the most.
Red
likely
cards.
to chop. Oh, can that chop? No.
Okay, that's better.
Is that good? Not bad, or?
Impossible to chop this one. At least three ways.
Spades.
Jack of Spades on the turn, giving Elton 6 outs. So Watt's looking for a king, and a spade rolling off, giving
First pot I win.
Sang the nut flush.
It's a plus, isn't it?
We buy time.
So our 50k champion
Make a prize pool.
from event number
Build up
12,
the
Michael
prize pool.
Watson,
So Elton can take it all.
took down the 50k earlier on today
I have a
for
good feeling about it. I think you're gonna take it
695,000.
Yeah. You're definitely going to
Busting his first bullet here in the
I'm
100k.
very good at these reads.
Yeah.
I'm serious. I'm very good at these reads. I called basically the three-way chop, called the 10 on the river. I called so many cards so far. Like, you're definitely finals. It's like guaranteed.
Aditya asking until when is the re-entry open? Great question. Players can re-enter until the start of day 2. So 2 more levels of play here today. And they will have until 1 PM tomorrow. Late reg will close at the start of day 2.
Some connection for both players. Inside straight draws mainly. Well, there's an open-ended for Danny Tang. Blocked by the outs. His outs are blocked by Michael Jang. Really just firing away here. He knows that the dealer button's going to have trouble calling if even like a Queen X, 10X. Open-ended good enough for one. Turns a pair. Gives him the lead, but Danny unlikely to know that 7 is good. Let's see, Danny here with open-ended, pair of 7s, takes a free one. Pairs the 10. It's a hard one for Michael to fire.
Ace high. Turn card.
It honestly feels like a home game, Randy.
Yeah, I know. It's very lively and chatty and splashy. Of course, he couldn't
Haxton
have.
has had to re-enter. Go on, Randy.
No, nothing. I was just saying he couldn't have put him on a 7, but Haxton has re-entered, you said?
He has indeed.
Phil Chu at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, he won that massive 4-way all-in earlier.
Carl's creeping up. He's in 4th.
Carl's doing all right. He is doing all right over there. Would have been doing even better had he held with the Kings in that 4-way all-in against Phil Chu.
Yeah.
Would have been playing 1.8 million. But still nursing a very healthy 700k.
35.
Maybe some action here. Tan Xuan jamming ace queen into Elton Seng's under the gun open limp. Elton knows that Tan does splash around a bit. Ace jack. Looks like it's going in the muck.
睡觉。
Imagine the amount of all-ins you need to win
in this tournament.
In order to
in a short deck tournament.
Yeah, in order to win a short deck tournament.
Because it's not like No Limit Hold'em where you can just grind post flop, right?
Right.
You're just forced to get it all in multiple times and holding. Yeah, I've never thought about that question. Like, just imagine. It's quite a lot.
Even a small field size such as this, you know, we've seen stacks go flying in.
All right, so we got some pair on pair. Michael's been firing away with air on a lot of boards against the dealer button. This time he's got top pair. Perhaps he keeps it consistent. $56K. It is a bloated pot due to pre-flop raise.
Stephen Chidwick just won a monster all-in against Mikita Badziakowski, ace-king against kings.
Elton's in there, mid-pair. After straight draws, might even have the best hand against middling straight draw cards, but that's the one he does not want to see. Top 2 from Michael Jang. 10-8, King 10 do come in. Is something to be worried about. 600K stack, that's a lot. And also, what's a lot is the middle, 197K.
Oh, I'll never forget that exchange between Elton and Michael yesterday in the 50K. Elton saying to Zhang that he's the boss in the short deck tournaments, and Zhang promptly responding, "You're the boss for the rest of the year, outside of the short deck events."
重新买的是吧？
Yeah, Michael going for some value. Knows he needs to protect against 10x. Elton just really doesn't have much to continue with, right? Like, let's just say he tries to make a straight with the 10. If Michael's holding a king, that would be bad news for him. Does use a time card.
Now? No.
Knows he's up against the guy who just splashes around a lot. It'd be very tough to find a call here.
哦，筹码要抛上去了是吧？
He's out.
Does picture.
Yeah? Oh, good. Huh? Top two?
Jason Kuhn just doubled up
Very
through
good.
KCG.
I'm on stream.
Stacks flying on the out tables.
I believe you always.
Quick dealer change as we head into the last level of the day. 6k ante with a 12k button ante. And surprise, surprise, Michael Zhang at the top of the chip counts in a short deck main. Still a long old ways to go before we can start speculating about payouts, speculating about who's going to get to dominate as we close in on the money bubble and whatnot. But for now, Zhang doing what Zhang does best.
Bet.
Winning pots in short deck.
And betting. You
And
need a
betting.
bet in order to win pots. They go hand in hand.
They do indeed.
6.
Kai Bong Lo has been brought over with 300k. Curious to see if that is a fresh 300k. It's not. No lammers left. For Kai, made that epic hero call against Jason Kuhn earlier with just ace high.
That's pretty epic. Ace high.
Yeah, it was.
It was good?
It was good. Jason.
Thank you. I can't remember the last time I've seen someone call ace high in short deck.
It was
It's
a massive
so
pot
hard
as well. A little bit of something for everyone. Danny Tang and Tan with top pair. Zhang with 2 overs and a gut shot to the nut straight. Kai Bong Lo with middle pair.
Yeah, it's not a fun one for them. It's very connected. Straight draws have lots of outs against the top pairs. Action on Tan Xuan. Thinking about clearing the field or not. He's going to try to clear it out. 60k in the middle. Puts in 2/3. Kai Bong Lo, wow, reaching for chips here of Queen 9. Comes along. Gonna try to navigate this one to a winner. Michael Zhang has a draw to the nuts. Everyone is very deep. This pot is getting really big. Danny Tang folds the winner. Nuts.
How about that for a turn card? Has his opponents drawing to a chop. And more importantly, some hands that may get sticky or get creative. Kai Bong Lo checking over to Michael.
Yeah, very dreamy card here. Like, it's also the card where there's multiple callers. Bloated pot. Lots of hands that will hit this jack, right? Like the jack 10s, the queen jacks that's not got a top pair and a straight draw.
Some double gut shots, queen 8s also in there.
And look at this 70k bet. It's going to entice people to come along. Tando, his draw is not very good. He's out. Kai Bong Lo. Open-ended.
He is indeed. Maybe feels like he also has fold equity. If he was against like 2 pair.
Yeah, he might be thinking that because he sees a smallish bet on the turn. Checking out how much stack he's got to see if he can make a play.
Oh my word, he's moved all in, and a snap call from Michael Zhang shows him the nut straight, and Kai Bong Lo is drawing to a chop. We've already seen 1 king folded, so 2 outs for Kai. Not the spot you want to find yourself in, drawing to a chop.
One king is gone from Tan Chuan.
Ace of spades on the river. Clean run out for Michael Zhang as he moves up to 1.2 million now. Claims the chip lead. How do you think the PokerStake.com investors are feeling right now?
That is one heck of a spin up for Michael Zhang. Chip leading once again in a short deck tournament. 1.3 million in chips. You're welcome, PokerStake investors.
这丹尼说的，不知不觉筹码多了，
筹码多了，筹码都很难打喽。
Kin Yong brought over to the featured table. I believe he's got himself a fresh stack. So with the blinds going up, Randy, or the antes rather, 6k, 12k, the llamas now coming out of play. Everyone having to trade them in.
Yeah, they're forced to trade them in because the 100k stack is too shallow for people.
Right.
It just gives them an unfair advantage to short stacks. But it's just from a mathematical point of view, they can shove so wide.
Oh, is that the reason? Wow, I didn't know that.
I believe that's the reason why. It makes sense to me. So now, if you can, registration is still open, just that you have to come in with a 300k stack versus the 100k stack, right? And well, I don't want to talk anymore because we've got 2 10s, 2 10s, and 2 ace kings. Never seen this in my life. Never.
Let's see how this one plays out. The two trappers, Wai Kin Yong and Danny Tang. As Tan and Michael Zhang get out of the way.
兩個在埋伏找你
Wai Kin Yong with the jam.
樹都丟掉了，哎呦，要裝定。
As does Danny Tang.
你 fold 撚咗佢啊嘛。
哎呦 ，shit！
That's a pretty good
對啊。
No translation
他
needed.
們在埋伏，看到他們就知道埋伏，兩個人埋伏，操他媽！
我們 AK fold 啦。
One king left in the deck and 2 aces.
你有 AK 啊？
對啊，不可能啊！你聽他的，哎呀媽的，我這個。
Which one is mine? This one, right?
Should have just
You can't even tell the gut shot on this shit board. You can't even tell.
Yeah,
like you just.
3 outs once for Danny Tang and Wai Kin Yong.
哎呦
6 of clubs on the river and Santi with the triple up. What a beautiful spot to find himself in.
I don't need to chill with you.
Oh my god.
Elton tilted, he folded 2 10s.
All in, cool, snap call.
哎呀 play like a girl.
What do you have?
I fold pocket tens.
Oh, you fold pocket tens as well?
Yeah.
Holy shit. So he literally had to be against ace king, otherwise he's fucked.
Yeah.
Or make
well, he picked up a straight shot.
Yeah.
But it's a pretty good combo.
Funny.
Short deck.
Funny shit.
That was a funny hand.
This is why we play this game, you know? For the pain.
Yeah.
What do you have?
Pocket tens.
Really?
Yeah.
An ace king, AK.
No, he didn't have AK.
No, I know.
真的 AK。
你真的 AK？
真的。
我听你的，他妈。
还投敌。
我真的在学啊。
也装算了。
七人桌。我啱啱咪輸咗半個英傾，一比一鋪輸咗一半個英傾。
I don't feel good about that 50k. Yeah. I don't want to win off front.
Lulun.
Hello.
Legend. It's so cool, you know, these small fields and like just the Triton Super High Roller Series where we have the same people traveling for the last, 4 or 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
They sit down, for the most part, we know exactly who we're dealing with, and that man right there with the chip lead, we know exactly kind of short deck player we're dealing with, waking up with pocket kings. And Schwen with ace queen. I tell you what, mate, this is fantastic.
It just looks like they're getting in like
It's just
every
high
hand.
stakes gambling, Randy. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh, and Tan has actually juiced up the
我走
pot,
了，我
so
跑了，我没牌了，我60万。哦他妈的！
the jamming range here from Michael is actually stronger, given that Tan opened the pot up.
Yeah, 10x.
It's not like he's just going to rejam some ace X suited.
Was against a couple of limps as well.
30.
Just going to check the itinerary.
38.
Yeah, putting math in play. Him raising a pot's going to change the odds of this hand.
Chop.
Chop is the question. I think it's possible.
啥牌带我啊？
我也没大你。
这个带我带谁啊？
Also, when you're up against Zhang, who perceives, or you perceive to have a post-flop edge, do you just click the gamble button with your ace queen?
If there's someone I think that might be making a play more often than others, it is Michael Zhang. It's a tough spot here. He could easily be up against a bigger hand very easily, like ace king, 2 queens, 2 kings. It's not many hands he really just outright dominates. Yeah, this is a proper laydown. I think ace jack would be ambitious.
KK?
KK.
Which one?
2 kings.
I had 2 of them. I mean, I have 1 of them.
KK.
Save me money.
You can call.
Huh?
40%.
40% right odds, yeah. If you see KK, you can actually call. That's funny, yeah.
他妈的比赛的5博的都不能博，你还是 40%。
你出了6万呢，40% 够了。
够，我不知道够。
怎么知道呢？
I think I'm converted, Randy.
Oh, Dansha, when you double, you don't. Your stack's not worth doubling tournament.
我赢他1把没什么太大用，我输他1把我。
你要买20万。
没用嘛，这个肯定不划算嘛。
So it looks like we've had some rebalancing. 7 players at this table. Means we're down to the final 21. It's Michael Zhang leading the field. Phil Chu, Sam Greenwood rounding out the top 3.
Where did Jian go? Did he bust? Oh, he left.
Loon's all in. Oh, Danny taking a little peek. What's he got?
他妈的，全都是推落来的。我是打翻牌后的，翻牌前我不懂。
Well, I stand corrected. And Ike Haxton has also re-entered.
跑马那么难赢的。
Now we have 22 players.
每次跑都输的。
Yeah, entry's going to go up, especially right that when they have to rebuy this level, they have to claim all their bullets.
Right.
So if they just get stacked in one hand,
that's it.
They just re-enter right away. Whereas if it's 3 bullets, it could still take some time. You might spin one up. So this is really the level where people get stacked.
100k a pop, Randy.
Yeah, it's nothing to sneeze at. It adds up.
3个人 all in 哦。
Loon just jamming again, 2 queens. Ace queen last time.
他钱不多。
How much is it again?
Daniel, 2-10s. Would be a bit of a gamble to commit 2-10s here. It's just not the same hand as it is in No Limit Hold'em.
Pitches him.
很难打，很难打。
Lulun wins 90K from those 2 jams.
Bossman Paul, someone that we haven't mentioned.
Yeah,
That's a very healthy 801K stack. Currently sat in 6th.
Playing some good poker earlier on our last featured.
汪起来，汪起来！
无奈，无奈。
Currently sat on table 3.
这是必赌的，知道什么是无奈？
Ike Caxton, Kiat Lee, Rob Yong, and Aaron Zhang. Again, you can watch coverage from every table, all 4 tables, over on the Triton Poker Plus app.
等下没机会推了。
Michael getting trappy here, ace king suited.
He is indeed, as Wai Kin Yong has run into said trap. There's 100K.
多少？来，一起来，一起来。
10,002,10,000。
Elton might get caught in the middle here if he wants to come along.
Might catch a stray.
太麻烦了。
Nice.
Cool.
Snap. 46% equity for the 3-time champ.
很烦啊。
You deserve this one.
So many 埋伏。
Jack 10-6. Jack 10-6.
没事，我跟他撞了。我跟他撞。
Jack 10-6, you want that board?
我也可以。
Yeah, it's just fun. Makes it fair, you know.
Oh, that's pretty close.
Jack.
哦，我红桃两个张。
Don't want to jack now.
Oh shit, 7,
Michael.
8, 9, 10 Jack.
7.
哎呀。
Now looking to fade 4 outs once.
Go, 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 go.
Our 3-time champion gonna have to re-enter.
Go, go, go. Nope.
哎呀，我傻赌就不好了。
不要推嘛。
我有想过推不推啊？他已经扣我了。
肯定不要推嘛。
Look at that stack.
有人推你扣嘛，你先扣进去嘛。
我 button? Oh no, your button.
对不对嘛？发到不关事就跑了，关事就推了嘛。可以零盘啊，不有人加钱什么东西？
Running hot, Michael Zhang.
最主要是我是红心。
Running very hot. 1 bullet each short deck tournament.
1 bullet each only?
Yeah, 1 bullet everything. Yeah.
Oh. Like as in like 1 buying 1 bullet.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, 1 by 1 bullet.
Sick. Sick.
But I think I played the last time I played the short deck tournament. Like I did like 20 bullets, I think.
20 buy-in?
20 buy-ins in the 4 tournaments, I think. On 18 to between 18 to 20, and no cash. I didn't make 1 level past reg, so it's like, even though like right now I win 6 buy-ins, yeah, it's like I'm still down chunks. It's like it looks so good, and then you're like, oh shit, I'm still losing for the year. But I don't have USD. Oh, did USDC go back? I think it went back, right?
I think so. I think it'll be fine.
Oh,
for a year.
Tan Schwen here.
We fight for a year and then disappear.
Jam 2 10s.
Oh.
This is
Always some crypto chatter in these high roller series.
他剩多少嘛？30多40啊！
我要睡觉了，
快点睡觉了。很难中牌啊，那个游戏真的很难搞啊。
clashing time. 2 kings, ace king, 1 ace gone. Lun's just been jamming these spots.
What on earth has been going on at this feature? Zhang asking for a count. 60 antes.
500, I think, yeah. 500, a little more than 500.
To be somewhat concerned that Elton is trapped, but he's going to jam, of course, and
All out.
Elton makes the fold. So 1 ace dead, as Randy mentioned. If Zhang can somehow win this pot, Randy, he's going to have over 10% of the chips in play.
That's pretty ridiculous. Let's see though. I mean, 1 ace gone. 2 outs. Or you can hit a 10 now.
Can indeed. 7 outs for Zhang.
He just doesn't stop.
6 of hearts changes nothing.
Zhang
Zhang looking for an ace or a 10 to eliminate Lunlun. Has the ace of diamonds.
Michael, again.
I had an ace too.
Once it stops, it doesn't stop.
Danny Tang saying once it starts, there's no stopping him. And right now, he's the man to beat Randy.
Ace 8. That was the first.
Oh no, I tripled up before that. Jack 10 suited.
Oh yeah, Jack 10 suited. Yeah, that's a good hand.
Has around 15% of the chips in play.
Before that, I went down to 80k. Oh, I had 80k and then it was. I doubled it to White King. Yeah, I doubled it. Ace 9 against 10-9 suited. I had 80k.
That was the hand. 9-10 suited shouldn't even call.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
That's how it started. Yeah.
20 players left here.
Like genuinely, 9-10 suited doesn't have to call.
No, it doesn't. It should fold.
Why so hard?
It was all White King's fault.
White King.
Blame it on White
How much you have
King.
now? 2 million? 3 million?
1.8. It was such a big.
1.8 only?
1.8 only. Yeah.
It looks like you have like 3 million or something.
Soon.
Just hitting everything.
So a couple of updates from the outer tables. Winfried Yu has been eliminated. The top of the pack, Daniel Dvoris on a late surge, currently sat in second with 1.1 million. Phil Chu came fourth in the 50k earlier on today. Sat in third.
Michael Jang floated Elton's flop bet with Jack 9 high. Elton got bailed out with a 7. Probably would have lost the hand had he not hit that one.
There's currently a 3-way all-in on table 3 as well. Keep you guys updated. Looks like a 1.1 million chip pot being played between Zhang, Haxton and Lee. Is Aaron Zhang going to win that one with Jack 10 and eliminating both Ike Haxton and Kiat Lee?
I feel it this hand. I feel it. I just feel it this hand. Let me see. I didn't look yet.
Strong feeling, Elton.
It's pretty close. It was actually pretty close. Yeah. Maybe I just have to call, and then it'll come. Michael Zhang, Danny Tang.
Good news for Elton is if poker doesn't work out for him, commentary, always a backup option.
I think poker's going to work out for him.
Hey, listen, I'm just saying if it doesn't, okay? There's a career path that he could go down.
No, it's going to work out for him. There's no if. Let's get a flop between these 4 customers. 2 antes apiece. And that is a board for...
Oh, a bit of everything for everyone.
Yeah, it's a little bit of something. We got top and bottom, Tan Xuan.
Note the equities between Tan and Danny, by the way.
Yeah,
Danny
that
with the
he-
2 overs and open-ender.
Tan knows his hand is very vulnerable. He might actually size up here. Yeah, comes in with slightly over pot. Puts Danny in a interesting spot on whether to check call or maybe even check raise. Pot is quite bloated now. And check raise we go for Danny Tang.
Gamble, gamble.
He had me a little worried. Tan here.
Yeah.
Top and bottom. It's not fun, right? Because if he's behind, he's way behind. He knows he could be up. Like he's 50% against open in the straight draw.
确实没什么必要。
Yeah, he did not expect this. This is a great semi-bluff here of Queen Jack if he can get 2 pair to fold.
And it's another one of those spots, Randy, where even if your 2 pair, your top and bottom aren't currently good, you know that Danny's check raising range, the semi-bluffs that he does have, going to have a lot of equity. You can see these 2 flipping with 2 cards to come.
Wow, great play from Danny Tang there. Queen Jack. Excellent. Getting an overbet to fold top and bottom.
他不带你，我都带你了。
你待会儿你看我call 不call你啊？你这个地方我不跟你拼掉啊！你还装我他妈2对。
I wish I knew what they were saying, Randy.
带2对不去啊？
I can't pretend I don't know.
哇，你聊聊。
看那个地方这样搞出来。
18 players left.
你这里搞出来，我不跟你 gamble。
Do you know what that means?
I think that meant gamble, gamble.
It's the same thing.
He's willing to gamble in a 100k buy-in, as we've seen time and time again. I believe one of the outer tables is about to be broken down. We expect a lot of the guys will re-enter before start of play tomorrow, maybe getting a bit of an early night, rather than playing for the final 15 minutes here.
看不到，又不是不可以回放，这个怕什么呢？
买顺，
买顺是吧？
买顺，
就光买顺，光买顺，光买顺这样打。
Michael thinking about representing that 7?
多皮啊！
Just can't help himself, can he?
Like an overbet as well.
Yeah. Really trying to represent that 7. There's no Jack-6 bounty I know of.
You've been watching these guys play way too many cash games, Randy.
Every time I do, this guy's always involved.
It is always Elton in the mix. The Jack-6 bounty.
Well, Elton knows that with this check on the flop, overbet on the turn, this is a 7 or nothing, and this is an excellent sniff.
不老实，老实了啦。
9. Complete some straights. Not good for Elton in case he was up against a semi-bluff.
又不是看不到。
Can Michael find one more barrel? He knows the 7X is so unlikely from a hijack limp. So it's just, do I rep it? Will you call me?
120,000 in the middle. Elton Sang calling the overbet on the turn.
140,000?
Oh my word, Zhang with the overbet, turn and river. And Sang with the bluff catcher.
Yep. Oh, this is a guessing game now. It's just whether he was suspicious. Wasn't sure if his opponent was going to follow through for one more, especially for this sizing. 2 jacks. It's got a little bit of importance in the sense that he blocks the Jack 10 a little bit. That might play this way.
What about the Jack 6?
He does not think his opponent has Jack 6, but it does.
Luca, are we done in 13 minutes?
Wow.
Oh, okay.
This would be one of the biggest hero calls I've ever seen. If he can make of 2 jacks on this board texture.
Even some of the semi-bluffs like the 10-6, Ace-6 on the turn.
Yeah.
Get there on this 9 of hearts river.
Those cards are in Michael Zhang's range, not Elton's. Elton wouldn't be check calling a big bet, an overbet on the turn.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, like some of the...
So range advantage is for Michael Zhang right now. But he's not giving up 2 jacks. What a call.
Jack 6?
Elton Sang 2 jacks.
How
Look
about
at that
it?
board.
That's how you stop Michael Zhang. Elton Sang.
Just laugh after.
Hero call of the day. Late in the evening. This 100k short deck main event. It's got to feel good for confidence as well, especially given that Michael has been crushing this feature table.
Poker's not fun if you don't have decisions.
Yeah. Always put me to the test. Yeah. Thank you, though.
Thank you, though.
Well, that one's going to make the highlight reel, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
No bounty game this time. So I do believe the clock has been paused with about 11 minutes left on it. They're about to draw for the amount of hands to be played out.
Does Michael ever slow down? Because he's right back at it. Middle pair. Trying to bully his opponents with this chip lead. Tando. Double gutter. Might just push these chips in.
Morning.
He will. More Michael Zhang bucks spreading amongst the
hard to come by.
Field. They are hard. He fights hard for them.
Really hard to come by. Bossman Paul is currently squaring off in a big pot against Aaron Zhang. We'll keep you guys updated about that one over on table 3. Jason Kuhn and Badziakowski doing well over on table 5.
What, already?
We'll draw for how many hands?
So there you go. They're about to draw. What an epic day of short deck action it's been here at the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino in Hoi An, Vietnam. Penultimate day of coverage from this Triton Super High Roller Series. The good news, I guess, Randy, is that we obviously have a huge final table to play out tomorrow. We'll be crowning a champion in this 100k main, but also we're only going to be gone for 8 weeks before heading back to Cyprus.
Excited, and more after that as well. Starting a new season. 2 Zangs up top of the leaderboards right now. Michael and Aaron. And once again, Michael is involved on the flop with lots of chips in the middle, unpaired. And he's getting bluff raised by Elton saying Queen 8 offsuit. These guys have came to play. It's really fun watching just some deep stack, short deck poker.
Well, there is a turn card. Potentially be showers for Elton. As the ace of clubs rolls off. See if Elton continues to fire here with the Queen 8. Zhang betting flop and calling the raise. As Mikita Badziakowski gets brought over along with Phil Chu to this feature table. Ace-ace run out. King High will win a showdown unless Elton can bluff Michael off of this pot. 106,000 in the middle to fight for. And trust me, these two do love fighting for pots against one another.
Believe it or not, the King High actually has a lot of showdown value here.
King High?
Yeah, really nicely done.
Oh, it's good.
Oh man, can we just have these two at the feature table just forever? The feature table that keeps on delivering, and GG Poker keeps on delivering the form of qualifiers into Triton events, the daily Triton free rolls, and obviously the 100% up to $600 match deposit bonus, as well as the $50 Global Millions tickets up for grabs for new sign-ups. Do let us know, as always, if you're grinding alongside the stream, battling over on GG. Let us know what you're playing, any runs.
Okay, that's good. What's on hijack load?
You can often find me donating over in the PLO streets. Let us know. Shout out to our title sponsor. Brad's coming over for 2 more hands, I believe. That's what Brad said when he joined the feature. Currently 45 runners in this. Prize pool of 4.5 million. Late reg still open, and there are 8 players, sorry, with an option to re-enter before the start of day 2.
Once again, Michael betting with the worst of it. Full pot size bet, Queen 10, first position. He is just playing on a different level right now, and Danny Tang calls a pot size bet with just Jack 10.
Well, with that, the top pair finding the muck, and that is a great turn card for Michael. He's now drawing to the same straight that Tang was on the flop.
Yeah, but what's concerning is the flop call, pot size bet, multi-way for Michael. Michael blocks ace queen. It's important. Jeez, he's just relentless, isn't he?
So pot size bet on the flop, half pot on the turn, setting up a very natural river jam.
Yeah, I think the key card here for Michael is that he's holding the queen of clubs, blocking the ace queen. Doesn't really think ace 6 is in someone's range and 2 6s, so nicely done from Michael. Just building pots to steal them later. Oh, he's the most entertaining short deck player I've ever seen.
Fresh off that third place finish, of course, in the 50k short deck earlier on today.
Bet. Likely.
Cashed for 320,000 in that 50k. Finds himself chip leader of the 100k main. 18 players remain. Last two hands of the night.
Hello, Phil. All right, Michael, Jack 7 offsuit. I mean, this is pure garbage.
Go at 700, right? 600?
He can't be thinking about raising, can he? He's got Jack 7 offsuit. Okay. Still sane. Good to know.
Well, if sanity was a prerequisite for playing these tournaments around here, I've got a funny feeling that the field size of a lot of these events would drop by 50% or more.
Elton's got a really nice hand here, right? Nut flush draw, top pair. Nikita first up, middling pair.
Yeah, 63% of the equity, 4 ways.
Yeah. Elton's thinking about building a pot now in case he makes his nut flush. Someone else making like a 2 pair straight. Couple folds here. Makita, not too much of a hand, middling pair. One would think that this usually go in the muck.
Is this maybe one of those spots because he limped from under the gun? Feels like he has a range advantage on the ace queen 8.
I mean, well, what is there to discuss? He's drawing dead. Nut flush for Elton saying.
Dead on the turn. Not something you hear all too often from us in the commentary booth during a short deck event, or a hand of short deck rather.
Makita thinking about taking control of the hand. The queen is unlikely to be good now. It was a bit of a tank on the turn. Elton trying to figure out what that means. Look at that. Milk.
Little tickle.
This is
Randy.
tempting to
Yeah.
like try to attack, right? It's just 25k into 110. Give your opponent the bait.
That's right.
If they're holding 2 pair, they're not going to want to fold. Plus, you don't mind if a smaller spade comes along. Holding a nut flush. Very cool bet here from Elton saying. Well, he's baited Makita to continue drawing dead. Actually, the dreamiest card normally for Elton is there's full houses in play and he's got the nut flush, but not going to give Makita the kit to work with.
160,000 in the middle.
I actually think, though, as the board has run out, that Elton will fire heavily, hoping his opponent's on a full house. Doesn't help that he's got an ace, so he blocks some full houses, but that is the hand he's most likely to get a lot of value from. Yeah, meaty bet. 100k. I don't know what Makita can do now. I mean, the guy's bet 3 times into him. Multi-way on the flop. Got no flush blockers to make a play. You know, if you were going to make a play, you would want to be holding the king of spades.
Bads does eventually let go of the king-queen. Elton scooping in a sizable pot, managing to squeeze out some value on the turn with that milky 25k bet. I believe This is the last hand of the day. It's quieting down a little bit. It's almost like, you know, the guys have...
The action hasn't slowed down, okay. Maybe the voices have, but still splashing.
They like mentally checked out knowing that there's just a couple of hands left.
Like, do I want to bust out now, having to rebuy 100k more at the start of play tomorrow? Well, not really the thing they want to do.
You have like 900?
Over a mil.
Well, just some updates from the outer tables. Greenwood nursing an 800k stack. Bossman Paul nursing a 700k stack. KCG playing $1 million. Aaron Zhang currently sat second in chips, playing 1.2 million.
Is Michael trying to win the last hand of the day? King 10 offsuit.
Is that surprise in the tones of your voice, Randy? You sound shocked.
Okay, well, he's done it. Well done, Michael. Chip leader. Again.
Last hand?
Last chance to rebuy.
One more hand.
Last chance to rebuy. Let's go all in this hand. Huh?
Do it.
Yeah.
Blind all in.
Blind all in. Okay, we're not doing that, guys.
I don't know about blind all in. I definitely want to go all in this hand somehow, one way or the other.
Elton just praying. He finds a way to get all his chips in the middle.
Feels like, all right, I guess I'll limp, but I know these guys want to splash the pot. 2 jacks. That can get in some chips.
I want to play more. Alright, let's play TV cash game.
Well, let's see.
Ace, king, and 2 kings. Danny might... Yeah, he's been covered. Ace is in the deck.
Well, the question now, Randy, are we coming back tomorrow with 18 players or 17? So we can only assume that the ace-king is going to find its way into the middle against the 2 kings of Danny Tang.
This is a firework last hand incoming.
How much you have?
Check the app, Danny. Triton Poker Plus app. Download it now. iOS,
He doesn't
Google
really
Play.
care how much he's up against. It's just standard procedures.
来吧，要不一起来吧吧。
Elton's like,
来吧，回去睡觉。
huh?
搞一把，搞一把。
He did ask, or did say, he would love to play an all-in final hand of the night.
这个一个一个。嗯。
370,000 jam from Danny, 60 antes.
Still got to worry about Makita as well, who's raised the pot, likely to commit all the chips. This is a good discipline laydown.
什么东西来嘛，一起玩嘛。
Oh, wait, hold on. He hasn't played.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Dan really wants to do it, doesn't he? Can't gamble with the 980, but Makita obviously gonna click the call button, and here we go. Last hand of the night, 776,000 chip pot. Makita gonna need some help from the deck. We didn't see any aces folded.
No aces, so he's in pretty reasonable shape here.
As
Flops
the
it.
flop comes ace high, and Danny Tang is drawing to 1 out or running clubs. Queen of diamonds on the turn. Danny looking for the case king.
The fakest thing. There's like a pause in between everyone.
Ace of spades
Trips on the river.
completes the board as Danny is already headed for the exit. And
Okay, last
Makita
one.
Badziakowski winning a 776k pot, last hand of the night, climbs up to
There you go, about
5th
your 3
in
on
chips
TV.
on the leaderboard. And there we have it, Randy. There we have it. What an action-packed day of high-stakes short deck it's been. That man at the top of the chip counts responsible for driving a lot of said action. Chip counts, Michael Zhang closing things out at this feature table, 214 antes, as we welcome you back to the break desk for one last time. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Randy, penultimate day of poker here. A lot of gambling in this 100K. Michael Zhang at the top of the chip counts. Are you surprised is my question.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised he was involved in every single pot possible in this last 2 levels. And, you know, he's just so fun to watch. And, you know, he had a lot of competitors out there willing to play with him. Like Elton saying, I think the hand of that last 2 levels was the 2 jacks call from Elton saying against the Jack 6 offsuit on the overcarded board, trips board. It was a really cool hand. And, you know, it makes sense why Michael Zhang's at the top. He fights for all the pots. Of course, easy come, easy go. But right now, cruising to the top, another not final, but another chip lead.
And potential
final table.
Final table. Michael Zhang leading the final 17. 9 players with the option to rebuy. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place for the final day of coverage from this Triton Super High Roller Series. It's the 100K short deck main event with Michael Zhang leading the field. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 2 p.m. local time. Good night.